around me. Purple haze surround me. So open up them windows and feel the way that wind blows. I gotta keep that tempo. That ain't that simple. Come on. Rock me, don't stop. All the way to the top. Rock me, don't stop. All the way. Rock me, don't stop. All the way to the top. Rock me, don't stop. Higher. Right here, right now. Rock me, don't stop. Right here, right now. All the way to the top. Right now. Rock me, don't stop. Right here, right now. Right here, right now. Rock me, don't stop. All the way to the top. Right now, right now. Rock me, don't stop. Right here, right now. Rock me, don't stop. All the way to the top. Right now, right now. Rock me, don't stop. All the way to the top. What you gonna say that I should take it easy? Standing on the edge trying to catch my breath. Well, nothing beats this feeling, so I don't ever wanna let this, I don't ever wanna let this go. Oh, I never felt a touch like yours. Going crazy at my manufacturer. You know I wrote it on the bathroom wall, so everybody knows. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. Here we go again. Now I see double vision. Hanging on the edge, now I'm out of breath. Oh, tell me, am I dreaming? I don't ever wanna let this, I don't ever wanna let this go. No, I never felt a touch like yours. Going crazy at my manufacturer.
Hello and welcome to the FIFA 21 Global Series. Yes, we are in the Oceania region. It's qualifier number 3, the final qualifier, and my name is Kyle Walker. Here we are on Championship Sunday. Someone will be crowned champion of this region today. Now, breaking things down as usual is Mike LaBelle. He's joining me all the way in NYC. Mike LaBelle, Championship Sunday, the final Oceania qualifier. You must be excited.
I've got good energy, especially since I've been up an extra hour because I did not know that the time changed. Apparently daylight savings time. I was here for a rehearsal and nobody was here. And I was like, what's going on right now? I'm dropping messages in the WhatsApp. And then Kyle was like, you got the wrong time, my guy.
You do.
Fantastic.
It's all good. You were prepared. You were ready. You had the breakdown board out at 2 a.m. or 3 a.m., whatever time it was your time, to get some FIFA 21 breakdowns in to prepare. That's what we like. We don't just come in here and talk nonsense. Oh, no. We are prepared. There is a script. And Mike LaBelle, he was rehearsing before everyone else. Now, it is Championship Sunday. And, Mike, we're going to get our champion. Yesterday saw plenty of drama, plenty of goals. More of the same today?
I hope so. I think we'll have a little more tension today. Not because people didn't get eliminated yesterday, but we had a lot of the upper bracket or the winner's bracket being played out. Now every single game matters, up to maybe the final where you could have a little give, you have a little take. But a lot of these guys can do the math. They know if they have a chance of actually getting the points that are necessary for playoffs and solidifying that position. They know that they don't, or wherever they fit kind of or sit in between. And I just think we're going to see more emotion
More emotion. How can you get more emotional than yesterday? Let's have a look at day one and how everything unfolded.
The last qualifier of the season in Oceania. Everybody was ready for a great show, and this region never disappoints. The first match, a legend and a young gun. Moswed faced Mark 11 in the upper bracket. It was a super intense match, and in the end, Mark 11 managed to win 3-2.
What a ball by the way forward. Keeper in no man's land. Moswed makes it 3-2.
Nayla and DW Dillon, two of the best players in Oceania, met in the second upper bracket semi-final. Dillon showed an incredible form and he scored 7 times, while Nayla put the ball in the net only 4 times. Winner bracket final, a match between two exciting players with eye-catching styles of play.
Neymar dancing his way through, but admittedly a little wider than he might like. Now he comes central. Kulusevski trying to get that distance from the defender. He does.
Even Mark 11 couldn't resist DW Dillon, who came like a tornado over him. Final score, 7-2 in Dillon's favor. In the first loser bracket, we had a sensational match between Greek Freak and MCFC Mike J.
Greek just getting the reads on pretty much every attack that Mike is looking for. Brilliant hold up the play there by Greek and the deserving finish to go along with it.
Greek Freak won the first leg, 4-1, but Mike J had the power to come back. Everything was decided during the extra time when Mike J scored the winning goal. A Nazeer and Ben Carter were the last fighters of the first day. A Nazeer took advantage of his status of being one of the best players in Oceania, and he won against Ben Carter in a convincing manner, 8-4.
The brilliance that is A Nazeer straight away from the kickoff. You can have one back. It's now 8-4.
That was day one at the FIFA 21 Global Series, third qualifier in the Oceania region. And Mike LaBelle, DW Dillon, he was just dropping tornadoes over everyone.
He's looking very good. This has been more of a balanced approach we've seen from Dillon. If you recall, in the previous qualifier, Dillon was very defensive, still getting results, but very defensive. And then yesterday, we saw a lot of offense. We still saw some of his ability to close out matches. And it's got to be asked, the question's got to be put out there, is this his time finally to actually win the event? Because he's been into the finals before, looking mature, looking more balanced. We saw some more of the razzle-dazzle, some of those skill moves that are very important. You have to have those particulars, and he did have them yesterday. Maybe we'll see more of that today. He's sitting in the grand final. He's got lots of time on his hands.
He has got plenty of time on his hands. He sits in that grand final, and whoever makes their way up through that losers bracket, they'll have to beat him not once, but twice if they want to be crowned champion here at the third qualifier in the Oceania region. Now, if you guys are at home and you're thinking, well, I want to get involved in some of the competitive action, you can do. Yes, the PS4 Tournaments Open Series are your one-stop shop, to quote Mike LaBelle, as to where you can compete. Yes, these are tournaments on weekly competitions for all skill levels, competing against your friends and rivals for unique rewards. You compete online for prizes ranging from unique game-specific dynamic themes and avatars to in-game currency and cash prizes as well. Those who play in EA Sports FIFA 21 will have a chance to show off their skills to friends and rivals in weekly broadcasts hosted by PlayStation. And all you've got to do is go to the competition center at compete.playstation.com, sign in with your PSN ID. Mike LaBelle, how is it done?
It's pretty simple. Everything's integrated. You just lock in. Very intuitive in many ways. This is a good place to get the tips, the tricks, the practice, kind of all encompassing. And I'll even give you a little insider trading. About a week from now, there's going to be a tournament, free to enter, PS5 on the line if you're able to win. So I think that's a nice little helper. Just a little bonus. Just it hasn't been announced, but here you go. If you're up early with us, I've got you covered.
Wow, absolutely. Just dropping the exclusives right there. Mike LaBelle, you absolutely love to see it. If you want to join the conversation and let us know what you think of Mike LaBelle's exclusives, you can do. Yes, we want to hear from you, not just in the Twitch chat, but on the socials as well. So make sure you join the conversation on Twitter using the mention at EA FIFA Esports, and you can use that hashtag right there, FGS21. Now, there's another exclusive. It's not really exclusive because we've been talking about it so much in recent weeks, but it's all to do with the FIFA face-off. Yes, on March 19th and 26 members of the FIFA community will team up with FIFA pros and celebrities for the chance to win and compete for $25,000. And we've got this video that tells you all about it.
Hey, what up, Zway? Long time no see, brother. Hey, how's it going, my man? Hey, listen up, bro. Are you ready for the FIFA face-off or what? Castro, it is going to be sick. But right now, we got to reveal our FIFA contestant from the community. Hey, man, listen. They have no idea that they've been selected. I'm about to add them to the call. Hey, yo, Zway, this is a face of a shell-shocked man, brother.
Yo, I'm mind blown.
Congrats, man. You're joining the team.
It's 3 a.m. right now. My heart's beating so fast.
Hey, man, don't even worry about it, brother. Listen, on your team, you're going to have a FIFA pro and celebrity to win you some money from $25,000.
I'm just speechless. Just thank you so much.
Hey, let's go.
Yeah, let's go, man.
Catch Dave and his team on March 19th in action on twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA.
Let's go indeed. Yes, the FIFA face-off will be returning. We'll be here 19th and 26th of March. So make sure you join us. Make sure you're here to have some fun right here on this channel. If you wanted more information, you can go to ea.com/FIFA face-off. Mike LaBelle, I think this is going to be one of those events that happens and everyone is talking about it for a very long time.
I definitely believe there's going to be a lot of numbers. Anytime they collaborate, where you get kind of a mix of the esports guys, the content creators, you've got fans, supporters, you've got celebrities. People are just curious. It's different. A lot of times we've seen football players come on, and when we've seen that kind of the collaboration with this, especially when you're looking at maybe the Stay and Play Cup, I want to know, these guys talk all year long on Twitter or on social media how good they are at FIFA, and it's a chance that we actually get to say, well, this counts for something, show us.
I mean, I always see in the Twitch chat, I'm looking at it now to see if people are going to do it, but if they're going to prove me right, everyone's saying, I'm better than these pros, I can do this. If I had that team, I would be able to do it as well. And I always call them out. Stop lying. Did you get involved? Did you apply to be in the FIFA face-off? If you didn't, don't jump into the Twitch chat. Don't be saying that you can do it. That was your opportunity. Come on, show us. I want to see what you're capable of. Don't just talk the talk. I want you to walk the walk as well. Right, another event that's happening, well, tomorrow it starts. Yes, the CONMEBOL eLibertadores, the 15th, 16th, and 17th of March, right here once again on twitch.tv/EA Sports. FIFA is going to be the biggest competition in South American football. It's taken to the E stage, yes, and we've got this short video that's going to hype it up, going to tell you all about it. It's going to get you excited.
¿Qué cosas hacen famosos de Argentina?
El fútbol, como primer lugar.
Nós temos a feijoada, batata, caipirinha.
Aquelas mulheres bonitas.
Somos el país más largo y más angosto del mundo. Tenemos los moai.
El papa, tenés el mate.
Carnaval, futebol.
Tenemos uno de los mejores cafés del mundo. Soy adicto al café, amigos.
Y después yo creo que la música, Gardel, Spinetta.
O Brasil é um país amado por todos, né? Vocês sabem.
Es el país que más Copa Libertadores tiene.
Somos penta. 5 títulos mundiais.
Pega outro país da América do Sul aí que nasce tantos craques assim.
Quem conhece Pelé, quem conhece Rivaldo?
Riquelme, Palermo.
Ronaldo, Ronaldinho Gaúcho.
Elías Figueroa.
Mesías, le rezo todas las noches.
El Pibe Valderrama.
Neymar, campeón de Libertadores.
En mi país ha generado el mejor jugador de la historia del fútbol, Diego Armando Maradona.
Pelé muito mais Maradona.
El mayor rival de la Argentina, Brasil.
A Argentina no tem outro.
Creo que Argentina es nuestro mayor rival.
Chile viene de ganarnos y querido chileno,
me dejaste calentito,
Argentina, en 3 palabras: pasional, competitivo, distinto.
Futebol, festa e samba.
Todos queremos ganar la Conmebol Libertadores.
Es el torneo más difícil de Latinoamérica.
É um campeonato que não tem igual.
Buscas en el diccionario Argentina igual pasión.
Oh, gloria, puro Chile.
Tirou do Ipiranga, Mágico.
Nascidas de povo herói quebrado e retumbante.
Juremos con gloria a morir. Oh, juremos con gloria a morir. Representa a tu equipo y a tu país.
Que todo Chile se sienta orgulloso de ti. ¡Vamos, Colombia!
¡Vamos, Argentina!
Football, party, and samba. Oh, I cannot wait for this. The CONMEBOL E Libertadores, 15th, 16th, and 17th of March. Make sure you join us. You might just see me. I might be getting my samba on right here on the stream. So make sure, you join us. I cannot wait for it. Honestly, I am so excited. This has been hyped about so much, and I cannot wait for that one right there. Mike LaBelle, let me see your best samba. Come on, show me.
You want a little shimmy to the side? I'm not ready for this, man. It's way too early. Like, you got a very, very light rock, if that. I'm still distracted by how good these guys' hair was. I don't know, as someone that's probably spent too much time on their hair over the years, I was seeing the flow was there. There was good movement. They looked like they had volume. Probably a distraction that's completely separate from all the countries that are taking part, and the passion that was behind that. We're just staring at the highlights that they've put together. But
I mean, you can do that. Join us on those 3 days, Mike. You can just look at all the hair if you want instead of the FIFA 21 action. Right, let's get back to the third and final qualifier here in Oceania. Yes, it's been an incredible day one already. We're here on Championship Sunday, but the most exciting part about all of this is the leaderboard on the Global Series rankings. Yes, all of our competitors, they go head to head throughout the season, hoping to gain as many points as possible. With it ever shifting on the PS4 standings, they will be monitoring this very closely in the lead up to playoffs. Marcus Gomes is right at the top. However, he has said it himself on his own social media that will be changing, possibly, potentially, who knows. Nayla is in second with 630. And then you've got Greek Freak, who went out in dramatic fashion yesterday on 580. And then it's Mark 11 on 540. DW Dylan on 538. 2 Global Series ranking points behind him. And then you've got A Nazeer, Marco Jazz, Dylan Go, CPFC, all behind them through 6th through 10th. Wow, Mike, it's so close. And people will be watching this. All of your weekend league results, all of your results in domestic competitions and on the world stage right here, it all goes towards it.
Well, the situation is rather simple as well. We have 4 of the 5 that are in the top 5 are taking part today. And then it's going to be a matter of Greek Freak got eliminated early. You can see that he was very upset about that, especially considering that he was up 4 goals. That is not a misspeak. That is not a typo. He was up 4 goals and kind of threw away the game. And now we have the likes of someone who's sitting in 6th place with A Nazeer, who is ready to take someone's slot. He'd happily overtake that. There's only 70 points separating the 2 of them. And A Nazeer is our champion from the first qualifier, and then also from the Summer Cup Series. So I was talking about it a little bit yesterday, but he's kind of on a three-peat potentially here, because in the second qualifier, he just didn't take part. He had some different personal things going on, whatever was happening, but he didn't take part. So he kind of took that one off. So he's really been in form.
He has been in form indeed. Summer Cup Series to that qualifier number 1, and here we are, qualifier number 3. Can A Nazeer manage to pull this one out of the bag? He's got tough competition. We can have a look at our winners bracket side of things. This is how things unfolded right there. DW Dylan, we've talked about the tornado, and he managed to drop that tornado on Nayla, beating him 7-4. It was Mark 11 who came out on top of their matchup, taking on Moswed 3-2. And then DW Dylan continued. The Beast from the East. That's the name of the tornado. That's what I'm going with. He took on Mark 11, beating him 7-2. He goes through to our grand final on the winners bracket side of things. It is double elimination though, so all of the losers, they drop down into the losers bracket side of the tournament. And that meant that if you win, you carry on. If you lose, you go home. And we've got to talk about that matchup right there. MCFC Mike J. He beat Greek Freak. Greek Freak was 4 goals up. Mike J managed to pull it out of the bag after that first leg, beating him 7-6 in total. What a game that was. A Nazeer continued his winning form as well, beating Ben Carter 8-4, and that sets up round 2, which we'll see this morning, this afternoon, this evening, wherever you are in the world. Moswed taking on MCFC Mike J, and then it's Nayla taking on A Nazeer. The winners of that will go head-to-head in round 3. The winner of that will take on Mark 11 in our losers bracket final, and then it's all road to that grand final where DW Dylan will patiently wait until he finds out who he will be taking on. Mike, can you take any more of the drama after that MCFC Mike J Greek Freak match yesterday? Can you handle it?
I don't know if this makes me petty, but I'm here for the drama. I want more of it. I'd prefer that. Maybe because I'm feeling real comfortable. I'm sitting at home. I don't have to be in that matchup. I don't have to feel that sweat, that pressure. So please, by all means, give me a little extra tension, some extra drama. I'll take some penalty kicks if you want to give me that as a dessert plate. Not complaining.
We'll take it, even if it is, what, 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning where you are in New York City?
It's 5 a.m., but who's counting? We've been up.
We can have dessert at 5 a.m. There's no rules around here. Right, that first matchup that is coming up, MCFC Mike J, he's hoping to continue that winning form, but one man that will be hoping to stop him is Moswed. Melbourne Victory. Moswed taking on Melbourne City, Mike J. This is a derby match. In the UK, we've got the North London derby today. Nobody cares about that. Nobody cares about Tottenham and Arsenal right now. We care about the Melbourne derby right here. Melbourne Victory, Melbourne City, and Mo taking on Mike. Mike LaBelle, what do you make of this?
It's a difficult game to predict. We haven't seen either of these competitors on display nearly as much as some of the other guys from this region in particular. But Mike J cannot feel better about himself, or cannot be feeling better about himself after that comeback against Greek Freak. Mo obviously dropped down from the winners bracket, but I'm expecting this to be still a high-scoring affair. We're going to see a lot of back and forth, and I hope that both players go for it and kind of put on a show.
Hopefully they will indeed. Let's bring in Nate and Treaders, who'll be calling all of the action throughout this Championship Sunday. Nate, I'm going to come to you first. Melbourne derby, Melbourne Victory taking on Melbourne City. This only happened in Australia last week, didn't it?
It certainly did. 6-0 scoreline. It was the biggest derby defeat that Melbourne Victory have experienced. I guess the fun thing to note about today's derby here in FIFA 21, it'll be watched by more viewers, maybe uncommon to those of you watching in Europe, particularly in England. But these FIFA esports stars, particularly Mo and Mike, have bigger followings. There are more eyeballs on this derby than the actual one in our domestic competition. So the stakes are high, the tensions are high. I like what you said at the start of the show. The tension has lifted another notch today.
It has indeed. Treaders, when we're looking at these two going head-to-head, can MCFC Mike J make it a double bubble for Melbourne City?
Oh, he'll be hoping to do that, but also for him, he'll be hoping to not go as far behind as early. If he's going behind, even though he'll be confident, I feel like the way he played yesterday to come back into the game will be what he'll be attempting to utilize to get himself off to a better start today.
Right, let's get straight into our predictions. Mike LaBelle, I'm going to start with you. Who have you got for this one?
I think even though Mike J had a fantastic result yesterday, that Mo's going to get the job done, and then he's going to offer a little bit more in this matchup. So I've got him beating Mike J.
And Nate, who are you going for?
I think I have to stick with Mike J. That comeback yesterday was something to behold.
And Treaders, what are you thinking?
Oh, I'm thinking on the fence at the moment, but I'm going to go with Chunky Monkey FIFA Obese Wombat Mike J.
And I don't know. I really like them both. I'm going to go with Mo. I don't know why. He looks great in that very colourful kit that you were wearing yesterday, Nate. So I'm going to go with Mo on that one. Nate, Treaders, let's kick off Championship Sunday, the third and final qualifier here in Oceania. It's the FIFA 21 Global Series. It's over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Kyle, and thank you, Mike. Welcome to Championship Sunday here in the third and final Oceania Regional Qualifier. My name is Nate Patrick. I'm joined by Treaders. Treaders, I think it's fair to say, at the start of these qualifiers, before the broadcast even took place, having Moswed and Mike J meeting together on Championship Sunday is not a fixture many had drawn up.
And it's a bit of a dream fixture for any fans of our local league, getting to see this one take place before our national partner league is even remotely announced. So I think for people who want to support FIFA in our region, now's the opportunity to see what our A-League representatives are capable of.
Moswed, as well as working a full-time job, plays football at a very high level, and then he's also Melbourne Victory's esports representative. What can't he do, Treaders? He's been around the scene for quite a while now, and although he waited to the third qualifier with a Road to Glory team, he is here competing at the highest level yet again.
And speaking of Melbourne Victory, they run their esports program, at least in FIFA, as well as anyone else, particularly with the way they integrate Mo's stream into the virtual fan experience. It's just awesome to see, and a leaf that a number of other clubs would do well to take a leaf out of that book.
Yeah, if any of you are aware that this is going down right now, it is bigger and greater than anything you'll experience back home for the FIFA fans. You know how big it is. You're ready. You are prepared for this loser bracket. Round 2, match 1. It is Melbourne Victory's Moswed versus Melbourne City's Mike J, also known as Chunky Monkey, Obese Wombat. We just like getting those gamer tags, user IDs, etc. out of the way, but the jokes are done for the day as far as I'm concerned. D.W. Dillon awaits in the grand final. He is undefeated. And this is Mike J on the attack. James down the far side, going out for a goal kick. But again, as I said, Treaders, not two competitors you maybe would have expected. The one thing we do know for sure is that they are going to entertain. Just to finish this attack, the player is onside off that rebound, and Mike J gets possession.
And as much as it's a battle between the two competitors who are at the controls, you've got two of the best FIFA coaches in our region, in Andy coaching Mike, and then you've got Sarge on the other side coaching Mo. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of tactical battle plays out. I think for Mo, Sarge is such an important help, because we've seen in the past, in previous E-Leagues, previous competitions, Mo's head can go flying if some things don't go his way. And so having that coach alongside him, and someone with that competitive pedigree as well of Sarge, is going to play no small factor.
His record is something to behold, and of course Andy is unsung when it comes to coaching. Again, we don't want to beat down the barn door, so to speak, but these esports organizations, these A-League clubs would do so well to get the likes of Sarge, Andy under their employ and continue to develop their already exceptional talent. That through ball, not finding the target, Mo just getting it clear in time. Mike J coming back again. Mike J with such success with the 4-3-1-2 system that you might have seen Mo use in previous iterations of FIFA, maybe the 4-1-2-1-2 variant. But they do like to attack very narrowly, directly, Treaders, and attack very often as well.
And the way Mo's looking to hit Mike on the counter attack is not the worst idea, considering that Mo's strength comes from the way he can attack narrowly, make those quick passes, and the little left stick dribbles that he can pull out as well. Mike's strength in his possession play, but when he speeds up those passes, he's as good as anyone else. And cross whipped in already, and Mo striking the first blood. An unpredictable cross whipped in, and Mo taking the advantage early on.
And it's Wayne Rooney at the double over the tournament for Moswed. He scored that absolute belter, the finesse from outside the box. He's got a second one early on. Today for Mo, that foot item was hyped, considerably so, and then we wondered, would it fit into these competitors' teams? The answer a resounding no, an unfortunate no at that, just on chemistry and whatnot. Moswed, with his team he has crafted, has managed to get him in there. Other competitors might be thinking a foot item off the bench at the very least. Mike J, in reply, has 3 defenders to beat. The ball lands at his feet and he sails on through. Mike J, not exactly how he would have drawn it up, but will be ecstatic to level things up at 1-1.
And when someone's able to execute that skill chain of ball roll into reverse elastico, it can be so potent, particularly if a defender is drawn out of position from either a rebound or from a manual challenge. And that is exactly what Mike takes advantage of there. With Mo's counter press, direct style of play, Mike's press after possession loss means that if Mo is able to beat the press, he has numbers forward. And indeed, that's where his initial goal came from, working it from left to right and being nice and direct for him. We might see him hold up possession, look to recycle at the moment, because the weakness of press after possession loss is its ability to continue that press once your opponent has the ball.
3 players staying forward for Mike J. Very uncommon to what you're used to seeing in other FIFA esports qualifiers and events. It's normally all bodies bar 1, maximum 2 behind the ball. But that game yesterday was one for the ages. I did say it takes 2 to create such a spectacle, and it was sad to see Greek Freak depart after that 4-0 lead, 71 minutes into the first leg. He continued to fight back, but Mike J fought back harder, winning 7-6 in the end. That last goal from Neymar with only minutes left. Here on Championship Sunday, he is continuing where he left off. It is another for Mbappe right before halftime.
And Mike J, once he gets into his area, into the final third around the penalty spot, it's just a matter of time before he creates enough space. And the challenge for him continually is getting into that spot. And Moswed will have to continue to look to intercept those passes before they get there, because at the moment, unfortunately, Maldini and Volland not quite up to the task of taking on Team of the Year Mbappe, unless, of course, it's chasing him down on a counter-attack.
It is the foot item that he has gone to more often than not. You can understand why. 2 goals yesterday, 2 goals today. Moswed a little frustrated with his Marcus Rashford yesterday. 3, perhaps 4 opportunities where Mo was through on goal. The left foot of Rashford going past that far post with the strike, and he and Sarge not particularly impressed. We'll see how much game time he gets here today. It is wonderful to have the real world foot items, players from around the world represented in this game and then utilized by 2 consummate professionals, Moswed and Mike J. It's the latter that has a 2-1 lead in this Melbourne derby of sorts. Mike J will continue his attacking formation and play style from yesterday. Didn't the lads love it all over social media as well? What a ball that is to find the man in space on the right foot. It is perfectly done from Mike J, this time at CR7. And he has lost none of his momentum from that big win yesterday.
And as to be expected from Mike J, when his confidence is up and his passing is just brilliant, we'll see him continue to cut apart Mo's midfield, particularly with Mo playing a 4-4-2. The matchup is just not preferable when your opponent's in a 4-3-1-2 unless you're able to really effectively hit on the counter-attack. But for mine in FIFA 21, a 4-3-3 with the DM is a better option for taking down the 4-3-1-2 because you can, when their fullbacks commit forward, you can exploit that space in behind with your wingers. But I'm sure Mo will have a game plan of his own to take on Mike. But at the moment, Mike, having so much time to make these passes, is just able to do as he pleases. Bit fortunate with that rebound, but Mo cleaning up and putting the pressure on, and now looking to counter.
The 1-2 passing of Moswed. You've seen it before. You see it again here in qualifier number 3. No need to celebrate. No need for Rashford to use the left foot. The right will do. And that makes it 3-2.
And there's that game plan from Mo. The 4-4-2, the 2-striker formation. Just simple 1-2 passes straight up the middle of the midfield. And before you know it, if you make the wrong read, or if you're not continually dropping back, forcing him to turn back, it's only a matter of time before Mo will find the space in behind. And Rashford, on this occasion, makes Mike J pay.
We all saw it coming. I'm sure Mike J did too. It doesn't mean it's any easier to stop. The simple 1-2 passing. Brilliant, effective. And it will be coming back some more for Moswed. Should he get a hold of the ball there? He cannot. We never thought it would be a low-scoring affair. But 5 goals already here in leg 1. If you're new to the format, it is a best of 2. That means 90 minutes here, 90 minutes again, aggregate score lines, extra time and pens if needed, etc., etc. We had enough drama yesterday without those being required on too many occasions. We'll see if these competitors have been practicing their penalty kicks. Moswed down the byline, but Mike J ushers him all the way, and maybe a little unhappy with something, Mike J. Getting that pause ready. Maybe just time for some subs, Treaders.
Yeah, that's exactly what it'll be. Those fullbacks are just getting run absolutely ragged at the moment. And so if Mo's able to get that ball up the other end quickly, he'll see that there is plenty of space in behind, particularly on the wings. But Mike J, it doesn't matter what's happening up the other end. The reverse elastico creates enough space for his Neymar. And Mike J securing a comfortable cushion at 4-2.
Wayne Rooney, the hero for a moment yesterday and today, will have to head off. Press after possession loss, and there we go. The depth increased. Is Mo aware that it's a best of 2? He likes not just to attack, but to defend as aggressively as possible. And he's not going to let leg 1 continue in this fashion. 4-2, the in-form Neymar with the goal. Interesting to see Marcus Gomes watching on this clash. Obviously, his Melbourne City teammate versus his housemate in Moswed. How wonderful were those scenes? Brought a tear to the eye and more after Marcus was crowned champion in Oceania Qualifier number 2. Ahead of this game, when asked in the Twitch chat, he was in there and you were asking him the questions. Marcus simply said, "I'm loyal to the game."
He's got to pick. He's just got to pick. It's no doubt in my mind. He's got to make a decision. Is he going to back his club mate or is he going to back the roommate? I'm glad I'm not making that decision, but Marcus, he has to pick. He has no option.
This is coming from the same guy that before every contest mentions, "I'm on the fence, lads. I'm just not too sure and you're not even involved. Here we are with Mike J. He's so polite, humble, and kind. Marcus Gomes, I'm sure he'd wish both could make it through. But in the losers bracket, one defeat. And you are gone, having already tasted a defeat. Up until this point, obviously for Mo, that was yesterday. Mark 11, that low-scoring, close encounter. Mark 11, another of those who's had Andy in his ear, helping him out. And Mike with the loss in earlier qualifying, starting off in the losers bracket. He is trying to defend here. We are getting close to the end of leg one. It is Mike J with the 4-2 lead. That is clean from Mike J in defense.
And credit to Mike J. Defensively, he's been very solid despite the amount of bodies Mo has got going forward. Final opportunity for Mo to score, and oh no! That has crept across the goal line at the last. Oh dear. What can we say about that?
As little as possible, potentially. Imagine having that at the end of your first leg. You feel like you're in control. It's 4-2 up. It was good play in the build-up. The strike was decent, but the way it rolled over the line, we look forward to seeing that one on the replay. I guess we'll just look at it in reflection. 4-3, goals scored at either end, 4 items doing their part where they need to. Treaders, is it more or less what we expected between the pair?
Yeah, I think so. I think Mo's sticking to his overall game plan of exploiting the attacking fullbacks of Mike, particularly going to that 4-4-2, and Mike taking advantage of the advantage that he has in numbers in midfield and in attack. So it's a pretty decent matchup, to be honest. The tactical battle's a intriguing one, and I'm very curious to see who sticks with their tactics for the longest.
Only one of these competitors can win, but the good news for you at home, you can win, albeit in a slightly different way. The FIFA 21 Global Series brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. You might have seen yesterday that it was coming, a reminder of the hashtag. You can follow them at Turtle Beach, and then you tweet using the hashtag FGS21 headset, for your chance to win a Stealth 600 Gen 2 headset. We thank you very much, Turtle Beach, for your support of these FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifiers. Treaders, we won't keep making the point. We don't need to make the point. But the point is thus, these competitors are class. They're incredible. They've been doing it for years. We got newcomers coming through. They just haven't had the platform until these regional qualifiers, where we can get the likes of the veteran Moswed and Mike J in his third attempt at a qualifier, a big audience and lots of supporters to see him score goals like this.
Oh, that's exquisite. That just being able to turn your defender is such a skill, reading the defense, being able to know when an item is committing to you, and Mo committing in probably the right direction, to be honest, and then Mike able to read and react just that little bit quicker. And then we see vintage Mike J, the pass and move, the passing style, quite beautiful to watch. Caught out a little bit, dragging a defender, trying to put some pressure on, and how about we skip that final goal, because I know that I don't want to watch it again.
Look, some goals are beautiful and they are to be celebrated. Some don't really need the highlight reel. They all count, though, for Moswed. It is 4-3 on aggregate. We like to think those types of things even out over the course of a two-legged affair, over the course of a tournament. FIFA 21 as a whole, it is 4-3. Mike J with the slender advantage, and maybe Moswed will seize upon that last opportunity, bring forward that momentum here to the second leg, sliding in to try and read the passing lane. He's going to meet aggression with aggression.
And that press after possession loss, I think if it's any other competitor but Mike J, whose strength is in his ability in possession, I think he'll be causing a heap of problems. But Mike J able to clear the ball, able to find those key passes up the field, and as if to prove my point perfectly, he finds that pass straight up the middle, and Moswed having to run, having to track back. And this is what we see over and over. Mo looking for that long ball, looking for the fast build up out wide because of how high Mike's fullbacks get in attack. But it seems like Mike's making enough reads at the moment, but all it takes is one misread pass, one misread through ball, and the high risk, high reward play of Moswed can really hurt you.
We see Mike continue to have those fullbacks attacking as well. It was pointed out a bit yesterday. It's been pointed out by Treaders. They provide the width, and even if they don't get the ball, they move defenders out of position, leaving the likes of Neymar to finish with aplomb. It is Neymar on 17 minutes here in leg 2.
And when Mike is moving that ball as well as he is at the moment, one touch, two touch football, it's incredibly difficult to defend for any competitor, let alone a competitor who is looking to strike aggressively on the counter-attack like Moswed. Only 2 midfield players to help you out compared to the 3 you get in a 4-2-3-1. Look at these double reverse elastico, but he keeps that ball, that press after possession loss, paying off a little bit. But Mike, he has 7 players back for him at the moment. And Mo creating a bit of space, the bridge, the normal elastico chips across in. And Mike making the read there. Mike's game is quite beautiful to watch, to be honest. His possession play, the way he reads the game, both in defense and in attack. It's just something a little bit different, particularly in the fact that he's doing it using a narrow formation and with so many bodies going forward.
There's a reason that Melbourne City brought him in to back up, to play alongside, maybe even surpass on occasion, Marcus Gomes. A maligned figure for a couple of different reasons, but he is well and truly winning the hearts of Australian FIFA esports fans. After that big win yesterday, he leads here in the loser bracket round 2, match 1. Neither competitor can afford another loss. They are looking to make it through to round 3. Mike J is through. The pass a little heavy. And Nayla, who was excellent yesterday for Moswed, collecting calmly. Quadrado continues down that far side. Mo wondering how long until Mike J will play a switch. Unfortunately for Mo, his attacking player offside. Mike J, just the one goal to bring to you in this second leg. Things do tend to get a bit more tense in the losers bracket. You can understand why, and that is displayed clearly on the pitch. The play styles, even the most combative of competitors in Mike J and Moswed, show a bit more defensive discipline and show a bit less risk with their passing. It becomes a bit dribble heavy at the moment. Mike J looking for those passing lanes. He's got the ball at the feet of Neymar. Back to Pogba, who he talked about in his masterclass, and then instead of going the 5 feet or so to his teammate, it's directly to the opponent, and both competitors, Treaders, will press from the front.
And for Mike, that seems to be paying off at the moment. Most of Mo's attackers aren't the strongest in the air compared to Mike's defenders. And so Mike is taking the full advantage, and the longer that Mike gets the ball, the more opportunities he will get. Seeing an opportunity to attack in that phase of play, but it had already gone past him by the time he took that shot on. Credit to Mo, though. He's keeping the pressure on. but that is not the giveaway that Mike would have wanted. And the through balls are still on. That player just onside. The chip, the goalkeeper goes the wrong way, and Mo finds his way to score right on the stroke of half time. Just a 1 goal difference going into the final 45 minutes of this two-legged affair.
How many goals will Mo continue to score at the end of main breaks? Before halftime, before full time, rather. It was halftime in game 1 yesterday. He just keeps doing it. He fights until the very end. And at no point can you look away from your screens. I hope you're as engrossed into the action as we are. It felt like Mike J was in full control. Moswed with the sucker punch. Yet again, it is 5-4 on aggregate. Mike J still with the lead. But it is a lead most slender. 5-4. The all-important second half of this second leg to decide who will advance from this losers bracket into round 3. Fernandez to Jones. Subbed Mini Hullet by many who can't afford or have not managed to obtain Ruud Hullet. Curtis Jones, the Liverpudlian, providing a cost-effective option for those that completed him. Moswed reading the attempted through pass. It goes back to Nayla. He never gets too flustered. Mo, I know we've seen crazy scoreline shredders where the games are done, but with this one well and truly on, he is locked in. Moswed, the shot across the face.
That wasn't Rashford, was it?
It was. It wasn't him on his left, which I think was the main problem, but it is Rashford playing in that right striker position. He is getting another opportunity. And you're right, maybe, Treaders. Both feet are useless as far as that foot item is concerned.
I think it might have actually been CR7, the 87 flashback item on his weak foot. Unfortunately for Mo, we're looking. I'm just curious as to Mike's overall game plan from here on out. He's effectively playing the 4-3-1-2 as an incredibly narrow false 9. I think when you're looking to hold onto that possession, the width that is provided in the actual false 9 formation can prove to be incredibly helpful. But Mike sticking to his game plan, both competitors, credit to them, sticking to their game plan. And why not when the game is so close? Finally utilizing those fullbacks is Mike. But as we see time and time again, once that the ball goes out to those fullbacks and there is no cross on, or if the cross isn't whipped in, the fullback will simply get dispossessed.
Mike J with everybody forward by his centre-backs and goalkeeper, trying to create width, trying to create opportunities, trying to get a 2-goal lead once again. It's a relatively straightforward pass that, again, doesn't hit the target. It feels like sometimes the more extravagant, complicated passes hit the target more often. Mo trying to go forward. Good defending from Mike J. Less than a third of this game remaining. 5-4 to Mike J. Moswed scoring with CR7 to make it 4-5. And as for Mike J, Treaders, he's not scored since that Neymar goal in the 17th minute of this second leg. Is he truly just looking to play defensively and hold on, or is Moswed rising to the occasion with his defending?
I think it's a little bit of the latter. I think Mo's getting more and more accustomed to the passing patterns of Mike J and realizing that those fullbacks really don't possess any threat at all. particularly when they're running low on stamina like they were just then. So I don't think Michael would be complaining too heavily about that ball going out of play before Mo's able to launch a counter-attack. But that's such an... It's just playing out so interestingly, particularly as Mo grows and grows defensively. We see him defending the narrow areas so well, and yet it's out wide where Mike will find free players time and time again. And that skill chain, whilst beautiful, not quite as effective as Mike would have hoped for. Player up top if Mo can find him, and Mo is looking for that runner up top, still finding his way to the byline, cuts it back. But Mike's player was standing in the lane from about the moment that player went to the byline. But Mo still in possession, looking for the option. The fake shot on the right foot, back inside. And Mo equalizes. The composure to cut it back onto the left foot of Rashford. And finally for Mo, Rashford comes up with the goods.
Rashford redemption in red. And for Moswed, it will be one to remember, particularly if he can advance through to the next stage here in the Oceania Qualifier number 3. He scored the last 2 in this contest. The CR7 goal right on half-time. And for Mike J, even if there were thoughts of defending, certainly what we're seeing hasn't mirrored that philosophy, with, again, everybody forward bar 3 players. He needs to show the intent to match his formation. Mo just getting it out of there. Mike J can go again into the final 10 minutes. Will he use those fullbacks, or are they just there again to spread the defense? It frustrated a few in the chat. Mike J uses one now. We'll pass it inside. Maybe he's happy just to soak a few more minutes off the clock. A few seemingly obvious passing lanes open and not taken from Mike J. Maybe just a symptom of how serious this situation is. The man from Melbourne City trying to stay alive in this tournament. I wonder if that counts as a shot on target.
It's as big a goal kick or kick from the goal line as I've seen so far. Nearly making it all the way up the other end on the full. I think if Mike is to really establish a foothold back in this game and looking towards potential extra time, it will be through these fullbacks, but rather not through turning back with the fullbacks, but utilizing those fullbacks to launch his attacks and attack that byline. And maybe we might see Mike go about doing that right now, and indeed the cutback, but just surrounded in the middle by white shirts. And Mike having to turn back will get the final attack. And Mo sees the ball out of play.
We're locked in. We said we maybe hope it doesn't happen for the sake of the nerves of the competitors, but Moswed has made it happen. How crucial that goal at the end of the first leg may well be. It is 5-5 on aggregate. Mike J, just repeating, has not scored since the 17th minute of this second leg after putting 4 past Mo's Manuel Neuer. In the first, Twitch chat, friends, wherever you're watching, back your competitor. This is the last roll of the dice for one of them. They will be exiting the tournament, the winner, with another shot at glory. 5-5, Melbourne Victories, Moswed against Melbourne City's Mike J. It doesn't appear that the strategy is going to change from either competitor. That formation being stuck with for Mike J. And Mo, launching counter-attacks, had close to just 30% possession And it is a myth. Anyone will tell you who's played FIFA 21 to a decent standard, maybe just watched enough. You've seen the screen caps, I'm sure, on Twitter. People complaining that they've had possession and not winning games. Well, Moswed knows more than most how foolish that notion can be. The attempted through ball to the defender for Mike J. He's done well to find that original out ball on occasion. Moswed winning it back. He sees the player running in fast post. Are you kidding me, Moswed? Not many people possess that type of vision. The ability to execute the cross to perfection. That was sublime.
And all coming from that turnover on the wing. Mike J with more work to do, both from a mental perspective and from a tactics perspective now. Moswed able to execute his game plan to perfection so far. And maybe that going a goal behind is the warning shot that Mike needs. But I suspect Moswed, who's grown and grown into the contest through his defense, will be licking his lips at the thought of going through to the next round. That fullback, always an option. An incredibly bizarre touch. And now Mo, time and time again, the counter-attack because of those overlapping fullbacks, the space left in behind. And our first period of extra time comes to an end. And Moswed taking the advantage from a beautiful cross.
It's the first time he has had the lead since that original goal through Wayne Rooney. It seems like so long ago. But he's got that lead back here in extra time. Delafeu subbed on for that very foot item. And Mo with 1 foot in the next round. Can the fairy tale story continue? The RTG team. I know Kyle Walker will mention it as well. He should. Competitors that talk about how they could make it if they had a team of some of these competitors. Well, I dare you to do it with said teams. I double dare you to do it with Moswed's. He is coming through here. There's a player up the top. He delays the pass to find him. Delafeu is shut down well. It is off the defender. And Mo takes the corner quickly. Volland, one of his favourite foot items. An absolute stalwart at the back. You could see what the idea was. It was not executed well with everybody stepping up high in the line. Mike J in response. The through ball. He needed to take it first time. He wanted to ball roll around the keeper. A combination of Neuer and the defender stopping that attack.
Sandwich between two defenders. Potentially ball rolling into the wrong lane. And Moswed finding so much space in behind. Mike J's defenders exhausted. But for him, possession not enough at this point. He needs to look for that effective possession. Move that ball quickly. Move it with that aggressive intent that we saw against Greek Freak and we saw early on. Take those risks. Try to complete those attacks.
It's Mbappe, heel to heel. And the pass easily read by Moswed. He is going to try and hang on for time. If we mentioned, and we did, that he's not caring about possession, all of a sudden, things have changed. Unlike other competitors, Mo may well just clear the ball forward and then sit deep, get it clear again. He's not one that wants to play that possession-based game at any point. Right on cue, he tries the through ball down the line. But Mike J is there. Here at the end of extra time, it is now or never for Melbourne City's Mike J. Melbourne Victory's Moswed coming back from behind to take the late lead. Mike J inside, past the defender! The big scream. You could hear it all the way From Australia, it is Neymar in the last minute, and Tredders no less than he deserves, particularly when you consider Mo did the exact same time and time again.
And Mike J will breathe a sigh of relief. And we are headed for a penalty shootout.
It will be Mike J to take the first penalty kick. Mo going the wrong way, 1-0. Neymar going first. It can be good to get his unique way of taking a pen out of the way, to be quite frank. Down the middle, 1-1. This derby going all the way to the death. To the left, 2-1. The save made with the legs, going the right way and rewarded Mike J with a big advantage, and then straight back at you if you don't mind. How Mo would love this one. Delafeu again, clutch when called upon, 2-2. CR13, as the case may be, sneaks it past the keeper, just like he did yesterday, Mike J. Rooney in off the post, goodness gracious me. The fine margins, obviously no indicator. Neuer doing the mime routine and putting him off. And as such, Moswed, the chance to go through to the next round. And he's done it. Moswed, the comeback king, time and time again. You've seen him do it in the E-League. You've seen him do it in qualifiers here in the Oceania. Qualifier number 3, the ageless king has done it again. Treaders, we get to these points, and you're torn as a commentator, as an Australian. Your heart's in too. Mike J has to depart as his tournament is done, despite giving us one of the games yesterday. But then you've got Moswed somehow pulling that out of the bag.
Yeah, that was something else. Back and forth all game. Credit to Mo sticking to the game plan until the very end. Mike J, unfortunately, going out. It's always so hard to say goodbye to each one of these competitors, but there's still opportunities for them to stake their playoff spot, stake their claim, and it's all a learning experience building up to the big playoffs coming up later in the year.
If nothing else, Melbourne City's Mike J has put on a show and won himself a new legion of fans. But for Moswed, the man representing Melbourne Victory, the fairy tale does indeed continue. That RTG squad will be back again in just a moment's time to break down that thrilling contest going down to a penalty shootout. We throw it back to Kyle and Mike.
Treaders, thank you so much for that one. Wow, penalties on the first game of Championship Sunday. Mike LaBelle. I mean, we saw last-minute goals. We saw drama. We asked for it. It provided. What a first match that was.
We demanded it. We definitely put it out there. We manifested that this is what we're looking for. We want some high tension. We want to see comebacks. We want to see goals. We wanted to see penalty kicks. At least I wanted to see penalty kicks. I've seen them. Now we can get that out of the way. But this game had so many goals. And to be fair, I thought that it was going to be a wrap at one point. Once Mike kind of extended a lead, started to create a degree of separation between himself and Mo. But the battle was on. And neither of these competitors quit. A lot of beautiful finishes. You've got a mix and match of different types of variety with the build-up. As you would expect, though, when this many goals are being scored or conceded, you are thinking there's got to be some skills on display. You've got to have some different packages, some of the build-up play, some of the details and the specifics with the quick passing and the innovative nature. You see a lot of crossing as well. That was pretty effective for both sides. And it was just one of those matchups that you never knew who was going to have the last kick. All smiles. It was a wild game.
Sometimes you just need a little bit of luck to go your way right there, and that definitely is what happened with Moswed. But it was Mike who kept on pushing on, extending the lead once again. But Mo, he didn't give up. No, he didn't. He kept on pushing. Cheeky little chip right there, finding the back of the net. Look at his face. The sheer disbelief that he managed to pull that one off right there. but it was in these final few minutes in that second leg that we saw Mo make a comeback, bring things level, and then it goes to extra time and you think, what's going to happen here? No, surely not. Mo, he gets the lead. He finally takes the lead. He goes forward 6-5. But Mike J, we've seen him do it before. Those final few minutes, he comes up clutch and manages to find that equaliser, sending it to penalties. What a save it was. Remember, no indicators for the pros right there, which meant that Mo had to step up. He had to score. He did so, and he goes through to that losers bracket round number 3. I mean, Mike, when you're looking at some of the stats, it was such a close game, wasn't it?
Very even game. I mean, you see a discrepancy between possession, but that doesn't necessarily impact how a game's going to go in terms of goals and conversion rate or who even outplayed who. I guess either the competitors on the virtual pitch. It just means that you might have held the ball more. You might have had a little more structure with your build-up, but at the end of the day, it's still going to come down to who's more clinical and who sees it out. But that was a fantastic beginning to the day. I hope the next matches can kind of live up to that hype. But we've only seen good gameplay pretty much when we get together. It's very rare that we see low-scoring affairs, and that's kind of been the agenda or the narrative that I constantly push.
Right, let's bring him into the conversation. Let's bring him into the broadcast. Moswed's joining us right now after that penalty victory that sends him through to losers bracket round 3. Mo, I mean, you got a little bit lucky. I saw the smile, I saw the laugh, but who cares? You've gone through to the next round.
You reckon I got a little bit lucky? It was all luck, man. It was all luck at the end of the day. It was all luck. Did you see my last 2 goals? My last goal in the first game. I've never seen anything like it. But yeah, it's crazy, man. But I'm the type of player that I'll just sit back and I'll observe the pressure. As you can see, I've got like no more than 40% possession, and I'll let everyone keep possession, and I just absorb the pressure and just defend really well and just play on the counter, and it's worked out for me today. So I'm very happy about that.
Very entertaining match. So be honest with us, Mo. Was it going through your mind yesterday that we saw Mike make that crazy comeback against Greek Freak? Because you're down a couple in this game. Like you were saying, you didn't have the ball a lot. You didn't have a lot of the touch and go. You really had to go forward quickly when you got the ball. But you're saying inside, I still got a chance. There's a lot of time to work with. Talk us through kind of the mental side.
My experience with FIFA, I've been playing this game since FIFA 98. I'm an old bloke, and I've been playing Ultimate Team since FIFA 11, and I've been in enough situations where I'm behind, and my mentality is always keep pushing and never give up. Either you're down 2 goals, 3 goals, it doesn't matter. It's a game of FIFA. Anything can happen, and as you saw, like I had a chance at the end, the first game, and I scored. I made it 4-3, and I was only 1 goal down, and I knew I was going to press, and I knew like it's only 1 goal. I only need 1 goal, right? So I knew that I would get my chance to score, and I was happy with my Rashford's performance today, unlike yesterday, how he missed his easy chances against Mark 11. And yeah, I just took my chances, and I almost bottled it at the end when I copped 120th minute. I was a few seconds away from just settling the game before pens, but lucky I got my luck on pens, and I got the win.
Everyone's going to be asking this question. If you win the tournament, will Marcus be returning the favour with the kiss on the cheek?
If he doesn't come to my room and kiss me, I'll go to his room and kiss him.
Brilliant, Mo. Honestly, congratulations. We look forward to seeing you in the next round. You'll be taking part in that losers bracket. Round 3, we'll see you in the next one.
Thank you very much. See you guys later.
Moswed makes his way through to the losers bracket round 3, while he'll come again up against the winner of the next matchup. Yes, Nayla taking on A Nazeer. That'll be coming up for you very, very shortly. Mike, what I love about Mo, he's so open, he's so honest as well. It seems like he's not afraid to talk about the way that he played, to criticize himself, but ultimately to look at it and to see how he can improve.
Also high energy. It might be carrying some of that energy from the result, but I think that's something that's actually pretty consistent throughout a lot of the competitors, a lot of the top guys at least, is that they have to be so critical of their own gameplay in many regards that it makes it where you are going to be honest. Say, hey, I played really well. I struggled a little bit. I have to improve on this. I'm looking forward to the next round. You name it. These players let me down. These players showed up. I couldn't believe I converted this opportunity. It does seem to be something that's been very consistent across competitors in all sorts of different regions.
It does indeed, and I love the fact that he knows his own playing style and he's confident. It gives him a confidence that no matter what happens, he knows what to do. He knows the game back and forth, so hopefully we'll be able to see that in the next few rounds as well. Let's have a look at our losers bracket after that match number 1. We do say goodbye to MCFC Mike J after an incredible matchup yesterday. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be done today, losing 4-3 on penalties right there, 10-9 overall on the scores. But it is Moswed who makes his way through to that losers bracket round 3. And as I said, he'll be coming up against the winner of our next matchup, Nayla, taking on A Nazeer, our second round 2 match right here. Mike, can we get any better? I don't know how you get any better than that start.
Well, neither of these guys are known for their defense either. If anything, balanced / attacking play styles. I would be shocked to see a low-scoring affair. I think this will be another game that's going to have a lot of back and forth, and it's a matter of who breaks down the defense better.
Make sure you stick with us. That round 2 game is coming up for you very shortly. Nayla taking on A Nazeer here at the FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 3. We'll be back after this short break.
FIFA Global Series 21 Oceania Qualifier 3 is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 3. My name is Kyle Walker. What a start we've had to Championship Sunday, and I have a feeling it's only going to get better from here. Someone will be crowned champion of the Oceania region. Who will that be? We will find out. Mike LaBelle joins me on this Championship Sunday. Mike, we've had a very exciting start to the morning. The next matchup features someone who's won a Summer Cup series. He's also won a qualifier in this region as well. A Nazeer, we know just how good he is.
No, absolutely. I mean, both these guys, as well with Nayla, I don't want to take anything away from them, have been extremely relevant within this year's competitive ecosystem, and it shows in the overall ranking as well. Nayla is already in the top 5. Nazeer actually probably needs a couple wins here to solidify that position. He's coming in from the 6th spot. We do know that there is a spot up for grabs potentially here, so this is huge for him, and he said that he's kind of a slow starter, so this is going to be the big game, I think, for Nazeer. Is he going to build momentum, or is he going to struggle a little bit in the opener versus Nayla?
And this is a great opportunity for Nayla as well to cement his position in that top 5, because we are talking about A Nazeer. We've seen what he's done, but Nayla's right up there. He's showcasing to the world that he is one of the best in this region. So this is an opportunity for him, and I wouldn't count him out at all.
No, not at all. I definitely think this will be a very competitive matchup, especially considering I think Nazeer has shown a higher level of being able to get the job done when you're talking about getting to the later rounds of tournaments. However, he's also showcased that he, just to sound a little bit like a broken record, maybe slightly, but that he's a little bit slow to get going. So this will be a great opportunity for Nayla to get off to a good start and put him under pressure, if anything. But I hope that we just see another one of those matchups where we see goals that make the game interesting in the first leg, and then make it where one of the players or competitors has to chase the game a little bit.
Let's see what happens. Let's bring Nate and Treaders into the conversation right here before we jump into the game. Treaders, you've been tweeting. I'm trying to find the tweet. You've been keeping us all updated with the Global Series rankings, right? It's forever changing.
Yeah, every single game is new points, new movement in the rankings. Top 5 is so crucial for our region, considering you've got Country Cup and E-League, and anything could happen in any of those.
And I'm looking at them right now. Dylan remains at the top. Then it's Mark, then Nayla, then Marcus, and then Greek Freak, A Nazeer, Marco, and Mo. Moswed's jumped into that top 8 right now. It is so close, Nate. Today could change the entire season as we know it.
It's huge. The last of the 3 regional qualifiers that we've had. It's incredible to think that one of A Nazeer and Nayla are about to be eliminated from this tournament at such a crucial stage.
Right, let's jump into the predictions. Mike LaBelle, I'm starting with you. Who are you going for in this one?
I still expect Nazeer to get the job done. And this just maybe, I'm glad you brought up Twitter, because this reminds me of Nate posted a picture, and he did that classic, he looks good in the picture, and then our eyes are closed. One of us is like turned to the side, one of us looking up, and it's just the only guy where everybody's looking at the only person looking at the camera, eyes open, smiling, all that, is Nate. Is Nate? Right, I just want to let y'all know what kind of person Nate is, but before they take it away, he's one of those.
Let's do a screenshot.
Yeah,
let's do a screenshot.
Yeah, please
right
find
now.
a
So
screenshot
Nate,
somebody on the behind the scenes.
No, Nate, you smile, and we'll all look off, or we'll close our eyes so you can get the picture first for Twitter.
That sounds good.
Right?
Sounds real good.
All right, let's get it. Okay, Mike, close your eyes. Treaders. There we go. All right, there we go. Maybe that'll make the the Twitter later on.
Send it through,
let's come to you for the predictions. Who are you going for?
I'm going to be locking in A Nazeer. I think he's just got overall class. I think his attacking style will be a little bit too much for Nayla to handle, but that's not saying Nayla won't put up a fight.
Nate, who are you going for in this one?
Yeah, champion from qualifier number 1, A Nazeer.
Oh, I'm going for A Nazeer as well. Let's see what happens. Nate, Treaders, it's over to you guys.
Thank you very much to the extremely photogenic Kyle and Mike, regardless of what they have to say. My name is Nate Patrick, and I'm joined by Treaders. We're here to shine a spotlight on this region, Oceania, mostly contained of Australia and New Zealand. We have 8 competitors based in Australia that made it through yesterday. We have less than that, of course, remaining now. And as I mentioned before, Treaders, it is just outright ridiculous that one of A Nazeer and Nayla, arguably the 2 best competitors in the region, certainly the rankings suggested that before this weekend, one of them will be eliminated from the competition.
And pretty much walking home with nothing. both of these competitors needing to really solidify their position unless they risk being pushed out of it. I think it's just absurd to think. It's just been from the start. It's just been absurd from the losers bracket, seeing the names go out left, right, and center. These competitors, top class in not only our region, but arguably the world. A Nazeer being able to put on runs when he does make it to international foot champs cups in the past.
It could just be the start of something big, something magnificent. But for one of these competitors, the journey is about to be over. A Nazeer with the hood up. Does he have his game up? Has he got the ability to hit his very high ceiling when he's at his best? A Nazeer. It feels like there are a few better. Nayla, the goal-scoring extraordinaire, does not like matching DW Dylan in these qualifiers. When he's faced other competitors, the storyline has been much more favourable here in the loser bracket. Round 2, match 2 is Nayla versus Round 0 Gaming's A Nazeer. A Nazeer in the darker coloured kits, Nayla in the lighter, and it is he winning back the ball there. Mbappe to Dembele, who he really does rate. A foot item used at the start of the FIFA 21 cycle is starting to be cycled out of competitors' lineups, but it's not the case for Nayla. Jones v Jones to Bruno. There is Dembele, heavy touch. Cancelo makes the successful challenge. That's a good pressure releasing pass. A Nazeer, if there's been any questions, Treaders, I guess it's been around focus and intent. He looks extremely dialed in early here.
The hoodie's up. The man is in full gamer mode at the moment. And his defense has been locked in from minute one. His attack still yet to get going, but I think A Nazeer is the kind of competitor who might start off slow attacking-wise, but his defense is always quite solid. But it's still a larger task to stop the overwhelming attacks of Nayla.
With Ronaldo, A Nazeer on the left. What a wonderful sliding challenge to stop that shot in its tracks. Again, Nayla, we all know the incredible attacking ability that he possesses. For A Nazeer, similarly, can score goals for fun, it feels. 8-4 win for him yesterday against Agent Carter, if you like. And then Nayla, as mentioned earlier, having to face Dylan again. Losing against Dylan again. He is the man that awaits with the one game advantage in the grand final. Treaders for Nayla. Is it just a case of coming up against a competitor and a game style he simply doesn't play well against on the big stage, or does he need to adjust something for all the opponents that he faces?
I think it's been a matter of Dylan's game style being the anti-Nayla. It's pretty much set out to cancel a competitor like Nayla and then take advantage of that frustration that sets in, particularly now that he's unlocked his attacking style as Dylan. But Nayla growing and growing, particularly defensively, but on up the other end, able to directionally nutmeg past his man and score at the near post with Mbappe. A smile on the face of Nayla, getting a bit fortunate to get past the defender. But those are the kind of positions, kind of goals that you have to make count. And you have to be ready for those opportunities to come your way.
If you're following Moswed on Twitter, and if you're not, I suggest you do. You can see he is quite happy to admit that he got lucky for components of that last encounter versus Mike J. Well, Nayla showing that it's all good and well to get the luck. You need to capitalize. You need to finish when it feels like it's going your way. The 1-0 lead And I'm sure we'll be told, and maybe correctly, that we need to put more respect on this man's name. He is somebody that goes under the radar quite simply. A Nazeer more than happy to show, though, when deserved as well, by the way, after becoming the champion in that first qualifier. It's just like, I'm number one, that's it, we're done here. Whereas Nayla barely posts, doesn't have a lot to say, just backs his own quiet ability. And there's a reason. Ahead of this weekend, he was number 2 ranked in the region. It is he attacking here with Dembele, trying to go inside. Good read from A Nazeer, and we head up the other end.
And if initially it was A Nazeer whose defense seemed to be on top, Nayla is growing and growing as the game goes on, particularly in the offensive area. He's looking solid. He's looking like he's got his skill moves, skill chains happening. And a heavy touch out of that Elastico results in the turnover. And A Nazeer still forcing his attack a little bit, as he says, as he personally admits to. For some reason, he's just not able to start off as strongly as he finishes. And Nayla, the kind of competitor who, if you don't start off strongly, particularly defensively, he can really hurt you just because of how potent his attack is.
The half draws to a close. The style of this contest, no doubt, will be somewhat different from our last game. 2 competitors who are happy to risk it all versus 2 who are much more controlled. Balanced, I think Mike LaBelle described them as. I think that's a very good word for it. What did you make of that first half of the first leg, Treaders?
I think it was A Nazeer starting to find his feet a little bit. Nayla spent 20 minutes looking a bit rusty going forward, but as time goes on, as he gets more warmed up, he looks more and more threatening. I think A Nazeer won't be too worried at this point. He knows that he starts off rusty. If you're self-critical and you admit that you start off rusty, that's about as best as you can do. And just hope that you're able to grow into the game and it's not just you having a bad day and not performing to your standards. But knowing A Nazeer and knowing his track record of growing into contests, I think it's only a matter of time before we see that first goal scored from him and Nayla finding a brick wall up the other end.
I hated high school, Treaders. It was just a terrible time of my life. But the motto was know thyself. And I do think about that from time to time when we speak to these FIFA competitors. It seems those that are self-critical ask those hard questions and analyze not just their game plan, but their own professionalism, their attitude and aptitude. They seem to be the competitors that consistently not just make qualifiers, but get to the business end when the pressure is on. Nayla and A Nazeer, 2 gentlemen, you can surely say, know themselves very, very well. It is going to be a bit more of a grind. The defensive line's a bit deeper. The formations selected predominantly defensive based, but they do possess the one-on-one or the capability to break down their opponents in one-on-one situations. Dembele with the foul before winning that ball back.
And Nayla in particular has that X factor about his attacking gameplay in that if he gets into individual circumstances one-on-one with a defender, you just never know what he might produce. And A Nazeer at his best also possesses that X factor, and it makes things a little bit unpredictable, particularly when you allow your opponent to get into this area. But A Nazeer playing it safe, looking to recycle possession and just waiting for that 100% chance. And Nayla showing great composure at the back at the moment, not being baited into jumping into passing lanes. But there's A Nazeer's press, winning that ball high up and catching Nayla's defenders a little bit out of position.
There's been some interesting tussles. If you hear us slightly hesitant to call, what we're seeing. Again, we've talked about Nayla and A Nazeer, great in a one-on-one situation. By that we mean with some close control, skill moves and whatnot, they can break down their defender. That would be in contrast to those that prefer passing play. With the nature of the game, and evidently how this contest is unfolding, it is hard to tell, quite frankly, whether they're getting through or not. Sometimes they're through at the first opportunity, and then a little bit of a bobble before we work out who keeps that ball. Maybe another perfect example. Ronaldo technically through, but well behind the ball. And the keeper collects. A Nazeer yet to score. He has never gone a leg in a qualifier, or Summer Cup series for that matter, without scoring. Will Nayla be the first to keep him to a clean sheet? That pass a little heavy. A Nazeer regains possession.
And one thing I'm noticing about Nayla is just how locked in he is. At times you see competitors show it on their facial expressions, particularly with the passing. When it doesn't go where they expected it to, they just react or recoil back. But at the moment, Nayla quite locked in and doing incredibly well defensively. The offensive end, I think, for Nayla will take care of itself as the game goes on. But it's defensively that I'm really impressed by his structure and his composure in keeping A Nazeer at bay.
A competitor that you've had your eye on for quite a while, if I'm led to be correct there. Treaders, Nayla, the consummate professional, nice and composed. IRL as well as in the game. We did say A Nazeer very much locked in, ground zero, backing him. We were pleading, it felt like, at the end of the competitive season last year for somebody to pick him up. He, of course, got his start as a substitute competitor for the Western Sydney Wanderers. That shot from Nayla always going wide with the pressure from the defender. He filled in for Western Sydney Wanderers when the competitors were unavailable. He had to play back-to-back games, so that would be 4 legs in all, and he did not let his club down. From there, it felt like the world was at his feet. Ground zero, nabbing their man, and they will be overjoyed with his efforts during the season, I'm sure. In this context, they'll be hoping for that little bit more. He has not been bad by any means. It is Nayla with some resolute defending, keeping one of the favourites of this tournament scoreless thus far.
Nayla's spacing and distance from the defenders, from the attackers, has just been absolutely perfect. And there is the second for Nayla. Not even a pass from him, and yet the ball going directly to the feet of Mbappe. Nayla, slight shake of the head. And A Nazeer with even more work to do, getting off to an even slower start than normal.
He said yesterday, did A Nazeer, that he felt a little rusty, that he hadn't been playing as many games as he would have liked. Some friendlies against Mark 11 notwithstanding, but he has been held scoreless in leg 1 of this best of 2, loser bracket round 2. Match 2, it is Nayla scoring twice with Mbappe. Treaders, I can't really remember who called who. Fair to say that A Nazeer was the favourite going in. Leg 1 has not panned out that way at all.
And it's all down to the way that Nayla has gone about his work defensively. We know that he's incredibly potent going up the other end, and credit to Nazeer for keeping. That's just that's incredibly unfortunate, and Nayla knows it as well. But the way that Nayla has gone about his defensive game has been incredible. Seeing opportunities get snuffed out at the last moment, but the real crucial thing for me has been the distance that Nayla has been keeping from A Nazeer. It's just been the perfect area to shut down attacks. He's not giving away which way he's making the read, and as such, A Nazeer is forced. Oh, that is that's unfortunate. But once you get into that area again, and again, A Nazeer, expressive, throwing the head back. But once you get into that area, you have to end up outscoring your opponent. And for my perspective on FIFA 21 is you're going to get some of those uncertain goals at times, and you have to be the better opponent at creating those opportunities for, I guess, the rebounds, for anything like that, because that's kind of what football is as well.
Yeah, we don't want to harp on too much about it because the fact is Nayla is getting into those positions. His midfield play has been controlled. When A Nazeer has tried to press, there's not been much doing. He's always found a way to control the tempo of the game, work it forward, and then maybe some of that luck plays out. But how impressed, Treaders, have you been by that patient build-up from Nayla?
Oh, it's been exquisite. He's not really turned that ball over in midfield at all. There's been one or two occasions, but that's bound to happen when you're playing up against opponents such as A Nazeer. But when he does turn that ball over, there seems to be just 6 or 7 players already back behind the ball. And that's all credit to Nayla's mastery of the 4-2-3-1. It's why that matchup against Dylan was so tough to competitors who stick to their principles and try to grind that game out. 4-2-3-1, the traditionally more balanced formation, arguably more defensive than a number of competitors are using at the moment. It allows you to control the game. It allows you to hit on the counter attack. It just depends on what runs you trigger, what custom instructions you have on your players. And for Nayla, he's playing it to absolute perfection so far.
What about A Nazeer then? 2 goals down, but still a leg to play. We said he scored 8 against Ben Carter. Some people not getting my Agent Carter joke before. That's absolutely fine. Just watch some TV. He is normally an attacking force. He is something to behold. Balanced or maybe attacking. Again, he has been described. His first clean sheet, or rather kept scoreless. His opponent giving him his first scoreless game. What does he do to change things in leg 2 and demonstrate that vintage A Nazeer form we're so used to enjoying?
I think A Nazeer wouldn't be too disheartened by what he was seeing. There was a number of opportunities for A Nazeer to get one-on-one with defenders, just, I guess, the byproduct of playing a 4-4-2. But I'd love to see him change things up, maybe go narrow. Again, he's 2 goals down. It doesn't feel like it because, I guess, the nature of the goals and because it's A Nazeer as well. But he needs to make at least a little adjustment to allow him to get more individual battles, force Nayla to make those reads. When you're playing the 4-2-3-1, you don't actually have to make too many reads because of where your defensive mids are positioned and how many players you have available to help you out if you do misread. And so because when Nayla is making those reads, there's just a wall of players ready to either retrieve the rebound, retrieve the tackle, and it's just advantaged Nayla in the tactical side of things.
He has been very disciplined, very calm so far. As always, in the chat, wherever you're watching, we encourage you to find a competitor that maybe you identify with. Maybe it's their playing style. Maybe you've been a fan of them for some time. We love seeing the support on social media and in the Twitch chat for these 2 quality competitors. For mine, I had the pleasure of meeting A Nazeer's parents during Season 3 of the E-League. They were just so proud of their son. It is, I guess, a generational thing, Treaders, where maybe the generation of old don't quite understand exactly what all the fuss is about, but their son is very gifted at this video game. He is here to show us what he's made of in leg 2 of the loser bracket, round 2, match 2. He is 2-0 down with it all to play for. Very helpfully, they will stay in the kits they were using from leg 1. James in the way of the attacker who may well have been offside anyway. But it's a good, very early, admittedly, start from A Nazeer, looking to show more intent with his play. He likes, similar to Nayla, to control games, be balanced, be controlling. Nayla not letting him do so to a very large extent.
And I think A Nazeer might be making a slight adjustment to a higher pressure play style, increase that depth a little bit to allow him to win that ball back high up, maybe even press after possession loss to force Nayla to rush his play. But the risk you run with press after possession loss against Nayla in particular is that he'll just skill past the man that is pressuring him and have so much space to exploit.
They are unable to get it back there. Maybe some fortune going A Nazer's way, and he certainly would deserve a bit of that. Jones through the midfield. El Sharari held up well. Look at Nayla player switching between his wide midfielder, his left attacking mid that is, and his left back. Now his left defensive mid, trying to usher A Nazeer into areas he'd rather not be. He goes forward now. Ronaldo in space. Is there a player at the end of a pass? He can't find it yet, so he just keeps dribbling. Why not A Nazeer? Go forward forever. Bruno tackled well. He is running in to defensive issues all around that penalty area.
And Nayla understanding FIFA 21 and what works and what doesn't up the offensive end is really helping him when he's defending, because he knows once you get to that byline, if you don't hit an early cutback, particularly against a 4-2-3-1, there isn't very much you can do except keep on dribbling. That's a very well read passing lane by A Nazeer, who will look to launch a counter attack, but that depth from Nayla just totally frustrating A Nazeer, who seems for the first time, I think, since I've ever started watching him, to be, one, showing emotion when behind, but two, getting frustrated.
He really does care. We appreciate everyone wears a bit of a persona, something to make sure they get the job done where need be. But if any of you had doubt about that, the man is passionate, here to play on the big stage. Ronaldo holding it up, trying to get Nayla to make a move. Nayla stays in that shape. He is just defending so well. We said yesterday, we'll have the goals of the day, we'll talk about all the special attacking moments, but it's the defensive stability that can win you titles.
And just control has been the definition of Nayla's play at the moment. He's not worried about A Nazeer having too much possession. He knows that once he gets up the other end defensively, he can trust himself to make the right read. And that's credit to both his tactical setup and also his ability to play a switch at the right time and time his challenges. But that player luck will not help him control the game at all.
Neymar does not get to go past. This time it's Cancelo. Nayla just player switching at the right time, jockeying as much as possible. But it's a great defensive win back there. A Nazeer, Ronaldo. We saw CR7 and R9 combine magnificently for him yesterday. They are both still scoreless here in this contest. Ronaldo. Back down the line, Dembele. Mbappe's got so much space here. Keep going, Mbappe. Touch, Bruno. It's 3 of the best for Nayla. He has waited here in the first half of this second leg. And that is the best of all 3.
That's from start to finish in that build-up from Nayla. That was about 10 to 20 passes all up from start to finish. And the composure from Nayla, the player locked to get their counter-attack started. And A Nazeer left with oh so much work to do. And the rusty start just coming back to bite him a little bit. But Nayla, full credit to him for taking advantage of the counter-attack and playing some of the best possession FIFA that we've seen so far this tournament.
Bruno on 40 minutes for Nayla here in the second leg. He's had less possession. It's the first shot on target anyway for him. How important will it be in a game of few chances? A Nazeer with something around 16 shots, I believe, against Ben Carter yesterday. Correct me if I'm wrong. In this game, he is now popping off. But how often have we seen this weekend, Treaders, the weaker foot, left foot, regardless of that rating, not provide the goods when there's just a little bit of defensive pressure?
It's just been so often that these players are finding space in behind, but the angle just so narrow. If I'm a goalkeeper getting beaten from that angle, or if I'm a competitor getting beaten from seeing my goalkeeper get beat from that angle, I am not happy. Nayla taking that 3-goal aggregate advantage on the back of that beautiful possession-based counter-attack. That's still so fresh in my mind as goal of the day, but I don't know how long. We might have to speed up the goal of the day highlight reel just to get every single one of those passes in it, because it was so brilliantly planned out.
It's a testament to the quality of the competitors involved, this region crying out for exposure. Well, we've got 3 qualifiers. This is the 3rd. EA backing our region, and we could not be more grateful to see these competitors get their moment, or moments for some, in the spotlight. It is Nayla back again, trying to make his moments count, come up with his biggest moment. So far, he is only 1/2 away, but A Nazeer wants to do something about it. He once again misses out. It feels like a bit of deja vu, and it stays 3-0.
And we saw A Nazeer switch to the 4-1-2-1-2, the 4-4-2 diamond, the traditional wider formation, which will allow him to get essentially 5 attackers going forward. And that sole DM back will open up so much space for Nayla going forward. But the counter-attack will be brutal from A Nazeer if he's able to win that ball back.
The driven through ball, Ronaldo to Ronaldo. Right for what a save, Schmeichel, are you kidding me? Onto the woodwork. A Nazeer denied again. If you're looking for a goalkeeper, you're unhappy with the likes of Pope, Neuer, Van der Sar, maybe have a look in Schmeichel's direction. That was incredible.
That's the best save I've seen in FIFA 21. That is absurd. I've not seen a goalkeeper make a save onto the woodwork. And when things aren't going your way, as they are not at the moment for A Nazeer, unable to create sufficient space, but even when he does, Schmeichel is standing resolute in his path.
One-third of the second leg left. A Nazeer. Surely he won't be scoreless over both legs. That would have just been an impossible thought prior to Championship Sunday. And Nayla is going to need some more respect on his name, regardless of the result. Into space, look at the challenge. Bruno sliding in. Nayla has barely put a foot wrong all contest, and there's a 3-on-3 at the other end. Dembele looking for the pass inside. When is it on? It's not on. So he has to go with Dembele. Settles for the tricky shot, comfortably wide of the far post.
And this 4-2-3-1 tactical setup paying dividends. But now Bruno Fernandes able to hit the finesse, and finally A Nazeer finds his way onto the score sheet. An unmarked man, the cam for Nazeer, finding his way in behind. But with only 20 in-game minutes remaining, there is just so much work for him to do against Nayla's defense that has been so solid so far.
The 4-1-2-1-2 wide does create one-on-one battles around the pitch. It creates spaces in behind for Nayla to play forward. And at this stage, it's what A Nazeer needs. He does not want that ball around Nayla's back four or so. He needs to take the risk. But Nayla keeping possession in his own attacking third, doing very, very well. Time on his side. Lorente with the interception, and it's one straight back. Nayla, this is how much it means. This is how high the stakes of the competition are. Turnovers are plenty from two competitors who will rarely have even one in a standard weekend league game. He switched now, Treaders, to that 4-3-1-2, the same formation, of course, that Mike J used to great effect against Greek Freak yesterday.
And the 4-2-3-1 just showing how versatile it is, particularly defensively. Doesn't really matter if you know your formation. It doesn't matter what you get thrown at you. If you can read those passing lanes, if your player switching is spot on, it's so difficult for your opponent to create good scoring opportunities.
(3-1). Thankfully, A Nazeer has scored. He needs two more. Cancelo in the midfield. Ronaldo has to go back before A Nazeer can go forward into the final 10 minutes. Diata joining the fray. Ben Carter says, thank you for repping my foot item. As we progress, Ronaldo through for Nayla. The keeper rushes out. He ball rolls and he ices the game. The no celebration. But inside, Nayla must surely be jubilant. 4-1 on aggregate, and he will be advancing through to that next round.
And incredibly well deserved from start to finish. Nayla has not really looked troubled for the entirety of it. Been in control from minute 1 until minute 180. And if that previous goal wasn't the sealer, it's well and truly over now. Just brilliant play from Nayla all up. Defensively, shutting down A Nazeer's attack. And unfortunately for A Nazeer, he goes out in the loser's bracket. The fairy tale is over. And Nayla's fairy tale will continue.
Nazeer happy to play that one out. He is held to one goal. It is Nayla who will progress with some wonderful defending. Again, you're here for goals, the highlights and all of that. But if you are here to improve in your FIFA 21 play, Treaders, that is your defensive template right there.
That was brilliant. That was basically, again, I go over it with when I watch Dylan as well. It's spot on. It's the template. It's what you want to be doing as a competitor. You control it from minute 1 until the final minute. Never really looked troubled for the entirety of it because of how you're controlling the defensive end and the possession play as well from Nayla. Just incredible. That's a real statement win from Nayla against A Nazeer.
There have been a variety of game styles, game plans from different competitors throughout. It is the defensive masterclass from Nayla that sees him advance through. Plenty more FIFA to come, of course. Don't go anywhere, but analyze, break down that game. We throw it back to Kyle and Mike.
Nate Treaders, thank you so much for that one right there. Wow, Nayla providing a slight upset. I say slight because he is in that top 5 on the Global Series rankings. He progresses through to that losers bracket, round number 3, where he will take on Moswed. Mike LaBelle, let's break this one down. Great performance from Nayla, would you say?
Tactical masterclass in terms of really eliminating Nazeer. We didn't feel like we got A Nazeer's true self in many ways, and that's a lot of credit to Nayla in the way that he defended. Both these guys I talked about being more offensive-based players. Not only was he clinical, but he was really able to take Nazeer out of the game. Just never really saw a glimpse. It looked like this was going to be Nayla start to finish. Maybe a little bit of good fortune there. Nothing we can do about a bounce ball right in front of Mbappe's pathway, and of course he knows what to do with it. And if anything, we probably need to issue an apology. All four of us went against Naylor. We said, hey, we think Nazeer's got this, and he needed it too. He's feeling the pressure. This also solidifies the top 5 placement for Naylor at this point, progressing into the later stages of the tournament. But all of these qualifiers, the goal was at least to get the playoffs, and then for playoffs to build into the FIFA World Cup. So this is huge for Naylor. It's also kind of a disaster for Nazeer in terms of his competitive year. I don't know if I want to say it's over, but for the most part here, it's on to a different pathway. It's a beautiful slide tackle. It's gorgeous material, and it was too little too late for A Nazeer. You see him breaking through, went more attacking, ball roll, finesse shot, you name it. But it was definitely too little too late. And then to add a little insult to injury time or extra time or towards the end of the game, 84th minute, we'll wrap it up. Another ball roll, no celebration. He celebrates, see the hand clap. Nazeer knows that he's done.
He does indeed. And in those final few moments, it was Nayla who just kept on pushing and pushing. What a performance it was from him, winning that one. He gets a GG's from his opponent, A Nazeer. And as you can see right there, that final score, 5-1. And that is what it ended up. 7 shots, 5 of those on target, 5 goals as well. He makes his way through to that losers bracket round number 3, where he will take on Moswed. The eyes are on the prize in this losers bracket right now. So let's bring Nayla into the conversation. Let's bring him into the stream after that dominant performance, tactical masterclass. That's what Mike LaBelle called it. Welcome, Nayla. It's great to have you here. Congratulations. That's the first thing we have to say. I can see the big smile on your face as well. What did you make of that performance?
It was a tough game versus Nagiti, who won the Summer Series last year, obviously, and won the first cup. But I thought I played pretty well.
No doubt about it. Do you feel that you're underrated within this region? Because we've given a lot of credit, obviously, to Nazeer. We've given credit to the likes of Dylan and some of his performances. And then you have like the old school guys when you're looking at the Marcus Gomes and the Marco or even the Jamie. But a lot of times we don't talk about Naylor nearly enough, and you just keep getting to events and making runs.
No, I think I'm fairly rated. I think this year there's a lot more light on the players in our region, but last year barely any of the players really got recognition because there was only one spot per qualifier, and qualifying for that one spot was near impossible. So
Do you feel like that with that light, with the shining of the light on this region, it's helping develop this region as well? Because we know if you're in it and we're at these events, we know just the vast players that there are there, the skill set that all of these players has got as well. But do you feel like now it's region locked and now we're seeing more and more of these players coming through into these qualifiers? We are just genuinely seeing how good this region is.
Yeah, I think a lot of the players here are underrated. With the limelight the players have got this season, it has helped them a lot, and a lot more players have participated this year as well. So yeah, it's good.
It is good indeed. Now, you are starting that top 5 for the Global Series rankings, and currently for you, are you thinking about playoffs? Are you thinking about the FIFA E-World Cup?
Yeah, I'm thinking about playoffs. To be honest, that was my main goal. I'm playing this for obviously trying to win it, but playoffs is the main goal.
Playoffs is the main goal. Well, congratulations. You've got one step further to hopefully being crowned champion here in the 3rd and final qualifier in the Oceania region. Nayla, we'll leave you to get ready for that 3rd round matchup. Congratulations. We'll see you soon.
Thank you very much.
Mike, it's so great to hear from all of these competitors, and I completely agree. I do feel like a light is being shone on this region. Me and you, we've seen Marcus Gomes, we've seen Jamie, we've seen Honey Badger, we've seen the OGs of this region coming through, but now it feels like we're seeing so many competitors at these events because they are so good.
Yeah, in light of obviously this worldwide pandemic, that's been a really, I guess, uplifting in a certain way in terms of the competitive season that we've been able to pivot and shift, and everything's been shifted online, obviously, region-based. But we get to see so many different competitors, and they're getting a lot of airtime, which, as Naylor brought up, often in regular times, you'd see just one player from this region. And you don't get to see how much depth there actually is. And the same can be said when we talk about doing West Asia, for example. MS Desari, he always would take the cake. He's always going to be the face of that region with all the success that he's had internationally. And it makes it where you don't often see some of the depth within other players within West Asia. And the same with Oceania, as I was saying, or East Asia. Some of these regions that don't get as many spots when you go to the big internationals, they typically have their one or two guys, and those are the guys that we see on repeat. So I'm very happy that we've got more players invested than ever, and that we get to talk about them more. They get more gameplay on display. It's a better opportunity also to grow your brand, partnerships, legacy. If people really connect with you as an individual, your own personality. I know we talked about it a little bit with Mo earlier, but it was just Mo had a certain swagger to him, where I feel if you're watching and you didn't know who Mo was, you're asking, well, does he live stream? Is there somewhere else I can watch? Same with Nayla. Where can I consume more of this guy's content? What's going out? Do I get to see his weekend league games? And that's something that's really been important. And I feel that all the pro players have almost become content creators as well. It's very rare that you see someone who only competes but doesn't live stream, doesn't YouTube, doesn't use social media, and so forth and so on.
Right, let's have a look at our losers bracket. This is how things currently look. We are in the losers side of things in the third and final qualifier here in Oceania. That round one was yesterday MCFC Mike J going through and A Nazeer, but it was Moswed who beat Mike J round two first matchup. Then it was Nayla who beat A Nazeer in the round two second matchup. That sets up our round three game. Yes, Moswed from Melbourne Victory taking on Nayla. And then one man that's patiently waiting in that losers bracket final is Mark 11. The winner of this matchup right here, losers bracket round three, will be facing Mark in that losers bracket final. Mike, two competitors that must be full of confidence going head to head right now. It's exciting.
Yeah, and they have confidence for different reasons. Nayla just came off a very dominant performance versus one of the favorites in the region. And then Mo, of course, had a spectacular comeback. You win in penalty kicks. You had the extra time. Whenever you have those types of games, it definitely uplifts you as well. So completely different types of performances, but both players will be at peak confidence, no doubt about it.
Do not go anywhere. You do not want to miss this one right now. Moswed taking on Nayla in that losers bracket round three. Make sure you stick with us. It'll be on just after this short break.
FIFA Global Series Oceania Qualifier 3 is presented by PlayStation 4.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 3. It's the final one in this region and we're getting closer and closer, one step closer to that grand final. But first, we've got business to settle in the losers bracket side of things. Joining me, as always, is Mike LaBelle. Mike, losers bracket round number 3 coming up. We've talked about the confidence of the two competitors going head-to-head. Moswed, he will be full of confidence after his performance, and also Nayla will be full of confidence. We talked about the confidence, but for different reasons. When FIFA players are confident, when they're so open, when they're so comfortable in their own game, do you feel like we'll get a natural, free-flowing game of FIFA 21?
You took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say it's usually more fluid. And on the vice versa end, when players are struggling with confidence, they're a little more hesitant, a little more indecisive. It often becomes shakier offensively as well, because there is something that there's almost an essence of an offensive flow or a rhythm to playing the game. And if that's offset, if you're out of form, if you're out of whack, if you're not aligned, then that doesn't come together in some natural, organic, beautiful give and take. You almost have a little bit of a dance routine with how you play the game.
Now, it is the losers bracket, and so often we do see the person who makes the run through the losers bracket, they have so much more game time under their belt, time on stream as well, showcasing their skills, and we do really see that in the grand final. Do you feel like this is a great opportunity for them to build that confidence even more?
Of course, you want to be building with some sort of upward trajectory throughout the losers bracket. And you're right, we've seen this time and time again where players have a really, really uplifting and just a boost of confidence through their getting the results versus a variety of competitors from the losers bracket. By the time they get to the grand final, they're able to then reset the bracket. They're able to cause an upset. They're able to take that confidence, that momentum, that experience, those warm-up games, so to speak, and propel themselves to getting a victory, even when the percentages say they would be at a significant disadvantage.
Now, as you can see, these two going head-to-head for Moswed. It was 9.5 shots, 6 of those on target. That's averaged over his games. For Nayla, it was 6.5 shots, 5.5 on target. So, Mike, looking at that, you could say that both of them, they are very efficient with their shots, making sure they get them on target. But for Nayla, it seems like he has less opportunities, but he puts more of them away.
And you have to be clinical. I've always talked about it. The three kind of pillars or keys to success when you're looking at becoming the ultimate FIFA player, especially if you're competing. It starts with being composed, and this deals with sometimes passing out of the back, just decision making in general. Also, being very clinical with being able to take your opportunities. And then also, I'm going to just throw another C in there. We're throw a clutch factor in there as well. But being able to see out matches, and if you have to score late, it's going to be great, and that gives you a talking point. How many times do we see the 90th minute goal, the 120th minute goal, the penalty kicks, or just taking a big moment and maximizing it?
Composed, yeah, tick. I tick that.
I'm
box.
adding a fourth. Defense is going in there.
Oh, defense as well. Okay, yeah. So composed, yep, I've got the composure. Clinical, I'd say I'm quite clinical. Clutch, I'd say I'm very clutch as well. Defending, I've got that down.
Are we talking about in FIFA, Kyle?
I'm just not very good at the game. So,
yeah, okay.
In everyday life, maybe, yeah, but not at FIFA 21. But that's why I'm talking about it. That's why I'm not playing in these tournaments. But if you guys at home think that you've got the composure, you're clinical, and you're clutch, and you've got the defensive skills, well, maybe at some point you can get involved in the FIFA face-off. Yes, members of the community, they thought they were all those 4 things, and they will be getting involved on the 19th and 26th of March. Yes, members of that FIFA community will team up with FIFA pros, celebrities, content creators for a chance to compete for $25,000. It's going to be an incredible event with so many people getting involved, and make sure that you are watching at twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA. And for more information, if you want to find out when possibly we might be doing this again, how you can get involved possibly next time, go to ea.com/FIFA face-off. Oh, Mike LaBelle.
Can't do anything about it. I don't know what to do. The FIFA face-off just made me sneeze, I guess. It gave me a little allergies, you know? What you want me to do?
He's allergic to Castro.
I was trying to cancel out of it so hard. I could feel it coming. I was like, come on, don't do it. Don't do it. I was saving it in my nose. You probably see that on an instant replay that it's incoming. I'm sure the production crew's like, what's going on back there? Mike's nose looking like Bewitched. That's a true throwback reference. But anyways, yeah.
Anyway, we move. We go on. All right, let's get back to the FIFA 21 action. Hopefully no more sneezing right here. We've got a huge matchup coming up in losers bracket round number 3. Moswed taking on Nayla. These two going head-to-head. And one man that is sat waiting for them, not just in the grand final, but in the losers bracket final. It is Mark 11, who they will be... he'll be sat waiting, Mike, to see what happens next, who he'll be facing.
He's in even a more difficult position than I would say someone like Dylan. Dylan has that 2-for-1 in the final, maybe gets some warm-up games. He's got to be feeling very confident about being in a very commanding role or getting a second chance if needed. But someone like Mark, still in a single elimination, but you're not coasting. You're not playing right now currently. You're not building in form. You're not building in confidence. You are just sitting tight, trying to stay fresh, trying to stay warm.
Someone that's fresh and warm. Two people that are fresh and warm. Nate and Treaders, we can bring them in. Hopefully they won't be sneezing. No
I might sneeze again. No guarantees. No guarantees here.
No. Let's get through this very
quickly.
Quick to give Mike some time to go and get a tissue. Treaders, these two going head to head, full of confidence. It should be a great game.
Oh, 100%. I think we'll see Nayla look to control the game from the get-go again. I think even though we saw Mike go about trying to control the game through his possession play previously and it not quite playing out because of how efficient Moswed is hitting him on the counterattack. So I reckon we'll see some end-to-end action and maybe a similar result to the game between Mike and Mo previously.
And Nate, we heard Nayla before talking about shining a light on this region. It is so great to do that. We know about it. We've talked about it. And when you do shine a light on the region, you get to see some of the best FIFA 21 players. And we've got two of them going head-to-head next.
It's fantastic, isn't it? And two at very different stages of their careers. Mo, of course, working a full-time job, playing professional football as well, semi-professional football, and also getting it this far with an RTG squad. Nayla, one of the youngsters, rising through. Two different stories, but both very deserving of their spot.
And Mike LaBelle, I'll come to you for predictions. I can see the water in your eyes. I feel like you're holding in another sneeze right here. So let's get through it. Who's going to win?
I'm fighting against it. I think Naylor's going to get the job done. He's shown a lot of consistency this year. And now that he's gotten past Nazeer, I feel like he's going to be able to take that result and just carry through.
I'm just hoping that we mess up the Global Series rankings even more. Can Moswed make his way even higher up the table? I think so. He's going to get the W. That's who I'm going for. Nate, Treaders, I'll throw it over to you guys. You can get your predictions in as we lead up to the match.
Thank you very much, Kyle, and thank you, Mike. Yeah, go take care of whatever it is that's going on. Maybe there's a cat walking around your apartment. Go find it. My name's Nate Patrick, and I'm joined by Treaders. We joke around, we keep it lighthearted, because Treaders, these games are so full on. We have these opportunities through these qualifiers for the competitors to shine. But for Mo or Nayla, the journey will be over.
Yeah, the stakes are high for Mo, who's looking to secure a playoff spot, go all the way through. He's got as much to gain as he has to lose. I think Nayla, looking to develop his experience in the high pressure environment, is just such an intelligent way to approach a tournament and a pressure and expectation free way to approach a tournament, knowing that the big dance is coming up in the playoffs.
We can talk about the FIFA prowess of these competitors, but just for a moment, the personality and the character. Who have we got then? Dylan, Mark, Mo, and Nayla. They truly are four of the nicest guys you could hope to come up against in Weekend League. Should you have that? Is it one of those tournaments, Treaders, where no matter who wins, we're all going to go home happy?
I think so. I think that particularly if Mo gets the result, seeing that would secure him a playoff spot, I think that would make the entire community, entire region quite happy, except for those who are sitting on the edge of the top 8.
In the loser bracket, round 3, there can only be one. Moswed defying the odds once more, coming up against a very impressive looking Nayla. It is Mo with the first opportunity, trying to cut it back. He does. Nayla again, right place, right time with the defender. Not once, but twice. He makes the read and brings about the perfect sliding challenge.
And I think the struggle for Mo in this contest will be limiting the damage that Nayla can cause with his attacking style, his free-flowing style. That's where A Nazeer was so strong early on. But if Mo is able to limit that damage through while he sticks in his 4-4-2, the counter-attacking opportunities will be there, particularly out wide and whipping those crosses in. It seems that the defenders just aren't quite adept enough at tracking those crosses, as we saw Mo whip a few crosses and feel that he got a bit fortunate. That's a very tactical foul, preventing the build-up play from continuing there, though. Nayla with an opportunity to whip out a set-piece routine.
Slaloms forward, but Mo with 4,000 bodies in the way. No troubles from that routine, and there is one of those clearances. I hesitate to mention it again in FIFA 21. They are not as vertical as they once were. Defender into the path of Schmeichel, who apparently can take better touches than any of my players in Weekend League under pressure. I'm having a big look at that foot item, Treaders. You know I love Nick Pope, but Schmeichel, a standout foot item, particularly when it's one of those you don't control very often. Nayla trying to turn defense into attack. 1 ball roll, 2 ball roll. Thank you very much. He opens the scoring through his underrated foot item in Dembele, and that was something special.
And just brilliant again from Nayla in attack. His attacks seem to flow so cleanly, and when you're attacking against a 4-4-2, you'll be afforded a little bit extra space. I think Mo adopting the traditional 4-4-2 rather than the one with 2 DMs, which means he can afford to take additional touch. And what about that? Edge of the box, finesse, top corner. Moswed, take a bow.
Just let that one sink in. He does it spectacularly, and he does it instantly. Moswed is on flames. Social media is abuzz. The hashtag Zwed to bed is back. I've always thought that one sounded a little derogatory towards Mo, but it is one of support. He comes again through Bruno. Nayla just waits for Mo to make his move and gets his defender in the way. These two did meet during E-League Season 3. A surprisingly low-scoring encounter, deadlocked at 1-1.
That's as audacious a strike as we'll see, and that's going to force Nayla to adjust his defensive strategy. Normally happy to stand off and allow the play to continue. A free kick taken quickly, a real sign of Nayla's intent to keep the ball moving and not paying off. And Moswed, well, if he can score a few more of those finesse goals, he'll be incredibly happy. But that high-risk, high-reward style from Mo pays off yet again. CR7 on his weaker foot, no less. Just the audacity to take on that shot. It just takes a different type of player. And Moswed is simply built different.
Some defending to do here. Nayla forcing that pass wide. Defender tracking back, and keeper there too. 1-1. Reflective of that scoreline when these competitors met almost exactly 1 year ago today. Plenty of time, though, to change that scoreline. Both more than capable of attacking flair, spectacular goals. Moswed will be hoping for some defensive stability to match said flair. It is often spoken about. He plays FIFA a lot like he plays football. IRL, plenty of skills, flicks and tricks, movement, with defenders finding it hard to keep up with him. Again, go give him a follow on YouTube and whatnot. He's got highlight reels. He's done it on the big stage in semi-professional football. He's now doing it for Melbourne Victory, not just in National League past. He's doing it in Oceania Qualifiers while balancing a full-time job. It is quite incredible to see. Quite an incredible story. He'll be hoping the story has at least one more chapter. Nayla, if you needed any reminding, was ranked number 2 before this weekend, but the rankings are just so close, Shredders, that every result, every game throws those upside down.
And I think the previous result is the first time in a while that we've seen a change in the, not seen a change in the rankings, but Nayla, one that has his playoff spot well and truly secured, and Moswed still, I think, reminiscing about that finesse shot that we saw, and we will continue to see for weeks to come.
Nayla with all the possession, but just one shot to speak of. To be fair, he made that shot count. It was Dembele in the 18th before the spectacular response through CR7. Just 3 in-game minutes later. No further goals to bring to you. And as you said, Shredders, Mo sticking with that flat 4-4-2 in response to Nayla's 4-2-3-1 narrow.
Number 12.
And in traditional FIFA terms, if we were seeing a possession versus possession game, I think we'd be seeing Nayla run away with this. But because Mo sticks to the play style he wants to stick to, he keeps things unpredictable at the best of times. And that just forces Nayla to make adjustments. Why not take on another finesse? But you'll see Nayla be forced out of his comfort zone, maybe getting drawn a little bit closer than he'd like. And that can allow Mo to skill past defenders or even just simply speed past them when they get caught too tight. Much like he would be used to experiencing in real life football, just waiting until defenders dare come near to him and exploiting the space in behind them.
Setting off for the attempted 1-2 pass. It's a decoy. The green-timed shot straight into the defender, frustrating Mo and his legion of fans. And Nayla with a 4-on-4 at the other end. Dembele onside. Ronaldo, lovely pass, and that is well constructed, well finished. Nayla does not muck around with the celebration. He's got more work to do, but that was a goal well worth celebrating.
And the structure from Nayla time and time again. Straight up the other end is Mo. Panic clearance. And Nayla finally able to scramble the ball away through his defensive mids. Now attempting a bit of direct play of his own. That CR7 always going to prove a nuisance in the air. But Moswed really starting to go in control. Nayla losing the control of the tempo as well. And Mo finding passing options left, right and center. First time shot. And Nayla having the pressure put on him because of how quickly Mo is building into his attacks. You give him half an inch of space and Mo's taking the opportunity. And that means as we grow deeper and deeper into this contest, there'll be space in behind through passes or just through a simple bridge or a skill move such as the heel to heel or the open out fake shot. Through ball there. Well saved, but the player offside.
Mo doesn't even move, either assured that it was offside or not fussed. Up the other end, Mo goes. Very simple run. Not a lot of trickery about that. Direct straightforward, and maybe Nayla not expecting it. To his credit, he took his defender off to cut the passing lane, and it did go straight to one of those men in the, what are we calling it, Treaders? Purple kits? I'm not quite sure.
Probably, yeah, purple. I think we'll go with purple. Light purple, maybe.
I'm sticking with it. Thank you. I just needed that clarified because I keep going to say it, and I'm uncertain. And Nayla has had purple jerseys in the right areas at the right time. That is his centre-back stepping out to win that for him. Mo in kind with some manual defending. The flat four pressing out. Can Nayla pierce it? He can now. In behind with CR7. The right back, I believe it's James, coming across to help out. It stays at 2-1, and this pattern continues. Mo doesn't need possession. The keeper comes out. The keeper's called back. It's crossed. It's finished. Moswed, you are a genius. Nayla will regret the keeper movement, but Mo takes his opportunity after he saw it. He did it in the game before, Treaders, in an almost identical fashion. And everyone will say it's a simple goal. What are you talking about? He has read that before that pass is even played. It's simply superb.
And for all the risk Mo takes by running the 4-4-2 defensively, up the other end, there are just so many opportunities for him to get in behind. And an inch-perfect pass from his team of the year, Nayla. Well and truly proving worth the price tag. That's just an absurd piece of play. Moswed powering that pass to absolute perfection, and then powering the cross to perfection first time. And Nayla, in that situation, just left a passenger to the unusual style of play that Moswed is implementing. And time again, we're seeing Mo get so much joy from it. On that occasion, though, maybe getting a little bit too fancy, not as direct as we've seen him go before. But we can only really sing the praises of Moswed, even though the scoreline's only 2-2. The way Mo has got it to 2-2 has just been so extraordinary.
And while they certainly are two equals, it is the favourite versus the underdog, whether that's because of their ranking, their status, or the foot items that they're using. You cannot fight that narrative. And the style of play, I think, backing that up, it is simple from Mo, but how often have we said, Treaders, how often have we seen throughout Asia and the rest of the world, it is the competitor that does the basics well that wins not just games, but a championship. A good opportunity for Nayla, stopped by Mo's keeper. Once again, Schmeichel and Nayla getting more attention as this progresses. Nayla continues his attack from the resultant corner. Mbappe, good defending from Moswed. He continues to do the basics oh so well.
And in FIFA, doing the basics better than anyone else will make you the best at FIFA. The cross whipped in again, this time read successfully by Nayla.
Down the other end we go. You might forgive these competitors for thinking it was a best of one, as we saw Mo do in his previous contest. He does not wait for second legs to try and restore parity or even go out in front. These are two competitors, Shredders, with very different styles, both going for it in very different ways, but nothing to separate the pair.
Yeah, the real contrast in styles just comes back to the formation, the normal flat 4-4-2 from Moswed, quite unorthodox in FIFA 21, particularly as the game has gone on. A favourite to start with. These goals from both competitors were goal of the day worthy.
Have a look at that. If you missed it the first time, CR7 on 21 minutes Mo knew he had done something special. Nayla appreciates it as well, probably saying, how on earth do I defend that? You can't try and stop every player that deep in midfield. Nayla took the lead, 2-1 Treaders. But then there was this.
Just inch perfect. You cannot have a better goalkeeper kick, a goal kick than that. That is something else. It's about a centimeter from going out of play, but because of how close it is to there, Nayla's goalkeeper can't get out in time and is caught in no man's land, and the cross, so simple. When you see that ball go over the top, credit to Nayla, that's what everyone does. Like 99 times out of 100, you're calling your goalkeeper out. Yeah, just go get that for me. Kick it out of play and we'll go again. But in that situation, just inch perfect, the power spot on from Mo, and credit to him for taking that opportunity on.
What about the foot items that they're using, Treaders? We've talked about different teams' styles and different foot items. Mbappe has 6 of the 11 goals for Nayla, but it's Marcus Rashford who's now the top scorer for Moswed in this competition. He's finally starting to come good when it counts.
I would have loved to have been on a fly on the wall when Mo had his chat with Marcus Rashford yesterday, getting him to get back to his best. It's just the way I think Mo has gone about constructing his opportunities. He's subbing Rashford off at halftime, bringing on Neymar, and that 5-star weak foot from Neymar has just been important in allowing Mo to continue playing direct and also continuing the way that he wants to build up as well by having a 5-star weak foot to either turn and play as a bit of a false 9, utilize some hold-up play, or thread a through pass using that 5-star weak foot. I think also the Rashford playing on the inside, playing essentially as on his right foot, playing inverted, playing as a left striker, means that he's still risking those in behind left-footed shots, but we haven't really seen him be forced to take on those opportunities just yet. So I'll be intrigued to see if that's something that Nayla does do, if he pushes his depth up that little bit higher to force Mo to play in behind a bit more. But again, that might play into Moswed's hands because of how direct he's looking to play. But I would love to see Nayla push that depth a little bit higher and maybe just play a little bit more risky, I guess. But it's only 2-2. Anything can happen from here on out. And I think, that depth from Nayla would play a big part in him taking an advantage.
If Sarge came up to me and said, you better up your game tomorrow, Nate, I tell you what, the size of that human being, I would be like, yes, sir, my apologies, sir. Marcus Rashford, having received that very talk in game, getting the goals when they count. Nayla and Mo, nothing to separate them after this first leg. We'll head into leg 2 in just a moment's time. Keep on supporting your favorite competitor, whether you're a Melbourne Victory fan and you're getting into FIFA esports. Through this avenue, through Moswed representing your club, it's great to have you here. Or if you're just a fan of the man himself, if you're a fan of Nayla, having seen him at previous tournaments, it is wonderful to see support for competitors in this region. Do you think perhaps, Treaders, Nayla's just a tad frustrated at how that first leg played out, considering he dominated the possession?
I don't think Nayla's the type to get overly frustrated, particularly with the nature of Mo's goals. I think if there was a few rebound goals or stuff like that, we would see him express a bit of emotion. But I think the 2 goals, it was a little bit, well, the first one in particular, we saw him verbally, I think, if my lip reading is correct, what was the exact phrase he used when he saw that go in? Probably a little bit more enthusiastic than that. But I think the overall style of play that Nayla has adopted is taking a leaf out of Dylan's book a little bit, knowing that he has to control the game, has to get that process right to ensure that he's able to make the most of his opportunities. It's really awesome to see his growth as a competitor. He just gets better and better every competition we see him compete in.
The competitors just making a few more changes, and we will have that second leg to bring to you. My name is Nate Patrick. This is Treaders and I having a little chat, and we are in a very privileged position to see these competitors grow before our eyes, particularly back, I guess, before our National League when we had regional qualifiers of a IRL LAN variety, if you wish, to now online tournaments. Moswed was back there. His coach, Sarge, certainly has done his fair share of winning in the past. To Nayla right now, growing before our very eyes, just as Treaders said. And it's interesting to see, Treaders, the more the tournament goes along, party lines seem to be crossed a little bit. I've seen Peter Seisanis, for one, who you may have seen on the E-Club World Cup broadcast, doing a fantastic job talking about our zone, our region, as it were. Wonderful to have former competitors talk about the game in a different sort of role. He's backing Mo. He's all about Moswed, the Melbourne lads getting on just fine.
Yeah, and I think that goes all the way back to E-League, friendships, in-person relationships. I think that's what we do miss the most about the lands, is getting to establish those connections and those real relationships, the face-to-face. You just can't match the long nights after the lands, catching up, just hanging out, having a chat, making those connections. And I think we're missing that at the moment. I'm sure in Melbourne, I remember just going back to, I think it was when Marcus was competing on the world stage. I think back in FIFA 19 or even FIFA 20, there was the watch party that Mo, Sarge, and I think Pete was in there as well, just cheering on Marcus thousands of kilometers away. And I can't wait until we get to have those kind of experiences back again, because that's kind of the beauty of esports as well, and in sports in general. We get these online competitions, we compete from home, from the comfort, but then the next stage is getting in person and making those wonderful connections and friendships for life.
It's certainly the way that it has unfolded before. So you've got Nayla, for example, who has been in the E-League, participating in a LAN event. His teammate was Aussie FIFA HD. And unless your event finishes up with Aussie FIFA in a bar singing even though there's no karaoke around, then you've done your event wrong. As far as I'm concerned, these are the memories that will endure and last a lifetime, even when the events are done. And we're just not sure if they're happening again. We are waiting for this second leg to get underway. Nayla and Moswed. Nayla taking the closely fought, but in the end, comfortable win for Dylan. Loss for Nayla. He's gone back today, evaluated his play, and stuck with that 4-2-3-1 narrow Treaders. It's a formation we've seen throughout FIFA's past, but here in FIFA 21, it feels like, at least in this region, you've got Marco, Dylan, and Nayla, the only ones excelling in it.
And I think for me personally, I'm just glad we haven't seen any competitors try to use the 5 at the back so far, besides Ben, but unfortunately he's out of it, so we're seeing the balanced 4-2-3-1.
Enough rambling. Aussie FIFA, I miss you. Here live in loser bracket round 3, leg 2. It was 2-2, goals for CR7 and Rashford for Moswed. For Nayla, it was Dembele and Mbappe. Which foot items hold the key to success? Will progress to the loser bracket final. Slightly heavy touch. Neuer called out and claims that quite comfortably.
And the styles continue to be so prevalent and so obvious as well. It's just clear what the game plans are from both of these competitors. And Moswed currently executing his game plan to perfection. Schmeichel called into action again from Nayla. And Mo, maybe with a set-piece routine that might surprise us, but not executed on that occasion.
The right attacking mid is St. Max, and he is well and truly away. Bringing it back now is Nayla, wanting the support. Mbappe meets Bruno Fernandes, with the latter winning out. Mo, it would appear, sticking with the flat 4-4-2. You can see those wider players called short the right mid on that occasion. Mo gets possession back. Rashford, the redemption story. Is it going to continue? Or, as Tredders talked about, is it going to be more left-footed misses? Past that far post, it's something these competitors will think about. Tredders isolating foot items, making them do things they'd rather not do.
And overall, it's just about disrupting your opponent's playstyle. And I think Nayla does quite well at that in his attack. It's something that he continues to work on and develop in defense. But the way that Nayla attacks, changing of tempo, speeding it up, slowing it down. And in particular, I think A Nazeer is probably, when he's at his prime, has been historically the best at that. But now we'll see Moswed continuing to play with some pace, some intensity. Still keeping that ball. Penalty shout. Player stays on his feet. And Moswed recycles.
Comes forward now, does Moswed. You can see what he's trying, but Nayla with players in the way. And then the first touch good when he took over manual control. Happy to go back before he goes forward. Nayla likes the possession game. The big out ball, if you like, to a wide midfielder. And you can see Mo catching on a little more there. Traore at left back. Player switching to him very promptly as soon as that ball went out wide. That pass leaving something to be desired, but Traore winning that battle at the moment. Rashford does extremely well to release Ronaldo, who has 2 to beat. Cancelo with the tackle and then the touch. It stays 0-0 in this second leg and 2-2 on aggregate. The 4-2-3-1 being a somewhat defensive formation. Doesn't really matter when you've got Nayla in control, and when you're up against a flat 4-4-2, Mo will invite those opposing players forward and then back his back four, Tredders, to do the vast majority of defending.
He just keeps that pressure on. Ball chipped over the top. And Moswed, so creative in his build-up. And really capitalizing when it matters. Being so clinical when you give him half a chance. And Nayla left watching on in awe of Moswed's mastery.
The width of the 4-4-2 on display, and doesn't Moswed just know how to use it? Crossing not used a lot in FIFA 21. Maybe that's one for our expert analyst Mike LaBelle to break down for us. Moswed is bringing it back, and in some style that means Wayne Rooney joins Rashford as his leading goal scorer. A full item we weren't even sure we would see that much of. Moswed giving us flashbacks of the best possible kind. At the other end, Nayla, the left back called out, the centre back has to come and meet him, and Nayla does not care to celebrate unless he has a comfortable lead. He skips those straight away. It's Mbappe again, who now has 7 of his 12 goals in this third qualifier.
And just so straightforward from Nayla. Moswed with a little bit of a switch off at the back. And when you have a switch off in the 4-4-2 with your 2 midfielders, it's incredibly hard to recover from. But Moswed's direct over the top through balls and crossing play has left Nayla with questions to answer time and time again. But just getting caught, not being as compact as he needs to be, which allows Moswed to really dictate terms when he gets up the other end.
The touch, not what Mo would have liked, but it takes us through to the half. The Salford City vibes strong, but the scoreline equal. We have one more half to work out who will be meeting Mark 11 in the loser bracket final. These two gentlemen to get here, it was Mo coming up against Mark 11, the 2-3 loss. Then it was 6-6 after extra time against Mike J before winning on a penalty shootout. Are we destined for more extra time and maybe even penalties once more?
I don't think my heart can take penalties yet again, and I'm not even the one playing them. So hopefully for our sake, not for the drama's sake, for the drama's sake, we'd love to have penalties again. But if we can avoid that lottery, I think both of these competitors would take that. But if you get the result, at the end of the day, that's all that is remembered. And now Moswed sending a fullback on a bombing forward run. A little bit of a change up in style. And that through pass, driven. And Nayla tasked with moving this ball around quickly. If he's to really capitalize and maybe take a leaf out of Mo's book with these over-the-top through balls.
Mo able to track it back well. Maybe Nayla not getting the touches he would have desired. The through ball finds Neymar, pass inside. Nayla in the way, but the attacker gets it straight back. A big goal in this game. It's Rashford again. And Mo, once again, with the lead. He has fought back 3 times. 1-0 Nayla, 1-1. 2-1 Nayla, 2-2. He then got the advantage through Wayne Rooney. He has it this time through Marcus Rashford.
And now Moswed's task, time and time again, is to ensure that he's switched on when Nayla tries to go forward, but immediately off a turnover. Mo able to find space in behind, turning, twisting, waiting for the cutback. And now Nayla will try to take advantage. But you feel that the more times Mo goes up, it's only a matter of time before he manages to stay switched on for the entirety of the next possession. And that's when Nayla has been making the most of it. But still Mo starting to grow and grow. The Zwed to bed campaign is in full flight.
Certainly had a lot of possession in his attacking third. We call that effective possession in the area of the pitch where you would like it most. If you're Moswed, Nayla, to his credit, has defended well on several occasions. He now needs to do it at the other end. He releases that Dembele, who comes inside. Mbappe met with 3 defenders, but a fortuitous bounce. Twice he gets it back, Nayla, realizing his luck. Goes back to his midfielders to start again. CR7. This time the touch more favorable for Moswed. And with time ticking down, all the cliches are out in full force. The Moswed fairy tale does not seem to end. Nayla showing his first real signs of frustration.
And those fullback substitutions for Mo, or the fullback substitution rather, might prove to be the difference now that he's got that advantage. And we've been seeing Nayla exploit that right-hand side time and time again. So that pause and substitution could not have come at a better time. Besides probably 1 or 2 minutes ago. And here comes Nayla down that. His left-hand side, Mo's right-hand side yet again. And that's probably as good a tactical foul as we'll see. But Nayla playing through it, finding the through ball, and continuing to fight back. And this game has another twist in its tail.
4-4. The draw once more. Moswed cannot complete his pass, and maybe that excellent defending from Nayla has given him the confidence to go forward. It's again down that far side, his left-hand side. Very interesting. Only that competitors at all levels generally favour the side nearest to the camera. We call that the near side. Nayla showing he can exploit the weakness rather than just do what might be a bit more natural or comfortable, if you like. Oh, Mo wins that back. That is fortuitous. He comes forwards, Wed. And Nayla, realizing the sprint is on, gets a defender in the way very quickly.
And maybe it's a throwback to his pro clubs days. Remember him attacking down the left-hand side time and time again. And that's the side he seems to continually look to exploit. Makes it a little bit harder for the opposition to read. And now Mo just standing off a little bit. Just worried about the passing lanes rather than the man on the ball. And that style of defending paying off for him again. But maybe we see Nayla look to press after possession loss for a little bit, particularly before we go to extra time, and get that depth up to try and secure the win in regular time.
Are we going to see a winner from one of these competitors? Nayla utilising the player lock, but the keeper is moved. And the keeper saves well. It stays at 4-4. Corner taken short for Nayla. Excellent challenge, Moswed. Numbers back for Nayla, so he tries the threaded through ball in hope more than anything else. Only a few minutes remaining. The aggregate scoreline still all level. Nayla, the first stop and prop of the game, waiting for Mo to commit with a defender. Maybe just waiting for the stoppage time chance. Nayla forward, past the defender on the right foot. The save once more, and the last opportunity appears to be Moswed's. He bangs it forward. The touch, somehow. But the ball going back so far after said touch. The referee says, let's stop it there. Possession and shots, more or less even. It was 2-2 in the first leg, 2-2 in the second. I mentioned their 1-1 draw in their E-League Season 3 encounter. They appear to be somewhat evenly matched, Shredders.
And it's just the contrasting play styles. Nayla growing and growing defensively, but still there's just enough space in behind for Moswed to take advantage of, along with some simply absurd quality goals from him. I think Nayla, in this stoppage time, will be trusting his skills to get him the result. But maybe, just maybe, we'll see a little bit of Moswed magic before potentially heading to penalties.
How much more magic can he conjure? Moswed using a team that has had no money spent on it is here in qualifier number 3. And he is level. What a ball that is, by the way. Takes the shot rather early. And also far post, meaning Nayla can get his defender across to cover in time. Nayla's methodical build-up once more. The save again, are you kidding me? I'm ready to explode in exuberance to celebrate the goals that Nayla refuses to celebrate, but it's Mo's keeper refusing to let more goals be scored. Nayla again with that close control. Shredders waxed lyrical about yesterday, and well should he do. One of the best in the region, one of the best arguably in the world, but Mo's defending world class. He has once again his left mid. It's now Delafou. He'll bring it back to the right-hand side. We've seen it on multiple occasions. Nayla getting a defender in the way. Once again, both competitors, Treaders, defending so well.
Just making the required reads at the moment. And Mo showing that he has the propensity to take on those long shots. So Nayla awake to it. I'd love to see a running fake shot, maybe from Mo. Does well to keep that ball there. Maybe a running fake shot or just a generic fake shot to keep Nayla guessing, particularly around those areas. But the Moswed magic still maybe an opportunity to come. And both competitors resolute in sticking to their game plans. Not much difference from start to finish. The only real difference has been the substitutions made.
Do you think there's a competitor, Treaders, that would be more happy to go to a penalty shootout should we stay level?
Potentially. I think Mo, having that success in the previous penalty shootout, might back himself. But I think a lot of competitors want the game done before we head to the lottery. Particularly as you just never know when Neymar or one of those items might be relied on to get the clutch penalty, and the unpredictable run-ups and all those kind of things that can play into effect in the penalty shootouts. No matter how many times you've practiced, it can just leave you ruining the opportunities that you missed in normal time.
Only one goal in that game against Mark 11 for Mo. It was all level, and then pens in his success against Mike J. He likes to give his fans heart palpitations. Check your pulse right now watching on. I know my heart is beating quickly as we discover whether it's Mo or Nayla. It will be, as always, just so sad to see one of them not enabled to continue in this competition, but that is the nature of the beast. Only one can succeed, regardless of how much we cherish every single one. Mo forward into the last few minutes. He's looking for the 1-2 pass. Nayla across to cover. 3 in-game minutes left to play. Nayla again so comfortable through the midfield. Rarely turns it over in this area. Is it too early to think about the stoppage time chance? He's on the left side, this time with Rashford, and Mo brings over 2. It leaves a player in the middle. Nayla gets the strike and finishes superbly. It's St. Max to give him the 5-4 lead. Mo with the 4-2 for it now. We'll be looking back at that moment and perhaps wishing he was slightly more composed in defense.
Credit to Nayla, though. Just waited for his opportunity, and Mo knew the threat of letting that pass go back to the edge of the area because it would have been passed straight into that eventual defender. And Nayla, Moswed, last chance saloon right now.
Here we go, Mo fans. It's now or never. He drives it across in hope, and then it goes through the legs on the return. The Moswed fairy tale has come to a close. And again, shaking a little bit, as I'm sure many of you are. Every game that involves that man seems to go down to the wire. What about Nayla, though, Treaders? The underdog. He said, I think I'm rated pretty much fair enough. When Kyle said, you think you're underrated? I think it's time we all start giving him a bit more credit.
Yeah, just the composure, and he got his goal through going over that far side time and time again. Has so many options at his disposal, so much variety in attack, and eventually over 120 minutes in that second leg, and indeed across the 2 legs, you just find that he will crack you down, he will break apart your defense. But credit to Mo, He put on a show for us, and he delivered the magic show that we've come to expect of him.
Mo, you are truly something else. We hope that is not the last we see of you at this level for competitive FIFA. But Nayla, your time is now. The future is bright. And he will go through to play Mark 11 in the loser bracket final. To break down that extra time affair, let's throw it back to Kyle and Mike.
Hey, Jenners, thank you so much for that one right there. Wow, what another tense game. The drama is flowing on Championship Sunday in the third and final qualifier in Oceania. Mike LaBelle, let's try and break this one down right now. 2-2 in the first leg. I thought it was going to be 2-2 in the second leg, but Nayla, he comes up clutch, as you said. What was it? Clinical, clutch, composure. Was it composure and defense? I mean, we saw all of those things.
Well, it's always been about the main three is being clinical, being composed, and then your defense, it wins championships at the end of the day. But I feel the need that we really have to add in almost a clutch factor at this point, because in FIFA in particular, we're looking at FIFA as an esport, so many games are decided late. And that's just been a constant reminder that the games are never done, they're never over. People make tactical adjustments, it gets a lot more pressure based, and it's how you close it out. Look at this finesse shot. My goodness. Just rattles the crossbar. Yeah, that's a good reaction. I mean, in the competitive world, most people aren't shooting from there, and you see Nayla's reaction. What? Are you kidding me? I would let you shoot there most of the time from that type of distance. It's just so unlikely to convert it. It has to be perfect, and it was perfect. As you see the extra pass there from Nayla. A lot of space made wide open, and it is a pretty simple finish in that regard. We've been seeing this from Mo quite frequently, some of the crossing. It makes sense as well, considering that he's a housemate with Marcus Gomes. Gomes known for the cross this year. I like to see it, a nice little mix-up of being able to pick out the switch or finding open space.
Now, this was the second leg where it was tied at 2-2. Going into it, both of them attacking, both of them hoping to find that little bit of space, and it was Mo who managed to find it, taking that lead in that second leg. But Nayla kept on pushing. Underrated, I asked him. He said, no, I'm rated just where I should be, and he showed that everyone should be rating him even more with this performance. Both of these competitors managing to find that extra inch time and time again. I'm loving the celebration from Moswed each time, just shaking those fingers. But just as Salford City did yesterday, that's who Nayla's badge is right there. At Wembley, they won the EFL trophy. They only keep it for 24 hours. Let's not get into that though. It was Nayla who managed to find a winner in the final stages as well, coming out on top 5-4 and making his way through to that losers bracket final where he will take on Mark 11. Commiserations to Moswed, 12 shots, 11 on target, scoring 4. He is out of the tournament right there. But it is Nayla who marches forward, keeps on going, hoping to cement that top 5 spot, hoping to keep on pushing forward, and who knows, maybe even winning this entire tournament. Mike, let's talk about Moswed just very quickly before we get to our winner. What a performance from him. I think he showed everyone here what he's capable of.
Yeah, Magical Mo, as they like to say, with kind of a reminder. Also, his account, he's on a road to glory. So he's made zero investment. He's got a full-time job. He's playing semi-professional or /professional soccer or football. And you got to give a lot of credit that he's been able to put together such a competitive team and really grind the game out and the results that he's gotten. He does it in a very easy on the eyes type of fashion as well, with the way that he counterattacks and the way that he pushes bodies forward. He's not someone who's going to hold the ball often whatsoever, actually. He's very decisive as he goes forward. He looks for opportunities, and he gives you some of that spectacular, that special sauce.
He does indeed. Special sauce by Magic Mo. I'm loving all of these that are coming out right now. It's time to have a look back at some of the action as we've got our game highlight presented by PlayStation.
You couldn't have set that up cleaner. And we're going to revisit Magical Mo and the comeback trail that happened earlier today versus Mike. And it's a very classic play. You're going to see a beautiful through ball. But we haven't talked about the chip And we haven't given some chip appreciation in quite some time. So the keeper's in no man's zone. He's coming out. You see this opportunity, aim diagonal, use the chip, give yourself a little extra oomph, at least 2 to 3 bars of power. That's exactly what Mo does after unleashing the perfect through ball. Keeper falls down. It's gorgeous. I like to celebrate it. I'm happy to have the chip life back in FIFA 21. Every year, I feel as if sometimes the chip is very active and it's in the normality and the usage rate, and then other years you take off and it's not effective at all and you never see it, you forget about it. It could be the same with the low driven shot. Think about all the commentary duties that we've had, or the analysis, Kyle, and the times that we're talking about low driven shots, and then this year, not relevant at all. You never see them used. It's been all about the chip, the finesse, just a standard power shot. You just don't have it. It's not in the rotation.
It looks very good though, that chip. So I'm here for the chip appreciation as well. Hopefully we'll see some more. We've got 2 or possibly 3 matchups left on Championship Sunday. Our losers bracket final, and then it's all roads to that grand final where the competitor will have to force a bracket reset if they are wanting to win this entire tournament. We're having a look at the losers bracket right there. Moswed, unfortunately, going out to Nayla, who beat him 5-4. So that sets up that losers bracket final. Mark 11 taking on Nayla. Both of these going head-to-head, hoping, dreaming, wanting that spot in that grand final right now. Mike LaBelle, I mean, Mark 11, we've not seen him yet today, but we know what he's capable of. Once again, there's going to be drama. There's going to be fireworks. I can feel it.
No doubt about it, and we can congratulate everyone as well. We know the top 5 for playoffs, so at this point, guys are playing to win the event, obviously, and it's huge for their pedigree. But the only guy that really had a chance to move in was going to be A Nazeer, and he wasn't able to get the results today. So we have our top 5 solidified, and all 3 of these guys are included in that top 5 with Mark, Nayla, and Dylan, which kind of shows you that the consistency is there. Greek Freak was probably sweating a little bit today because he went out kind of early for this tournament, but he's good to go. So a lot of these guys are now starting to transition and think forward on what they want to bring to the playoff package.
They are indeed, but before we get to playoffs, we've got to round the action up here on Championship Sunday. That losers bracket final between Nayla and Mark 11 is coming up very shortly. Make sure you stay around. Make sure you stick with us. We'll be back after this short break.
FIFA Global Series Oceania Qualifier 3 is presented by PlayStation 4.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series. It is the third and final qualifier in the Oceania region. What a couple of days we've had already, and we've got plenty more action to come. My name is Kyle Walker. I'm joined by Mike LaBelle. Mike, here we are at the losers bracket final. One competitor who we haven't seen today in Mark 11, another competitor who's caused so much tension and drama throughout these rounds that we've seen today already. Mark 11 taking on Nayla in this one. It should be exciting. Plus, we're all thinking about playoffs. Nayla said he's thinking about playoffs. This is a great way for him to climb even further up those Global Series rankings.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Like I said, we've got our positions kind of solidified for playoffs. Now these guys are playing for, of course, maybe a little more of the pocket stuffing to go with their legacy. Who doesn't want to be a winner? Who doesn't want to build in form? It's really important as well, especially for these three competitors that are left. We're going to have a new champion. None of these guys have won any of the events yet. Nayla hasn't been able to hold a trophy. We haven't seen Mark, this is really his rookie season, hold a trophy. And then, of course, Dylan. He's been in the finals before, but he hasn't been able to get through the finals. He's got all the momentum this time through. He's undefeated, only player undefeated. He's got double the chances, double the opportunity. Is it his time to say, look, I've got that pedigree too?
Now, if you're at home and you're thinking, I could do that, I could hold a trophy, well, get involved with the PS4 Tournaments Open Series. This is your chance to showcase to the world what you're capable of. Yes, the PS4 Tournaments are weekly competitions for all skill levels, competing against your friends and rivals for unique rewards. You compete online for prizes ranging from unique game-specific dynamic themes and avatars to in-game currency and cash prizes. Those who play in EA Sports FIFA 21 will have a chance to show off their skills to friends and rivals in weekly broadcasts hosted by PlayStation, and all you have to do is go to compete.playstation.com, sign in with your PSN ID, and Mike LaBelle show them how it's done.
It's pretty simple, very intuitive. Everything's integrated internally here. And this is your tips, your tricks. You want to get all the insider scoop, the information. You want to compete. You want to take part. It's a good way to get yourself into the competitive scene. Nice little gateway. There's always different types of prizes on the line. I teased this earlier, but I know just about a week from now, there's going to be an announcement for something that's going to be free to enter. And the first prize, PS5. And you know how difficult it is to be able to get your hands on some of these new consoles. So that's a great prize. Highly recommend it. Just wait for it. Just stay tuned. If you have more questions, you can ask Kyle. Kyle loves inquiries, deliveries. If you have any problems, solutions, just hit up Kyle. Kyle's your guy.
Just mention token to me. That's all I need. Just at me with token, please. I love it. I absolutely love it. Right, back to the action here. The losers bracket side of things. It is the final coming up for you shortly. Nayla taking on Mark 11. We've talked about Nayla. We've seen him in action. Let's talk a little bit about Mark 11 now, Mike, because this is someone who time and time again is showcased what he's capable of, even at such a young age.
Well, there isn't an age restriction or a limit now, and this has been a constant debate as well. Is a lot of times when we were talking about esports, we were saying, oh, well, they're not ready to win. You need to be maybe lower 20s. You need a certain amount of experience. You need to do this. You need to do that. That's not the case. A lot of people also mentioned saying, oh, well, what about their future? It's like, no, they're in the present right now. We've got players that come from the past that have past history, but I don't think there really is even a future technically from a player-to-player basis in the competitive world. If you're playing at a high level now, go for it now. There's no reason to wait. There's no reason to really build into it. We're seeing more and more winners that are teenagers, and I think that's going to be a reality here, is that they have the time and they're making the investment. They're committed to it. They're dedicated to it. And so much is still about instinctive reading of the game and really having that muscle memory and then working on your mentality. But we see the maturity. When we interview these guys, we talk to them, they're still finishing up school. They've got classes. They've got this. They've got that. And they're able to prioritize and also allocate time properly to everything. Mark's a good example of that. He only plays FIFA Thursday to Sunday. He doesn't even play during the week because he's doing so much with school.
Right, let's bring in the casters who are going to be calling this one in that losers bracket final. Nate and Treaders. Treaders, I'm going to come to you first just on this one. Nayla, full of confidence after the matches today. Mark 11, we've not seen him. Let's get into predictions. How do you think this one's going to go?
I think I'm going to lock in Nayla for this one, and with that, he will take out top spot in our region heading into playoffs. I think the way he's played today has been as controlled, as composed, particularly at the defensive end, as we've ever seen him. So he keeps getting better and better, and he seems to be peaking at the right time.
Nate, can we see another competitor climbing up through that losers bracket side of things to take home the crown and to be crowned champion of this region?
It does seem to keep happening. Nayla's been superb, particularly defensively today. If you want my prediction, I think I'm leaning towards Mark 11, the youngster, fresh as a daisy, ready to strike.
And Mike LaBelle, who are you thinking for this one?
Everything about form says Nayla should be the easy choice, but something tells me Mark's going to be a surprise here and get it done. He's going to disrupt what Nayla wants to do and be able to score the goals and showcase some of that creativity and general innovation on the offensive end.
Right, I'm going to go with Nayla on this one. There's nothing behind it. I just choose a name because I've got to talk to both of them, so it can get slightly awkward. I'm going to say Nayla. Let's see what happens. Let's jump into the losers bracket final here on the third qualifier in Oceania. Nate and Treaders, it's over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Kyle, and thank you, Mike. My name is Nate Patrick. I'm joined by Treaders for our losers bracket final. All competitors, Treaders, youngsters of the competition, with Moswed being eliminated. It keeps this whole 18-year-old and under thing going. For reference, all right, Mark 11 is half my age. It's ridiculous. My time is that far in the past. This is what we're dealing with right now. And we're seeing Mark 11, again, grow up with a particular iteration of FIFA that has him ingrained in the defending and attacking systems. This is second nature to him.
And I think the other thing that becomes second nature to these competitors, the younger ones, is they're getting used to adjusting to different gameplay styles, to different metas, and the best of the best really embrace their own style of playing the game. It's why Mo was able to make this run he did. He had his game style, his tactics set up. He doesn't care that everyone else is trying to play the five at the back. He has his style and he stuck to it. And again, Nayla, Mark, and Dylan, all three of these competitors are similar in that way.
I certainly feel like I've seen it all, but we're going to see something a little bit new. FIFA Esports has a wonderful way of surprising us, particularly in big competitions on the big stage. This is your loser bracket final for the third Oceania regional qualifier. It is Mark 11 versus Nayla. Mark 11 with that 3-2 win over Mo before going down 2-7 to Dylan, who of course awaits one of these competitors in that grand final. Mbappe is your foot item to watch for both. He has 3 out of Mark 11's 5 goals. He has 7 of Nayla's 14. Nayla also losing against Dylan before those 5-1 and 5-4 victories against A Nazeer and Mo, respectively. And interesting to see their Treaders. Mark 11 bringing out Schmeichel, no doubt based on the quality saves we've seen from him today.
And already the pattern of play so far, it seems like a slower version of Mo, obviously, in possession when Mark's on the ball, but Nayla trying to play a little bit more direct early on, staying off a little bit, and that defensive spacing that we saw in the previous game when he was defending against Mo is quite extraordinary, really. He's maintaining that broomstick distance from the attacker at all times, which allows him to make the read in any direction. And Mark will be left with quite a lot of work to do if he is to get that ball forward, particularly against the 4-2-3-1.
Coming forward now is Mark trying the shot from distance. The goalkeeper nowhere near it. Nayla cannot believe that the defender didn't get in the way, that the keeper didn't get a hand to it. But it's one of those animations where the goalkeeper is apparently not sighted. The defender in the way means he moves and dives really late, to be fair. The strike from Neymar was stupendous, And it is Mark 11 who takes the 1-0 lead.
And as a competitor, there's no real worse feeling than feeling that you've defended it quite well and then being shocked, as it just feels like it falls out of your control a little bit. But to be fair to Mark in the attack, he opened up enough space to take that opportunity on, and Nayla, because he just got caught a little bit too deep for the first time since that first finesse goal that Mo scored, he was able to be punished by Mark. Now, Mark, a bit slower in build-up than what we saw from Mo, just gradually working his way forward, ensuring he's got numbers that support him in the attack and not risking giving up that ball. A lot more controlled, a lot more composed, and yet he'll still be just as dangerous because of his close control and because of the speed at which he makes reads when he's passing the ball.
Mark 11 with a tackle high up, Mbappe on the left, but Theo with the defensive block for Nayla. Very encouraging signs for Mark 11 early. He's had to wait patiently today, Treaders. We've often seen competitors not able to get their hands properly warm, if you like. Struggle early, not the case at all with Mark 11 so far in this game.
And so classy is our region that we've got competitors who have been recently knocked out offering to play friendlies against the competitors who are still playing. We've got, at the moment, Greek Freak FIFA, credit to him, knocked out yesterday. He's playing Dylan in a friendly right now. So how brilliant are the competitors in our region? Again, we go on and on about it, but genuinely some of the nicest esports professionals in the entirety of the scene.
We're always happy for Oceania competitors' success, but when they're nice people on and off the digital pitch, it does make things that more heartfelt. Had an interview earlier this year talking about the new guard as they keep getting talked about, I guess, saying what was it like back in your playing day is a very simple answer as Nayla comes forward, part of this new guard. Excellent block by Walker on the line or close to for Mark 11. We'll come back to that thought in a moment. Here we go. The short answer is these competitors are at a new level. There are meta changes. The stakes are higher. The scene is greater. You can forget about the very old guard, if you like. Our time could not be any more done. It is these competitors doing things I know I could only dream of. And the rewards, of course, greater to Treaders, pro points, further opportunities, playoffs, esports sponsorships, and of course the financial component. It is all so very different from 10 or so years ago.
And this is all without the lands that have been so important in the FIFA scene to date being so prevalent in years gone by. And I think when we combine everything that we've had from the past years with Foot Champs Cups, as we see the ball go out of play at half-time, 1-0 advantage to Mark 11 from that wonder strike from Neymar. And it's just been a little bit of a holding pattern early on. Nayla's control of the game and his looking to control of the game not quite paying off so far, with Mark matching the composure of Nayla so far.
And he sticks with that defensive 4-4-2. Part of being, again, a modern esports professional is that you need multiple formations at your disposal. It is a game that is just so much more in depth. I know we can look fondly, Treaders, at the simplicity of FIFA's past, FIFA 10, the long-range shots, the happy memories, the nostalgia, but the tactical options for these competitors are just so much more in depth, and it just adds to the long list of reasons why, if you're watching and you're not yet a fan of the scene, or you're not yet appreciating what these competitors are doing, take it from an old hand. They are taking this game to new levels. They are the best that there has ever been. Nayla looking to open his scoring. It is Mbappe on the left foot, and he now has over half the goals for Nayla in this third qualifier. Of course it's Mbappe, and Nayla will watch this one back. Very happy with his work, as well should he be.
And that's Nayla at his very best, speeding up the play when required to create the space in behind. Saw that Mark was essentially being rocked to sleep by his back and forth passing. And so Nayla sees the opportunity to take a bridge, to hit a directional nutmeg, ball roll, scoop turn, and a finish to match the build-up.
Consider this your final plea. Get on board. Mark 11 and Nayla. They are going places. This scene is going places. And make no mistake, it is on the strength of the competitors and them alone that the scene moves forward. The 16-year-old versus the 18-year-old. Stuck at 1-1, but with 2 goals of the very highest caliber.
And with playoffs secure, this is invaluable experience going forward. Just the intensity of gameplay. It can be the difference between matching competitors that you want to, or even getting a second opportunity depending on how the playoffs are structured. And so, with the unknowns at hand, it's so important for these competitors to get the result and then, of course, secure the prize money that comes along with it.
The best competitors play for the highest of stakes. While some of that pressure is off when we have a look at playoffs and whatnot, again, the added pressure that comes of expectation, the pattern of winning, and esports orgs, brands, etc., all looking to get involved. At every stage, it is wise to put your best foot forward. Nayla attempting to go through with CR7, James in the way. Mark 11's defending, and composure, as we touched on yesterday, Treaders. Something else for a 16-year-old.
And both of these competitors get better and better every single game they play. But holding patterns at the moment, still trying to feel for openings, quite defensive in their setups, trying to avoid allowing their opposition to get into the swing of things, get into too much control. And Nayla, I think the advantage lies with him at the moment because he's not had to defend for the longest, but in FIFA esports, that can all change in the blink of an eye. If you switch off for any time at all, it can all be gone, all your hard work. Indeed, Mark 11 heading to the byline, and substitutions will be requested. Neither of the competitors looking to get too far forward with their fullbacks at the moment either.
It was Cancelo. It will be Mbabu now alongside Hernandez for Mark 11. Does feel like Treaders the best competitors know exactly when and when not to get their fullbacks involved.
And I think for mine, getting those fullbacks involved more often than not can lead to you being a better competitor, to be honest. I think it's something that a number of competitors miss out on because they're worried about conceding, and it limits their opportunities going forward, particularly hitting quick build-up passes and on the counter-attack. As we're seeing Mark go forward. Another huge save by Schmeichel. The simplest of heel-to-heels to create this space. A warning shot fired at Nayla, who will look to go directly up the other end on a counter-attack.
If anything's going to spur Nayla into further attacking action, it is that. I admit, Shredders, I didn't quite see the touch. I saw the woodwork. But I'll back you there. The goalkeeper, once again, coming up clutch. CR7 at the other end, shooting straight at Schmeichel, who makes a much more comfortable save. St. Max. Mbappe still has the ball for Nayla. Manages to get it to Rashford. St. Max can't go past James. And once again, Mark 11's very impressive defending continues. This first leg has flown right by. Of course, a best of two. When we get to the grand final, we'll explain how that differs just a little bit. Maybe Mark 11 already thinking ahead to the stoppage time chance that we've seen come up clutch for competitors across the varying rounds. It's why he's holding it. It's why he goes back to Bruno. And it's why, as we tick on into stoppage time, he'll make his incision forward. Bruno out wide to St. Max. Not very clean, but it is under control. It needs to go forward. Mbappe set off on a run. Neymar likewise. Reece James. It is again. Nayla exhales with relief. And it's just one goal for each competitor. Really good defending from Nayla and Mark 11. If you had to pick 1-1, if you had to pick a goal for each competitor to score, Tritters, you wouldn't mind seeing those back time and time again.
Yeah, it was just simple creations of opportunities. And I thought Mark 11 came out the strongest. And for the first time in a couple of legs, we saw Nayla standing off his man on the ball in defense. His spacing in defense has been so good. Brilliant attack there. That is an opportunity that Nayla would have liked to have had back. A finesse in that situation. And so brilliant. The close control from Nayla is just next level when he gets into the final third. But both of these competitors similar in their attitudes, and there's that incredible save by Schmeichel. Getting... You don't need to be a professional lip reader to know what was said there, but getting a solid hand on that to deflect it onto the crossbar. Again, close control, such an important part of being a FIFA competitor, nearly as important as it is being able to execute your player switches in defense.
We've mentioned that word, that buzzword that keeps coming up, composure, mostly about Mark 11 in defense. But what about that goal from Nayla, where I'm sure many competitors, many players would have just bridged through the outside, gone for that shot on the angle. He had that composure to bring it back onto the left foot and create himself a much clearer opportunity.
And in those situations, as a defender, you either jump in at a point, expect the shot on the right foot and shift across to that side. It's so hard to not jump in, and particularly when the initial pass is so direct, and so you're left with a decision to make, and you risk also giving away a penalty in those situations. And inevitably, when Nayla has so many options at his disposal, so much variety at hand in his attack, it ends up being such a brilliant goal-scoring opportunity, even a higher percentage chance for him in particular compared to a number of other competitors.
We've talked about how important the chances will be in this loser bracket final. They are of a premium. They are of big significance. A spot in the grand final awaits. These competitors will have to face Dylan again one way or another. But first, they have to look across from one another Say, you're in my way, get out of my way. I want to get through. I want this moment. We've mentioned before, it differs around the world. Maybe your football league is of huge significance. In England, of course, Spain, Italy, France, and so on. Here in Australia, it is FIFA esports that gets the limelight, the stardom, and the viewers over our own soccer or football league, whichever you prefer. These are the superstars of our footballing region, and two young up-and-comers at that. Nayla and Mark 11, so gentle, so softly spoken, and with such expectation treaders. Do you see either of them mixing anything up as they look to secure their advantage in the second leg?
I don't think so. I think we'll see Nayla continuing to vary up his attack. The way he goes forward, he will trust himself when he hits that left-hand side for this half, the far side of the screen, to create his opportunities. And maybe the only variance for both competitors will be the tempo at which they play at.
We hope for a high-tempo affair. We've had Moswed deliver the tempo on many occasions. Nayla's scorelines to date: 4-7 loss, 5-1 win, 5-4 against Mo. Mark 11, 3-2 versus Mo. And then the 2-7 loss versus Dylan. You don't have to worry too much about the 7 conceded. Mark 11 happy to go for it because goal difference not a factor. Goals scored and conceded don't carry across from round to round. It just means, Treaders, if you are behind by a few, you might as well put the pedal to the metal and see what you can do. You might even find you have a Mike J inspired comeback within you.
And for these competitors playing the style they are, there isn't too much space for large comebacks. It's very much grit and grind involved, working your opponent out and wearing them down, which makes it a little bit less frenetic for the viewer to watch. But at the end of the day, all that people remember are the results. And again, Mark 11 up to the task of defending Nayla's variance on that occasion, potentially playing a part due to how many times these competitors have played each other across the competitive season. But a lot of it comes down to how composed they are in defense, never jumping into a challenge, never switching to the center back unless it's 100% challenge to be made. I think for mine, the most interesting part is the contrast in how these players, how these competitors rather, use their wingers, how they use their wide players. We're seeing Nayla, pretty much every attack starts out wide, whereas Martin will build up through the middle before heading out wide, and indeed Nayla directly out wide there, cuts it, attempts to take a shot on, rather bravely, maybe hoping for a rebound. But that angle pretty much, while not totally impossible, pretty close to it.
The freeze Dembele, 86 overall, only 82 finishing. So despite having 5-star, not always the most reliable. In front of goal, it is he who charges forward for Nayla, trying to pass inside. Unable to find his teammate on that occasion. 78 short passing for Dembele. I could be well off the mark there. Hopefully the point still registers. He is not a foot item that is there to score a hatful of goals or necessarily even set up teammates with assists. He is, however, brilliant in a one-on-one situation. Foot items, of course, only as good as the competitor behind the sticks. Mark 11's maturity, something to behold. The young man defying his age and expectation thereof by being so disciplined in defense. If you are a teenager watching on, try and learn a thing or two from Mark 11 here. His patience is there. It's all good and well to score exciting goals, to put on a show, to send clips, put them up on TikTok, share them with your friends. But if you want to make it far into qualifiers, you have to be patient with your defending as well.
And on an attack a few moments ago, we saw for the first time Nayla send his left back Theo Hernandez on a run to start the counter attack, and that's something that I think will prove to be the difference, is just the utilization of those fullbacks, because at the moment the tempo is being forced to be so same-ish because of the lack of width on offer. With all the attackers trying to plow into the box, it becomes a little bit predictable, a little bit easy to read for the opposition. And so the counter-attacking opportunities are just heavily limited. And so eventually a competitor has to take on that risk versus reward approach. Maybe they switch off for half a moment, but I don't think you want to be waiting for yourself to switch off or your opponent to switch off. It's just an incredibly unreliable way to score opportunities. And again, a half chance goes directly at Schmeichel.
I thought that was the moment that would break this contest open. It's not, and we go onwards. The 4-4-2 defensive versus the 4-2-3-1. You can check it as many times as you like, young man. Those systems are not changing while this stays 1-1. The Neymar goal on 16 minutes of the first leg, followed by the Mbappe strike on 53 for Nayla. Could I be wrong here, Treaders? Do you think there could be a big change coming for one of these competitors, even if the scoreline doesn't?
Only in mentality. I think either a competitor gets worn down, but both of these competitors are getting to the stage where they're getting so much experience at this level that it becomes incredibly hard to phase them. I would love to see maybe a change in the way they utilize their fullbacks, utilize the width from either one of them. But as far as formation goes and the overall style of play, I don't think we'll see too much shift. Unless maybe Mark or Nayla might find themselves getting a bit frustrated at the lack of genuine scoring opportunities, and we'll say, you know what, it's time for me to bite the bullet. But I don't think either of them will be willing to take that risk, even though their playoff spots are secured.
I won't hammer the point home again about what is at stake, even if playoffs are secured. You know it by now. You know the game plan, the style, the story. The only question is, which one will progress? St. Maximin on the far side for Nayla. As that move down pat, cutting back down the line before the pass inside, and then the follow-up pass. Just awful, not at all what he intended. Mark 11 to go again. 1/3 of this second leg left to play. Who are you backing in the Twitch chat? Is it Nayla or is it Mark 11? One of them with the opportunity to right the wrongs against DW Dillon, who awaits them in the grand final. Again, it's Nayla with the player lock, but it's Mark 11 with the read, winning it back. Bruno forward, really good first time pass. Back to Renato Sanchez, who, if Jones is Mini Hullet, Sanchez is Mini Jones, comes forward. But nowhere to go at present. There's the pass. The shot from distance, and again it's the woodwork. And the player on the follow-up is offside. That is twice that the woodwork has been struck.
Wow, no goalkeeper intervention required there. Struck with venom and unable to find the back of the net. And Nayla will feel a little bit fortunate. But Mark's defense has been up to the task so far. But the skill, La Croqueta cancel in that situation, nearly proving effective. But the big body of CR7 unable to get the job done on that occasion. And maybe, I was wondering whether we'd see a return of the Moswed goal kick. And Nayla finding his way through, so straightforward. Goalkeeper movement from Mark 11. And out of not too much besides a giveaway from Mark, Nayla is able to capitalize. And so often do we see that when you fail to capitalize on your opportunities, straight up the other end your opposition goes and makes you pay.
I'm a little shocked, Shredders, to be quite honest. How often has we seen a left-footed strike with a player off balance go far post and miss it completely? I would have thought the good money would be to stay near post if you're going to move that goalkeeper. If anything, move them more near post. Forced your opponent into what has proved to be a difficult shot for most competitors. Easy for us to say. I guess it doesn't matter anymore, because Mark 11 will need to go back to his goal-scoring roots and find a way to restore parity.
And hopefully we'll finally see these fullbacks plow forward, and immediately as I say that, that fullback goes on a run but is now out of position. Press on possession loss most definitely activated for Mark 11 now. No choice but to go to more attacking style of FIFA. Trying to win those individual battles won't ideally be the way forward for him. Instead, he'll have to rely on his overall team play to create the opportunities, particularly against a very disciplined and resolute Nayla.
You see that press taking effect? It will change the structure of this game. It forces Nayla to go long, and Mark 11 can go back on the attack. Neymar, a few step overs. Schmeichel saving comfortably. Again, Mark 11 forging ahead. Mbappe. It's with Mbabu, not the foot item you want. In that situation, he's playing in midfield. He may well have to contribute in an attacking sense. Bruno for Mark 11. Ronaldo trying to skip onto the left foot. Nothing doing. Nayla releases the pressure, and there's a player free in the middle. Mark 11 covers him initially, but then runs out. Nayla runs inside. He wants the player in the middle. He finds him, and of course it's Mbappe. Nayla with the hammer blow. Nayla had Mbappe score 7 of his 14 goals before this contest. You can make that 10 out of 17 right now.
And that's the versatility that Nayla does have once you give him the space. And unfortunately for Mark 11, he had no option but to go forward to try and press on, and it leaves space in behind. The low stamina of his defenders really starting to hurt. But this direct play will be his only opportunity to try and steal the #1 spot. And Nayla sending that into the dugout towards the 4th official, who in a moment will indicate how many minutes of stoppage time we have.
Mark 11 will only get the 1 additional minute, and that tackle seals it. If you remember from qualifier number 2, this pair met in the winner bracket semi-final number 2. It was Nayla with the 8-2 win. Well, Nayla is once again Mark 11's nemesis, this time in qualifier number 3. Mark 11 going so far, but yet again, Nayla proving a stumbling block far too great.
And congratulations to Nayla for sealing #1 spot in the region, heading into playoffs. It's well deserved as well. He's been consistent, been composed, made the adjustments required, and has been just such a quality opponent, quality competitor to watch, and now all the way through with the opportunity to get his first piece of silverware.
Mark 11, restart of what is sure to be an incredible, blossoming, inspiring career. We look forward to seeing you back bigger, better, and greater. But Nayla gets around this man through the losers bracket. He has come. Guess who awaits once more? We do it all again. Nayla versus DW Dylan, this time in the grand final. To break down that loser bracket final, let's head back to Kyle and Mike.
Nate Treaders, thank you so much for that one. Yes, Nayla keeps on progressing through, and he goes all the way to that grand final where he will meet DW Dylan. That'll be coming up for you very, very shortly. Mike, let's break down the match we've just watched, though. Mark 11 and Nayla. A much closer affair, I feel like, than what we've seen today. Tightly packed. Both of those competitors making the most of the opportunities they did create, but they didn't create as many as we've seen throughout today.
It wasn't as open, but that's to be expected. You're always going to have different types of gameplay styles, and sometimes it'll open up a game that's going to be very fluid and very attacking. In other scenarios, it becomes more of a tactical situation. I did not know you could score a finesse shot like that in FIFA 21. The reaction is the same for Nayla. He says, how did I concede that? What? Because it's not only that it's a finesse shot from outside the box, but it's also beating the goalkeeper on the near post. It's just not common procedure. A little bit of good fortune there with the initial nutmeg. However, maybe it evened itself out, beats the goalkeeper. But you see the sliding challenge towards the end. Beautiful bridge usage, the resurface, and he batters it home. Caught Mark off guard slightly, but I think we have to give a lot of credit to Nayla to be able to not only get the results versus such a variety of oppositions, but also with his gameplay. We've seen him play high attacking matches that were very fast-paced. We've seen him control games like he did against Nazeer. And then versus Mark, you got a little bit of a balance in between. It was a more cagey affair, but he was still able to get the result. He keeps inching out results. We've seen extra time. We've seen regular time. We've seen low scoring, high scoring, kind of in between. And it's really difficult to be able to do this at the highest level when it counts for everything.
And then there we saw that goal from Nayla. He managed to get an inch of space, and it was in the 83rd minute. He managed to find another inch, creating much more of a gap, meaning that he was going through. You can see by Mark 11's reaction right there, heartbreak as he crashes out of the tournament. But what a season it's been in the FIFA Global Series for Mark 11. We can see right there, 6 shots and 4 on target for Mark, 1 goal scored. But Nayla with 7 shots, 6 on target, scoring 3 of those, goes through to that grand final. And he makes his way against DW Dylan, who has been sat patiently waiting for him. Nayla, it's close, let's be honest, all right? We can look at some of the results that he's had today. There's been lots of drama, lots of tension as well. But Mike, with Nayla, all of his games, we don't know which way it's gone, but they've all gone in his favour.
Well, that's not an accident either. That's not a coincidence. This is what we talk about with a clutch factor, having certain levels of composure, being able to get late game goals, and then also being able to see out matches. That's very difficult in FIFA because you'll see a game and your game plan, everything's going great, and then all of a sudden your opponent now switches formations. He goes more aggressive, changes the complete rhythm and the pace of the game, and then you're not able to adjust. That happens frequently in the competitive scene, and you're never going to necessarily feel that comfortable even with a small lead until you're able to stretch that maybe to 2, 3, 4 goals, even 4 goals. We saw in this tournament. We saw that comeback happen. Greek Freak eliminated. He had a 4-goal spread. I mean, we're talking about having the butter, the jelly, maybe some extra jelly, and it still wasn't enough.
It wasn't enough indeed, and hopefully this grand final will provide all of the peanut butter, the jelly, everything that you need to make an incredible final sandwich. I don't know where I'm going with that one right there. Let's have a look at Championship Sunday, though, how all the action has unfolded. We've been in the losers bracket side of things. Yes, we started in losers bracket round number 2. Moswed overcoming Mike J from Melbourne City on penalties. Then it was Nayla who defeated A Nazeer. And that set up our round 3 matchup, which saw Moswed taking on Nayla. Nayla managed to come out on top, and then we moved into our losers bracket final. And as we've just seen, a much tighter affair, but it was Nayla who continued that winning run, beating Mark 11 3-1, and he makes his way through to the grand final. He's still got it all to do though, Mike. We will talk about that very shortly, but he's got to reset the bracket, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's still an upward climb, especially with the type of form that Dylan's been in. And if anything, I feel that Dylan losing in the previous qualifier in the finals really put a little chip on his shoulder. He's more motivated than ever.
Well, we'll see what happens with this one. Make sure you do stick with us. It's the FIFA 21 Global Series. It's Oceania Qualifier number 3, the third and final qualifier here. And our grand finals coming up for you very, very shortly. Stick around. We'll see you after this break.
FIFA Global Series 21 Oceania Qualifier 3 is brought to you in part by Turtle Beach.
Hello and welcome back to the FIFA 21 Global Series. It's qualifier number 3 here in Oceania, the third and final qualifier, and we've been deep into Championship Sunday, and it's all been leading to this very moment right here. The grand final is right round the corner, and to break things down before we jump into it, I've got Mike LaBelle joining me right now. DW Dylan and Nayla will go head-to-head to be crowned champion. Mike LaBelle, I mean, this is going to be exciting.
And both these guys have been able to showcase that they have enough balance, both offensively and defensively, in order to get to this point. And they're both qualified for playoffs. And that's something that's been kind of the theme, with this being the final event, the final qualifier for the Oceania region, that it's been a matter of who's getting in, who's getting out, or who's sitting in and who's sitting out, who's playing and who's not partaking. I can do this time and time again.
Do you think, Mike, that because both of them have qualified for those playoffs, they should both be there, that this is going to mean the nerves have settled a little bit? Yes, obviously they both want to be crowned champions, but they can go for it now. There's not as much on the line. They're trying to gain rather than lose anything.
It might take a little pressure off them, because if you needed this victory in order to get the playoff spot, that does add something extra into the equation. However, with neither of these guys having an individual victory in their careers, this still is really, really important.
It is indeed, and one of those will get that W, one of those will get the crown, and they'll get that individual victory they can brag and boast about. Now, if you guys are at home and you're wanting to get involved in some of the action, well, the community, the pros and the celebrities are all coming together in the FIFA face-off. Yes, you do not want to miss that FIFA face-off, but before we get into that, we can chat all about these two going head-to-head right here. Oh, which one are we going to? We're back to me and Mike, all right? Let's talk about the FIFA face-off, all right? Yes, it's your chance to get involved in all of the action, where members of the community will team up with the FIFA pros and celebrities for a chance to compete for $25,000. Yes, that prize pool looks stupendous right now. Now, it's going to be an incredible event for everyone. And for more information, go to ea.com/FIFA face-off, and you can watch it right here on twitch.tv/EA Sports FIFA. So that's coming up for you next week. Before that, we've got the CONMEBOL Libertadores as well. But before that, we've got to round up the third and final qualifier right here. Yes, DW Dylan taking on Nayla and Championship Sunday. Mike, when we're talking about DW Dylan, it's someone that's been around the scene, especially this season. We've seen what he's capable of, but everyone knows you have to get that title. You want to be able to show what you can do on the world stage and get that crown to your name.
Well, it's part of the natural progression. We just saw Dylan perform with the E Club event, or just recently, and it's kind of to have that individual claim to fame, especially considering that Dylan made it to the finals in the previous qualifier. That was a teaser. Now he wants the whole shebang. Give him the boat ride. Take me on the yacht. It also gives you so many bragging rights, and it's great for your own internal and personal legacy, but also for partnerships and larger branding and getting all these different access points and opportunities. It still comes with the results on the virtual pitch.
Plus, it might keep one of the coaches happy who happens to be on the commentary team right here as well if DW Dylan was to get the win. Who knows? We can talk to him about that a little bit later on. Let's focus on Nayla, though. We can get some more information on him right now. We've got his player bio. This is how he looks currently. Yes, born in Australia in 2002. Favourite formation 4-4-2. Favourite club Manchester City, just like DW Dylan. Oh, Manchester City all round right here. And his first FIFA title is FIFA 12. Mike, when we're seeing these two going head to head, I don't know what way it's going to go.
Do you want me to give you my opinion? What's the setup here? I don't know. Alex, you're trying to get us into predictions early today or what?
I just feel like it could go either way. Yes, Nayla's got it all to do. He's got to reset the bracket. But we've seen from both of them, they're both capable of winning a tournament.
Actually, we haven't seen that.
Well,
we haven't. Neither of them have necessarily won a tournament yet. So this is going to be history. We're going to be part of the history. Not trying to call you out, Kyle. I'm just stating facts. So we are going to have a new champion, a first-time champion in regards to any individual competition. I just mentioned, obviously, the E-Club World Cup with Dylan. He's got a result in that. Amazing. That's got to build your confidence. It also makes you feel that you deserve this. You're entitled to this result. It's your time to shine. I would back that. I would believe in that narrative as well. but it hasn't happened yet.
It has not yet, not yet. But what I've seen of them, they're both capable of doing it. I'm trying to dig myself out of this hole.
I think that's a good rebuttal. We'll take that one, accept that one.
Right, let's bring in Nate and Treaders into the conversation. Treaders, I'll come to you first. You've got an insight into the DW camp, into the Dire Wolves camp right now. And Treaders, is he there? He is here. Okay, with a smile on his face. All right. I can see that big smile. We know your working relationship with Dylan. How do you think he's feeling ahead of this match?
I think he'd be feeling a little bit confident. Obviously, nerves will play a part to start with early on. Nayla getting the advantage of being the competitor who's been playing the most, but we'll see how long it takes Dylan to warm into things. Generally, he's a pretty quick starter when it comes to these games because he plays friendlies against some because of his relationship with some of the competitors, he's able to schedule friendlies just at the drop of a hat. So coming off the back of friendlies against Greek Freak FIFA, there's not too many other names you'd want to be friendly against ahead of a clash like this.
That is very, very true. Nate, I'm going to ask you a nice open question. I don't want a prediction just yet, but what are you feeling? How are you feeling about this grand final? Nayla taking on DW Dylan. Come on, give me an insight into your mind.
This is very exciting, probably most of all because we are about to crown a brand new champion. We had DW Dylan with success for Dire Wolves, in fact, over at Landtide Wave, of which Nayla was a part. But this is their time. This isn't about the esports org necessarily. This is about Dylan and Nayla and a title that is theirs forevermore.
And Mike, I'm coming straight to you to kick off the predictions, all right? I can see you rubbing your hands together. Come on, Mystic Mike, what are you thinking?
I just can't see Dylan not building off of his own success with the E Club, and then also the fact that Nayla would have to beat him twice. I just don't see him beating him twice. Maybe he'll force a reset, but I just can't see that happening. And Dylan's been in this position before. He saw that pain, witnessed that pain. He's using the pain today.
Yes, he is. I'm going with DW Dylan as well. I can feel it. He's hurting inside. He's got Treaders on his back saying, come on, you need to win this. You need to win this for us. And he's going to do that. So I'm going with DW Dylan as well. Nate, who are you going for?
I think I'll go... I appreciate he's the underdog. But Nayla, his form today has just been so impressive. He has come up against all variety of opponents, and he's found an answer for each and every one. I have a feeling he might just be doing that again here, forcing that grand final reset.
Treaders, I'm not going to make you pick because I know you're going to say I'm going to sit on the fence. I don't know who I'm going to go for. I'm working relationship with Treaders. I think Nayla's great. Someone might win. That's your prediction, right? That's your prediction.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay, I thought so. Right, let's get into that grand final right now. It's the third and final qualifier here in Oceania. Let's kick things off. Nate and Treaders, it's over to you.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Kyle. I feel like you could do an excellent Jay Treaders impression effort if you wanted. I felt like I was seeing double. My name is Nate Patrick. I'm here with Treaders for your grand final for qualifier number 3. And to reiterate, the playoffs completed. Personal victory and success is now the focus. One of these competitors, Treaders, will win their first ever title. And while we've had memorable games and efforts from all competitors, history tends to remember the victor.
Absolutely. And Dylan getting the result in most of their previous meetings, at least on broadcast to this point. So a little bit of personal expectations will play a role in that, but it'll be so intriguing, this one. Matching formation, quite similar in the way that we saw Nayla trying to control the game. I can't wait to see the way it pans out.
The good news is you need not wait any longer. That Dire Wolves FIFA Esports kit that you can use at home is being equipped by DW Dylan. He holds the advantage, having not lost so far in this FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Regional Qualifier number 3. He is up against Nayla, who represented at Landtide Wave in the aforementioned E Club World Cup. Some stats for you as Dylan looking rather dangerous, and then Theo for Nayla. And for Nayla, Mbappe has 10 of his 17 goals so far in this qualifier. And there's a bit of second half syndrome for Nayla. 9 of his last 13 goals scored in the second half period. You may well then expect him to start somewhat slowly, but build his way as this progresses. And if he is to be successful, Treaders, he needs to beat Dylan not once, but twice. Maybe the late show will be the great show for Nayla AU.
And Nayla already showing just that little bit of extra warmed upness. His hands are warm coming through the loser's bracket to this point. And just the different intensity level from friendlies to the actual matchups. And Nayla already has Dill scrambling at the back.
I can't think of a better friendly or warm-up than playing Greek Freak FIFA. But you're quite right, Nayla, in the heat of competition, will have the warmer hands. Maybe he can find some rare first half goals. For Dylan, Neymar has been his go-to foot item, scoring 6 of his 14. Of course, when they met yesterday, it was Dylan who was the victor. 7 goals to 4. Advantage paid here. Dylan unable to make the most of it. Kulusevski giving the ball away.
And just the contrast in the way they utilize their fullbacks already. Dylan getting forward with the fullback. And now Nayla in behind here. Jockeying well is Dylan. And Vieira, as he does time and time again, there to clean up the scraps.
One of the more youthful grand finals you're likely to witness. These competitors 17 and 18 years old respectively. Alongside Mark 11. You feel so much greatness awaits within this esport. No goals yet to bring to you. Both competitors employing the 4-2-3-1 narrow, while contend to cancel one another out. It did not prove that way in that 11-goal thriller. And that through ball is all the way through for Nayla. St. Maximan looking for the cutback. He finds it, and it is Nayla who strikes first in this grand final. Through CR7, he gets his first half goal, and it's advantage Nayla early on.
The direct play from Nayla. The through ball finding its way through the defense, and then the lob pass cut back. Great composure from Nayla. The luck cricketer cancelled to take him towards the goalkeeper, and from that angle, if the pass comes off, there isn't too much you can do to defend it. Nayla deservedly taking the advantage by playing that lovely direct style of FIFA.
If you were hoping for an early finish, you might need to cancel an appointment or two. Nayla warmed up and ready to play, ready to change the results, but it's Dylan with the overlap. Kulusevski, extra pass! And it's the extra pass that makes the difference. No surprise, he goes to Neymar. His 7th in the qualifier for DW Dylan.
And that's what Dylan can do so well. Not only finding that extra pass, but also seeing that Nayla was just dropping off him, tracking runs in behind. And so simply the lightest of taps of sprint allowed him to get the space to really worry Nayla and get in a 3-on-3, rather a 3-on-2. And from that, the goal scoring opportunity felt inevitable. And now Dylan playing with a little bit of extra pace, a little bit of extra fire. Maybe that early goal lighting a fire under his belly.
These are now, with all the other matches played, the number 1 versus number 2 ranked competitors. A grand final that has the best, that deserves the best. with the rest of the Oceania competitive landscape unclear or outright messy. It's wonderful to have this qualifier with the best competitors making a name for themselves, and Dylan, who made that extra pass, Kulusevski to Neymar before, trying to play it through there, perhaps overplaying it on that occasion. First half almost at a close. We are no closer to finding out your champion for Qualifier 3. Neymar, Kulusevski, 1-2. Back to Curtis Jones, and then Bruno with the interception. Dylan not happy, wins it straight back. Out to Mbappe on the left-hand side. He's looking for Neymar. He finds Ronaldo. And now it is Neymar, one-on-one versus the defender. Walker does enough. Thought that might have been a clearance out of play. It ended up being a lovely pass to a teammate. One goal, one shot on target. The 4-2-3-1s doing the business. Vieira alongside Jones for Dylan there in central defensive midfield. You might see that back four and have questions. Well, the squad requirements, meaning competitors cannot use all team of the years, all icons, all the highest rated foot items. And it makes sense, Treaders, that you prioritize strong attackers over their comparative strong defenders. Goals win games after all.
And also for Dylan, he's got basically a backline full of fullbacks. So pace reigning supreme in his backline. And we see that similarly in the best competitors. They need that guarantee of pace, not trusting the shadows and anchors to get the job done. Reece James and Walker deployed for both competitors at centre back.
Nayla has been so good in these areas. Whether opponents have pressed or sat back, he's played through rather calmly, time and time again. His decision-making and passing as near perfect as you'll find. Dylan doing very well to force him back and across time and time again, reading those passing lanes. Look at the amount of bodies centre of midfield. Nayla, the only criticism of his attacking play, Treaders, he doesn't always use the width that other competitors do.
And it just, if he learns to utilize that without risking counter-attacking options for his opponent, he'll find himself unleashed as a competitor. At the moment, he seems very preoccupied with the amount of space given to his wide players individually. As we see Dylan finding space to go forward, a heavy touch from CR7 results in a turnover. But with Nayla, when he eventually does figure out that his fullbacks can be used as a relatively risk-free option, we'll see that his attacking ability just goes to another level, simply because of the additional space that his wide players, where he's so dangerous, will be afforded. And now Kulusevski winning the ball back for Dylan. Dangerous area, that not a good giveaway from Nayla. Driving in behind, cut back. And Bruno Fernandes in the right place at the right time.
Nayla holding his nerve in defence as if he's listening to the broadcast. As wide as he's been with his attacking build-up in the 60 or so minutes so far. Now to the right-hand side, St. Maximin. Step over or two before coming inside. Bruno, Mbappe. This build-up has something about it, but not if Kyle Walker has anything to say about it. Dylan utilising his defender superbly. It was an Mbappe hat-trick for Nayla in that game over Mark 11. On the ball now for items and high overalls, always the talk of the town. Squad reviews and whatnot all over Twitch and social media, but you need to be good enough and you need to have that feel, that intangible feel over your foot items. It's no good to just go off numbers and ratings, as interesting as they may be, Treaders. It's why you see competitors with that X factor or two. I think of Kulusevski for Dylan, perhaps.
And Kulusevski does a job also defensively, just winning that ball back when other foot items might not be able to. Now Vieira just being afforded so much space by Nayla. And the threat that is on is Vieira can still hit a long shot, even though it might not be the highest percentage shot to take. But that player lock, brilliant. The open out fake shot, even better. And the final running fake shot is deluxe. And Nayla scoring a deserved goal. And the build-up and everything about it screamed premium from Nayla.
Oh yes, please. If you're tuning in just for the grand final, A, you've missed out on plenty, but B, you are seeing, according to the rankings, and perhaps even the eye test, the two best competitors from Oceania going at it. The mechanics from Nayla on point. That fake shot was perfection.
And that running fake shot as well to receive the ball. The open out fake shot into the running fake shot. Just brilliant composure from Nayla. And if there's one competitor who can do that, it is indeed Nayla. So much variety at his disposal if you get one-on-one with him. It just feels somewhat inevitable at times that he will be creating scoring opportunities.
It's Nayla coming forward again, the one competitor that's really utilised the player lock to good effect. We've had a few give it a go if you like, but the mastery of what is a new mechanic is proving pivotal all around the world. We have the pleasure to call these games from around the world, and it is a feature of the best competitors, Treaders. They find the new mechanics and, to dare use this word, exploit them to the best of their ability.
And I think player lock is one that is more of being utilized rather than exploited, unlike El Tornado crosses and that sort of thing from times gone by. You need to be able to see the runs, and Nayla's pro club's background means that he knows the run, the perfect run that needs to be made on the pitch. It's just a matter of him being able to make that run. It's essentially a feature that's custom designed for him, and he uses it to absolute brilliant capacity.
Being able to manually control your player off the ball, the exact run you would like them to make. Of course, you've been able to set your player off on a run, but not to that specificity. It is 2-1 to Nayla at the end of this first leg. The second leg still to come. Dylan will get the last chance. Traore running through. You can't stop Traore, and apparently you cannot stop Dylan when he's in the mood and when Neymar is on the end of the strike. The late goal to make it 2-2.
A bit unfortunate Nayla was in not being able to get that ball away when he won the tackle. But Dylan with the finish to match the run from Traore.
And that Neymar, it's just interesting, Treaders. You know what? I'll come back to Neymar because I'm a bit excited about something else. Turtle Beach getting behind these qualifiers, and indeed, they have something to give away to you at home as well. The FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifiers are brought to you in part by Turtle Beach. Be sure to follow them. You can see it on your screen at Turtle Beach, and tweet using that hashtag FGS 21 headset for your chance to win a Stealth 600 Gen 2 headset. It's important to honor those. Shout out those that make this whole thing possible. Otherwise, we wouldn't have this grand final, and we wouldn't have Neymar running riot for DW Dylan. That foot item has now scored exactly half his goals. Even more pointed, Shredders, when before this qualifier, he put out a poll on Twitter saying, do I upgrade Ronaldo or Neymar? He went with Ronaldo, and yet it's Neymar time and time again with the goods.
And he finds that space, and there's that brilliant bit of composure. Nayla just jumping in at the wrong time. But that Neymar scoring both goals in this clash, and the La Croqueta fakes from Nayla were so brilliant in that previous goal. It's just so much versatility. That cutback not quite executed for Deal, but there's that play lock, knows the diagonal run that's required, and just sit back and enjoy that. And now the run from Traore. Nayla caught just a little bit behind him, and look at that brute strength from Traore, just muscling his way through the back line of Nayla. Not much you can do when you get caught on that side of one of the strongest items.
Oiled up and ready to go. If you've seen for Wolves in the Premier League, he has that interesting routine before he starts or indeed is subbed on. It felt very realistic there in FIFA 21, slipping and sliding his way through before setting up. You know who it is, 2-2 after the first leg of this grand final. If Dylan can get success here in leg 2, he will be crowned your champion. Nayla, however, Treaders, needs this win just to force the reset, and then we would do it all again.
Yeah, and it must weigh on the mind of the competitors just at that little bit, knowing that they have to take everything that they've just done and attempt to redo it. All that mental fatigue that might set in over the course of not only this qualifier, but also all the preparation, all the practice and hours they put in the build-up. If you come in and particularly, I think that would really play a factor if Dylan was to come out firing after a bracket reset, and you just, all that hard work, it would just shatter you mentally. And so it's such a long haul left and remaining for Nayla. He can't afford to get too far ahead of himself, worrying about what's too far in front. He can only worry about what is immediately in front of him, and that's 90 minutes of FIFA against one of the top 2 competitors in Australia at the moment.
And yet for Dylan, while he does have the advantage, we only need, remember, the grand final from qualifier number 2 against Marcus Gomes. If you missed that game, Dylan with 3 golden opportunities where he either was in front or could have indeed sealed it in regular time, then again in extra time, and then again. I won't go on about it anymore. Suffice to say, it was dramatic, it was incredible and deserved for Marcus Gomes, but that mental hurdle, something to overcome for DW Dylan.
And obviously there's that beneficial team experience from the Direwolves E-Club World Cup victory, where Dylan was the man that had to get that final result after JMK King got the result against Nayla in the first game. So he's had that additional experience to go off as well. But Nayla at the moment is playing like a different beast, and Dylan is doing incredibly well to stay in touch at 2-2.
JMK goated, by the way. I don't think many people saw that performance coming, but following that on, it was something to watch. I know Cesarnes, expert analyst and reporter, after being a competitor himself, was a big fan. It is his Direwolves teammate Dylan in this grand final. That late great goal from Neymar has made it 2-2. This is leg 2. Are we about to crown our Oceania Regional Qualifier number 3 champion? The kits stay the same. Nayla's run Coming to naught, Dylan. Through that foot item. Neymar has just been so good for him. Again, repeating if you missed it, Dylan has now scored 16 goals in Qualifier 3. Neymar has 8. He plays centrally, the central cam to be exact. Gets on the ball so often, sets things up, gets it back from teammates with 1-2 passes, has the heel to heel, nice and nimble on the ball is Neymar. Left foot, right foot, whichever you like. He passes it up to Kulusevski, who green times it on the left. What a finish. We're all talking about Neymar, and it's the underrated foot item we mentioned in the first leg. He gets up and down that right-hand side. Well, now he finishes with that 4-star left foot. The green-timed finesse, if you don't mind.
I am gobsmacked at that whole possession from Dylan. That is incredible. From the initial pass, from the runs triggered, that is a man who is well and truly locked in at the moment. And Nayla genuinely didn't do too much wrong in that instance. And look at Dylan passing with such speed and intensity. But Nayla doing well to hold out there. The early warning signs fired against Nayla. But Nayla, the type of competitor who you can never really count out of a game, no matter the scoreline.
I mentioned Kulusevski's weak foot. He is, of course, left-footed, so while the excellent first work were done with the weak foot, it's the green-timed finesse shot on his favoured one that gives Dylan the advantage. I guess a modern reflection of the 4-2-3-1, having players playing on the wrong side, in inverted commas, where you have left-footers in from the right, right-footers in from the left. Dylan certainly knows everything about his front four. Vieira coming forward to aid support, but not taking that attack any further.
And with a 4-2-3-1 or any formation that can be quite defensive, you need to have those 5 attackers available for you. And whether that's through a fullback, as we see Nayla creating a bit of space. What creativity can we see from him? Cuts it back inside, and Nayla finally finds the space for St. Max to hit it with his left. Brilliant opportunity creation from Nayla. The best in the region at his skill moves.
You love to see it. The underdogs, the go-tos, whatever little catchphrase you want to put on it. We had Kulusevski at one end. And then Freeze Alan Saint-Maximin at the other. Only 86 overall, 80 finishing. But the pace and dribbling of that foot item used in the setup. And Nayla making that foot item look even better. Dylan at the other end, unfortunately for him, as Neymar run right into the path of his attacker. He simply cannot believe it.
A little bit unfortunate there, but promising signs for him. But even more promising signs for Nayla.
Charging forward, but with too much power. A rare mistake, maybe just the way that ball set up meant the animation and power requirements slightly different. But moments at both ends where the competitors just look on in disbelief. No more time to think about it or to worry about it. Nayla coming through, Ronaldo left foot, that's a better angle. And that's a top finish. We have ourselves a grand final. One maybe even for the ages. The lead toing and froing. It's Nayla through CR7.
And Dylan just getting caught a little bit off guard there. by the variety that Nayla has at his disposal. It's brilliant to watch a true 5-star skiller go to work. And that's what Nayla is currently putting on display. But Dylan is passing, the quick speed at which he moves that ball when he gets going. Different styles of playing the game, but both incredible players in their own right.
Half-time looming here. In the second leg, I've seen a comment or two saying, why are we talking about things like fatigue or stamina or having to force a grand final reset? Don't they play 30 games of weekend league? Well, yes, more on that in just a moment, because Dylan coming forward. It's Kulusevski. It's the left foot again, and I think you know what comes next. No celebration required. We are level once again. The intensity of these games at a far higher rate than any weekend league game.
And it's incredibly hard to estimate how much pressure these competitors are feeling compared to those weekend league clashes. As we go into the half, scores still level, despite clear opportunities for both competitors to really take the lead. It's an incredibly intense format, knowing that a win or a result has so much weight and importance attached to it. It'd be like if you were playing for Gold 1 or Gold 2, depending on your highest ever, think of your highest ever finish in Foot Champs, and then play that game over and over, and maybe put a little bit of prize money on the end of it. That's the intensity that we're looking at here. And have that game against another competitor who's also playing with that intensity. It's just a different beast of competition compared to what these competitors face in weekend league.
Dylan with the ball in midfield, taking his time in the build-up as he should. There you go. Even the game knows Kulusevski is your player to watch. One you won't see in every qualifier from every competitor. But Dylan is a big fan, and Nayla again. How many times have I said that today? With the perfect sliding challenge at the last moment.
Brilliant timing in that instance. Dylan's fullbacks are getting caught a little bit high up on the pitch due to the way he wants to play. We'll be looking to see Dylan utilize that quick pass and move style of play and stay unpredictable by utilizing the skill moves, ball rolls, the close control, keeping Nayla on his toes. And this final has been brilliant to watch so far. I almost don't want it to end.
Fernandez forward for Nayla, heel to heel before he set off in his run. Mbappe in space. Dylan looks on with dismay, but it's Mbappe again for Nayla. And for, I believe, the fourth time over 2 legs, Nayla has the advantage.
And Nayla continues fighting on, and so does Dylan. Both competitors refusing to take a backward step. And Nayla really getting into his prime. You know he's playing his best FIFA when he's bringing out the skills of every single one of his foot items. And yet, Dylan up to the task in a number of occasions. But it's up the other end, where Dylan will need to put in a really big shift, and CR7 nearly getting on the end of that one. But the overall build-up from both competitors has been rapid, has been well composed, well controlled. And now Nayla looking direct.
St. Max fights off the attacker and succeeds. He's still going inside. St. Maximan lays it off for the easiest goal CR7 will ever score. Dylan is shook. Nayla seemingly in control.
And that Schmeichel goal kick, sending it directly up the other end. Just so straightforward for Nayla. When he gets onto the far side of your screen, he creates so many high-quality scoring opportunities. I think he favors that side either as primarily as a subconscious side of things, mainly because he's able to see which foot the ball is on and which way the defender is really going. It's incredible to watch him go to work in the final third. And now Dylan, for the first time since he took on Marcus Gomes in a broadcast event, going well and truly behind. Quite a lot of work to do in not too much time at all.
Andy, or Akpo if you like, who has coached many of these competitors and friends, alongside that saying, I want what that Kulusevski is eating. I won't finish his sentence, but I think you get the drift. That foot item doing bits, but Nayla doing better. Dylan changing to the 4-3-1-2 because he realizes things are slipping. He realizes Nayla is firming his grip, and it's St. Max that maybe deserves even more praise than Kulusevski. Attack cut off prematurely. Dylan with the composure to play it out from the back with Edison, and Adama will want to be freed. Instead, he goes inside. He had 2-on-1 on the near side, but Dylan not seeing things like he did yesterday. Nayla running in to a cul-de-sac, and Dylan on the attack once more.
And that's what pressure can do to you, make you play a little bit uncharacteristically, but it's also what incredible defense can do, and that's what Nayla is playing at the moment. Dylan moving this ball with some intensity. This 4-3-1-2. The directional nutmeg allowing CR7 to find some space, and these fullbacks for Dylan, so important. Traore now on the ball.
It rebounds back to Vieira, back heel. Here he is, the foot item of the moment. Inside, Ronaldo, some step overs, bang! And it's 6-5 on aggregate. One more to go for Dylan if he's to send things to extra time.
And now we get to see Dylan's plan B and even plan C. Nerves setting in for both competitors. Nayla probably not nearly as nervous as Dylan, but still, he would be desperate to force that bracket reset, and Dylan just as desperate to avoid it. Kickoff will be retaken. Whistle not blown just yet.
Can Nayla hold out, extend his advantage, or is Direwolves Dylan sending this to extra time? We said it felt like a grand final for the ages. It's heading somewhere in that direction. Nayla struggling just to complete passes, but doing so admirably. St. Max gives it up to James, the sliding challenge out from Nayla. I think that tells you everything. He goes again, this time successfully. The press is out. The runs will be made in behind. This is CR7 charging forward. James in the way. He can't pass back down the line because there's a player in the way. That's a lovely ball inside from Nayla. Can he seal it? It is as scrappy as it'll get. It's an under-8s game on a Saturday morning, but done in a different way on the digital pitch with much higher consequences. Dylan, in the last minute of stoppage time, needs this equaliser forward. Neymar, Mbappe, and what a block from Nayla. He gets in the way. Does he need to go again? He does. Neymar is once again met with the challenge. And that is the type of defending that forces a grand final reset.
Wow. Just incredible last-ditch defending from Nayla. All the way to the death. Held his nerve, held his composure. And Dylan waiting for his opportunity to strike twice. Unable to do so. The grand final reset coming up. I've sunk very deep into my chair. And just incredible defense from Nayla. What can you say? He's grown and grown as a defender the longer this FIFA season has gone on.
How on earth are you sinking into your chair? I'm falling off mine. I'm on the edge of my seat with this incredible FIFA. We said it before. I'll say it again. Defending is not always talked about in FIFA 21 or any FIFA or football game. It is the thing that can win you championships. It, at the very least, has gotten Nayla another opportunity in the grand final reset to break down the grand final that really we can just scratch on out. It's back to Kyle and Mike.
Nate, Treaders, thank you so much for that one right there. Wow, Nayla manages to do it once again, forcing that bracket reset right now against DW Dylan. We're in the grand final right in the middle of it, but in the next game, whoever wins over 2 legs, they will be crowned champion of the third and final Oceania Qualifier. Mike LaBelle, let's break this one down. What did you make of it?
Well, it had a little bit of everything, and as per usual, if Nayla is playing, the game is going to be close. It comes down to being late and great. I really like this play, actually, just the way that Dylan kind of utilizes and attacks the space. It's a very basic goal. It's a simple goal, but we often overcomplicate a game that doesn't need to be overcomplicated. You want to keep the game as simple as possible. This might be the goal of the day, though, between the player lock, the running face shot, taking it around the goalkeeper. See the La Croqueta. Overlapping run, Traore uses that big body. I call him the bowling ball. He's a very unique player in FIFA 21, and it was another goal that equalized very late at the end of the first leg. And you knew it was going to come down to whoever finished the best, as you see a green time finish there from Dylan. I love that he's his own hype man. He's got one of the strongest comb-overs in the community, and he's getting hype every time he scores a goal, which I can relate to because when I'm playing a lot of FIFA, I think I'm way too excited for when I score goals. You see a couple cancellations, beautiful work there from Nayla with the rebuttal, and then it started to be all Nayla towards the end of this. You see a couple different cancellations again, attacks that lane of space. This is not easy to do. I love a heel to heel cancellation, Elastico, one more resurface for the boys, Kulisevsky, a player that has become a must-have in the competitive community, especially if you're playing a 5 at the back, just because it gives you a certain level of variety. You see the overlapping run, still with the basics. Mbappe, top corner, best corner, not done. Goals galore. You couldn't ask for a better final this far. I'm looking forward to the second portion, the reset, and that was kind of where Naylor felt that he had wrapped up the game. I know that Dylan's going to grab one more, but you could tell the momentum has shifted.
It had indeed, and in those final few moments we saw, even though DW Dylan was pushing, trying to get back into the game, making it 6-5, he had that last minute chance, but it was defense after defense after defense from Nayla, which ensured that he got the win and he reset that bracket, which means we go again here on Championship Sunday. One more game I can see in the Twitch chat. Yes, that will be coming up very shortly. Nayla takes that one 6-5, which means the winner over the next 2 legs, they are crowned champion. I mean, Mike, how will Dylan bounce back from this right now?
Well, I'm not in his head. I don't think that Dylan needs to necessarily change anything. He had opportunities to win that game, opportunities to draw even. He was ahead at times. It comes down to the fine margins. So I'm not going to sit here and give you a pep talk. I'm sure that we got treaders behind the scenes over here sending text messages, be like, hey, man, I told you I wanted to get out of here early. Now you're causing us to deal with this reset. You better get it together. We'll see. We're actually going to talk to Treaders, or I know it's going back to him, so I'm sure Treaders will have some sort of response because I feel there's definitely some team talks going on.
Well, let's see. Let's throw it straight back to Nate and Treaders. We're about to jump into that bracket reset. It is the grand final. Nate, Treaders. I mean, we go again. This is what Championship Sundays are for. Treaders, how are you feeling? You must be a bit nervous.
Oh, those final few moments, I was happy for Nate to just take them. It was a bit of heart-pounding, heart-and-mouth stuff. Try to stay as level and as composed as you can. But so much emotion involved in this for these competitors. Having just basically telling Dylan, trust himself, trust his ability to play the game. He's shown his attack is up to standard, but Nayla's attack just as up to standard. It's been incredible to watch, to be honest.
It has. Right, let's do a quick round of predictions because I'm going to change.
We get a second round of predictions?
Gosh. Yeah, let's do it quickly. Let's do it. I'm going to change. I'm going to go for Nayla. He's got the momentum. Mike, who are you going for?
You're a flip-flopper. I don't like it. I'm not a bandwagoner. I don't appreciate this. We don't need a second round. We're sticking with Dylan.
Nate, who are you going for?
I'll stick with Nayla.
Okay, and Treaders still on the fence. Right, there we go. Let's move on. Let's go into it. Let's jump straight back into all of the action. Nate, Treaders, it's the final match of the day. Let's get into it. Over to you.
Thank you, Kyle, and thank you, Mike. Yes, let's do it one more time. My name is Nate Patrick, and I'm joined by Treaders. I can promise you one thing, and one thing only. This will be our final contest. If you're wondering what on earth is going on, well, Dylan was so far undefeated in this tournament, and being double elimination, you need to lose twice to be knocked out. As such, Nayla has got it done once. We go again right now. Such an engrossing affair, Treaders. 1 goal margins all the way through until that late foray from Nayla. Such beautiful attacking play.
It's been exquisite. It really has. It's been a pleasure to watch, and I can't wait to see what variants that Nayla brings out. And it's contrasting play as well. Nayla relying more on his individual ability to take on defenders, and Dylan playing the pass and move style of play.
Welcome back to your back-to-back grand final. This is the reset. It is once again DW Dylan versus Nayla. They met in the winner semi-final number 2, where Dylan was just too good. The 7-4 win there. Nayla showing a different day, a different performance. The 6-5 win has us back here to do it all again. There's no need to go through the facts, the figures. We've done the prep. You know it all. It's time for these two to settle it over 2 legs on the digital pitch.
And both competitors, with their distinct styles of play, will be backing their own style of play to get the job done. Nayla playing a little bit more direct, utilizing the wing play. And Dylan heading out wide only to cut it back inside. I love the difference in the way they go about their game. Sure, Nayla likes the middle as much as everyone, but you can tell up the top side, up the far side of the pitch is where he gets most of his joy, particularly when you allow him to get one-on-one with your defense.
I thought Nayla did a very impressive job, or look, across many aspects of his game, but in nullifying the threat of Neymar. He had scored half of Dylan's goals. He got a couple early, but in that second leg was kept scoreless. And I felt like maybe I'm reading too much into this, Treaders. When he was looking to make changes, Dylan, he hovered over Neymar for quite a long time. That stamina had gone down, and he had not been scoring or setting much up. Do you think he was maybe thinking of changing him out for the first time?
I think so. When you see a foot item very low on stamina, you just have a moment and you're like, I think maybe he might be the one to be sacrificed. But for Dylan's sake, I think that would be a total departure from what he's incredible at. But tell you what, Nayla is incredible at. It is finding space to find opportunities to score. The ball roll back onto the right foot, as simple as they come. And Nayla making Dylan pay for just giving him that little bit of extra space that he desired.
It was CR7 who scored 4 for Nayla over 2 legs in that first grand final. Mbappe was held to 1. Well, with that goal just scored, Mbappe now has 12 of the 24, exactly half of Nayla's goal over the entire qualifier number 3. Fascinating to see the go-to for items. And St. Maximin, maybe not scoring them for Nayla, he has been involved in the build-up in no uncertain terms. There he is on the ball now. He'll start on this right-hand side. Nayla loves to play a lock onto him. If he sees he could be through, we run through. If he needs to come back, he does. It has been a wonderful way to start off so many of his attacks, leading to so many of these goals. Jones in the way for Nayla. Once again, he'll look to the far side, and St. Max, the AI defender, left back to be specific, covers well. So we play a lock on the left-hand side instead. Dembele to Ronaldo. The 4-on-4, he tries to sneak it through. He gets through, and Nayla has 2. Dylan cannot believe it. And once again, in a grand final, he'll need to try and find his calm. He's had it. He's losing it. And Nayla almost has it.
When things are going your way and you're getting into good areas, anything can happen. And that's what Nayla does there. Winning that ball back immediately after losing it, and CR7 just big bodies. The sacrifices you make in defense with playing fullbacks at centre back, you might get a bit more pace, but you do lose a bit of strength, and maybe that coming back to bite Dylan. And again, Nayla taking a 2-goal ascendancy and in total control of this game. Dylan not really posing any threat when he goes up the other end at the moment.
The opportunity to attack now. Nayla brings his centre back out for a moment. Neymar around the other one. A very tepid shot. I'm not even sure if that was going near post. Schmeichel says, I'll add to my save collection anyway. Nayla, 2 goals to the good. Not too far off half-time in this first leg of the grand final reset. Dembele with not a lot going on, and you wonder already in these early stages how long Dylan might persist with his beloved 4-2-3-1, change to that 4-3-1-2, where he looked a lot more positive. Maybe he believes he has time to set things right.
And the process from Dylan has been quite decent in attack to this point. It's just that Nayla's defense has been totally switched on. And we'll see Dylan with opportunities to score, inevitably, just because of how quickly he moves that ball.
Dylan, the player's onside. I thought the go, he's not onside, that's why. The referee letting play continue for way too long, for me at least. And we do get to the break with the scoreline staying 2-0. A very interesting time to cut those webcams. Dylan looking up towards the heavens. He is an unhappy chappy at halftime here. Nayla, extraordinary. The longer today has gone, the better he has gotten.
It's just been incredible to watch Nayla go about his work. A true professional in every sense. Gets better and better. That loser bracket run from him. Being beaten by Dylan on day one. And now, finally, after so many games against Dylan in competition, is able to establish an ascendancy unlike we've ever seen so far in matches between these two just yet.
don't worry about the lack of finishing or goals. It's the lack of opportunities that would be worrying Dylan most. I think at this level, against a competitor such as Nayla, you can accept you will concede a few, particularly when Nayla's goal-scoring form has been so consistent. 4 over Dylan in that loss, 5 against A Nazeer, 5 against Mo, 3 against Mark, but only conceding 1. And then, of course, 6 in that first grand final. He knows the goals will come against him. He is struggling to create against some epic Nayla defense. Kulusevski being ushered onto the right foot, and that's why, even at 4 stars, Schmeichel has the rather comfortable save. Maybe foot items with a higher overall, with a weak foot similarly rated, will get a better strike, but I don't think Nayla was too worried about that situation.
And we'll see Dylan continue to push, continue to put pressure on the ball carrier, because that's his way of defending. He does not want you getting too much space to create opportunities. And that Vieira making so many challenges, but when Vieira and Jones, a relatively defensive pairing, are your DMs, you get a little bit limited until he makes that substitution to bring on that Traore.
Here is Neymar giving time and space, heel to heel, running into Cancelo, gets it back. Vieira, first time pass, eventually CR7. Not the space he would like, now he gets it. It's overplayed completely from Dylan. James all the way back 2 or 3 times. I was ready not just to talk you through the shot, but the goal. He waited, and Nayla gets James back to continue to block out Dylan's attack.
Unfortunately, just didn't execute his ball roll to shot maneuver, and instead it was a very tame effort in the end, but promising sign for him if he's able to create those opportunities time and time again with his passing. He's spending a little bit more time in the offensive third, but as seems to be the story of the day, Nayla's defense has been incredible.
Fortunate there. Has been mentioned a few times, when you're attempting a clearance or indeed a switch, you better make sure there's no one in the line of the pass. You're trying to go up and over. The up doesn't happen for a while. Oh, lovely from Dylan. The sweat pass across is too heavy on this occasion, but he keeps going with it. The man is losing his head, completely unhappy with that ball. Would have to check to see the power meter to see exactly how much was put on it. The animation, let's say, making Dylan somewhat hysterical, but to his credit, manages to sit back down and make things 2-1.
Wow. I have no idea how he managed to keep his composure after a pass that he fully anticipated it would find the man. Just not finding the direction he wanted, the power. Not ideal for him. And Nayla, after looking incredible to start with and still looking so good, has just been unable to go forward for a little while. But this is the first time he gets an attack in a while. But Dylan up to task at the moment.
If you needed any further insight as to what this means for the competitors, I think that little camera gave you the big picture. Both vying for their first individual title. We love the human drama that is at the very core of this esport. Ticking down towards the end of the first leg, Dylan 2-0 behind. Made it 1-2 finds the pass across Neymar, and you know Kulusevski's coming on that left foot. Jones gets it back. Neymar, Jones, Reece James for a time, Cancelo sliding in, and if Nayla is to be successful, and I'm not saying he will be, he can look back to not just a dozen now, 24 impeccably timed sliding tackles.
Just when the going gets tough in defense for Nayla, those sliding challenges come up clutch. And there is that variance that Nayla has, attempts a player lock, and Dembele just keeps that ball in play. Nerves setting in a little bit now for both competitors. And the first leg, the energy, the intensity of it continues to get higher and higher.
Dylan still pushing forward. CR7 past James. The first time, the second time, but not on the third attempt. In that third minute of the 1 minute of stoppage time, things eventually come to a close. Schmeichel with the claim. It is 2-1 to Nayla here in a gripping grand final. Everybody coming from it a different angle. Everybody backing a different competitor, whether it's a prediction, whether it's a favourite. But I can't help but feel, Cheddars, it's the neutrals who are the real winners today. They are being treated to a FIFA 21 feast.
It's been incredible to watch, really. Fair enough, the reaction after CR7 dispossesses the tackler. But it's been incredible to watch the passing play, the dribbling. Again, Kulusevski just a little bit limited in what he can bring to the table. And we're seeing opportunities for Dylan that he would like to have back. Another attempted shot. Just needs to take those a little bit quicker. But when the pressure is on, that can be the difference, that pass. Not what was ordered, but in the end, Kulusevski on his right that time, able to find the finish. And don't you love to see emotion getting displayed from competitors?
Is that all you got for us, Treaders? You like to see emotion? Dylan leaving everybody speechless with those reactions, getting to see that again. 1.5 bars on the power for that pass. Is that exactly right? Or is it just that little bit too much? Everybody, I'm sure, will have their own opinion. The good news for Dylan, for Direwolves fans, is that he was able to make something of that attack in the end. Sitting back down, getting Kulusevski to apply the finish. It means it is 2-1 after that first leg and after struggling to create and to finish in the first half of the first leg. Treaders, that second half was almost all Dylan.
He's just grown and grown into it. And for the first time today, really, we saw a bit of nerves from Nayla towards the back end, his ability to create opportunities. We saw the classic example was the player lock. For the first time, he didn't execute in the final third with his player lock. So much at stake for these competitors with the title on the line. It just goes to show the intensity at its absolute peak. And if you could have picked a competition, a final matchup, you would have picked number 1 taking on number 2 in the region. And it's really panning out just like that.
One more leg. We're ready to go again. We've set it up for you. We've gone through the permutations. Thankfully now, the FIFA will speak for itself. One more 90-minute encounter. Whoever wins, whoever leads on aggregate will be crowned champion. Indeed, it will be their inaugural championship. We will go to extra time and penalties if needed, though this commentator surely hopes it is not required. We see Dylan's reaction. We laugh about it. We don't exactly even know what to say, Treaders, but he will want this so badly. You only need to remember back to qualifier number 2. He had it against Marcus Gomes thrice, and without at all trying to put down the incredible achievement of Marcus, It was thrice thrown away by young Dylan Campbell here with an opportunity he did not take at the first attempt. Nayla forcing the reset. And with the advantage from leg one, we do it all here in the second leg. Dylan trying to come back from 2-1 down. After that first leg, Mbappe and CR7 scoring for Nayla in that first half. Before that crazy Kulusevski goal, it is Dylan again on the attack. Lovely shift onto the right foot, and we do not need to wait long for an equaliser. CR7 in just about 7 or 8 minutes.
And Dylan picking up where he left off with a little bit more composure. The break maybe could not have come at a better time for him to take a breather. And now Nayla, after bursting out to a 2-goal advantage, has to really get back to what he's incredible at, and that's creating individual opportunities for his 5-star skillers to go to work against Dylan's defense.
Dembele bursting forward and into space. Nayla plays it back. Bruno, that is a really good read from Dylan coming forward with Walker for that pass. Terrible. Bruno in the way, sliding once again is Nayla doing his best work on the floor. Coming forward again, Dylan through Neymar, who again Neymar, who Nayla has just kept so quiet. It has been one of the key features alongside those superbly timed sliding challenges. Neymar with just nowhere to go.
And every time Neymar gets on the ball at the moment, he's surrounded by a sea of purple. And that's down to Nayla's realization that that is Dylan's go-to man. It's the man he wants on the ball. And indeed, Neymar not involved in that attack. Maybe the gravity from the man creating this space for CR7 to hit it on his left. And Dylan taking the advantage for the first time in this grand final reset.
Wasting no time at all. First to restore parity and then to take the lead. Goodness knows why we bother with predictions. Might as well toss a coin. So closely met are these competitors. The more often they play, of course, the more they find counter strategies to the counter strategies, and everything just evens out rather splendidly. No doubt Nayla has a lot left to say in this reset.
And again, as we said previously, it feels like just moments ago, it was Nayla going in front, and now Dylan doubling his advantage. 3 goals in less than 30 minutes in game. And who else but CR7 for Dill getting the job done.
He upgraded that CR7 prior to the weekend. Neymar lays the assist on for the CR7 hat-trick within 27 minutes. It is Nayla now 2 goals behind. He has not been down 2 goals to Dylan ever since that game yesterday. To his credit, he doesn't look too phased. Nayla keeping his emotions well in check, and his counterpart doing the same. After the theatrics, now comes the settler. Dembele has to go back. Nayla might try this far side. St. Max, Ronaldo on the left foot. That is brilliant. Goodness gracious me. Dylan sending 2 defenders towards the near post. CR7 turning back inside because Nayla knows exactly what's coming.
Nayla is a joy to watch, especially in that final third. He just seems to be able to create space and scoring opportunities out of absolutely thin air. No matter the scoreline, no matter how defensive you're playing against him, no matter how many bodies you throw behind the ball, Nayla will find ways to hurt you. And indeed hurting Dylan's 2-goal cushion in that situation. Neymar not been on the ball for less than 2 or 3 seconds at all. And all of his touches would have to have been in Dylan's own half. Such is the threat that he poses to Nayla's defense. Credit to Nayla, though, making those correct reads when it matters and seemingly daring Dill to go forward with his Vieira or with his Curtis Jones because he knows he can hit him on the counterattack.
Mbappe with 2 defenders to meet him. You know who that leaves free, Kulusevski. And again, he disappoints on the right. Winning that back illegally was Dylan. Nayla with a sigh of relief. My head is still gone from that 180-degree fake shot exit from Nayla. He is a mechanical genius. Dylan will be wishing that Kulusevski was a weak foot genius. That is 3 opportunities in the reset and grand final combined that have gone towards the keeper. However, he does have the lead. It is down to 1 goal. We are back to 4-2-3-1 narrow against 4-2-3-1 narrow. Who will stand up? Nayla or Dylan? St. Max or Kulusevski? The game within the game. It only has 1 more chapter left to be written. Unless you'd like some more with extra time, I guess. Space to the near side as Nayla has brought in Dembele early, and again, now defenders getting dragged out of position more than Nayla would like. You can see them there, not where they started at all. Neymar trying to drag them away, but I think they have now reset. Indeed, they have. Jones and then Bruno tidying up things very nicely for Nayla.
And Nayla makes such clean reads of the game, particularly against the 4-2-3-1s. And it's just a credit to him for sticking to that formation and making it work for him. For a number of competitors who are switching between formations as Dylan finds space for CR7 to run into, it can be that those formations are so limited in attack, but it's a credit to Nayla's attack and the variety at his disposal, with Dylan dancing around on the edge of his area. He backs his attack. He backs his attack in the 4-2-3-1 to get the job done. And that allows him to stay in a more defensive shape, such as the current formation he is using.
Nayla sneaks that pass forward. Mbappe with the defender standing off. It was not the right time for that mechanic. He will know that now. On such fine moments could this championship lie. Lovely over-the-top through ball. Finds you-know-who. But it's not a good first touch. And Nayla, very rarely for him, with the early switch, leaves him a bit caught in behind. CR7 tries to win it back for Dill. Ryan getting it done. Out of play again, and I think now you are starting to see, even if on Nayla's exterior, there's not a lot of reaction inside, he is feeling it. He has been incredible over this weekend through his patient, accurate passing in midfield, but that is twice in 2 minutes where he's given it straight back.
And it's all invaluable experience just playing at this level with this pressure. It all just builds up as a snowball as you get better and better as a FIFA competitor. And indeed, Nayla's attack just continues to get better and better. And out of effectively thin air, as Nayla does time and time again. Nayla scoring with ease and aplomb.
Dylan caught out. He brought over the defenders one by one every time. Nayla playing the extra pass. He says thank you very much. And CR7 with his third over these two legs for Nayla. It is Mbappe who scored the first. CR7 has scored every one since. Of course, CR7 with a hat-trick for Dylan too. And we're tied again, 4-4 on aggregate, while Dylan leads the second leg. The 2-1 deficit means we have parity. Jones to Kulusevski. Dylan goes again. Yet another grand final where he's in the ascendancy, only to let things slip, and Nayla maybe, with a bit of momentum, wins it back. We're heading into the final 15 minutes of regular time. Rashford, Ronaldo, you can feel the intensity increasing. Walker sticks a leg out behind to stop that promising play, but Nayla forward still. Mbappe, Walker again, getting the job done for Dire Wolves Dylan.
And every time Nayla is on the ball, I think personally my heart rate increases about 30 beats per minute. But Dylan's, his heart must be in his throat every time that ball gets turned over because of the threat that Nayla poses. He can just turn it on in the blink of an eye. So important is possession in these close contests, ensuring that maybe starting to play for the final attack. And Dylan still going forward. Massive save yet again from Schmeichel. That Neymar running out of stamina. But the pressure applied by Nayla, defending resolutely yet again.
We'll keep things quiet ahead of the final 10 minutes of regular time. Take your opportunity to look at the young men in front of you, very much at the start of their FIFA esports careers, both searching for their first title. Only one of them, of course, can be successful. They will not get another chance. This is the final qualifier. It was A Nazeer to start things off. Then Marcus Gomes in number 2. Who will it be for number 3? Dylan. Vieira up there, a little higher than he'd like. Jogs back now, Mbappe. Rashford is on there. Neymar on the left foot. Nayla again with the clutch block. Time ticks on. A switch for Nayla. He is not backing his ability to make that first pass out of defence. The switch seems to have worked quite nicely. Bruno to Mbappe to Jones. He now goes to the far side. Every player touching the ball in this build-up, bar the centre-backs. Bruno. Back he has to go again. Is he already thinking about the stoppage time? Chance Dylan is not willing to overextend. And it feels like I may well be correct. Nayla with Jones. To Bruno. Rashford sneaks past. Running fake shot. Back inside. And we're in to stoppage time. Is this the winner? It won't be for Nayla. But could it be for Dylan? It may well be neither. Tackles by both competitors. And we are headed to extra time.
And both competitors playing a cagey game. And that substitution from Dylan. He'll be looking to give himself some more legs in midfield. Traore has been incredible for him. in qualifiers to this point, but Nayla's defense has just stepped up and answered everything that Dylan has thrown at him so far, aside from that initial 30-minute burst.
That 3-goal salvo will seem so distant to DW Dylan. CR7 completing the hat-trick on 27 minutes into leg 2. Kept scoreless for the rest of the first half, all of the second. He needs to unleash once more, this time in extra time. Over dribbling a little bit, but then maybe in frustration, it's channeled. Adama gets it back. Nayla again. Would love to see his tackling stats throughout this competition. I dare say no one has defended better. Dylan with Ronaldo and right on cue. Have yourself a Cancelo sliding tackle.
The interceptions, the tackles from Nayla, simply incredible. Answering everything that Dylan is throwing at him currently. Just a 30-minute lapse of nerves to start the game. But Dylan playing with a little bit higher depth at the moment. Winning that ball back high up. And at the moment, Nayla unable to string a threatening attack, which is allowing Dylan quite a lot of time on the ball. And yet, the goal line seems so far away for Dylan.
Rashford slaloming past. Isn't necessarily forced back, but it's what Dylan wants. Neymar gets the fortuitous rebound. Walker in the for Nayla, as he has throughout the competition, the weekend, the qualifier. That pass left horribly short. Dylan to try and forge one more opportunity. Sends Neymar quite wide. Players in the middle, heel to heel. And Schmeichel, outstretched, sends us into this second period of extra time. We are still stuck at 4 goals apiece.
And the beauty of Dylan's reactions is you can tell when he knows he's made a mistake or when he feels he's been done wrong. And in that instance, he knows a cross, the better option. A driven cross nonetheless, rather than the pass. But again, Nayla getting those clutch challenges in. Really growing and growing as a defender. And it's becoming harder and harder for Dylan to break those lines.
Nayla, lovely 1-2 effort. Mbappe continues his run forward, and it's the Walker for Dylan. Now perfectly stationed. Competitors, Weekend League journeymen and women alike, no doubt, making that Kyle Walker move back to centre-back, considering his strength on the weekend's performances. Speaking of strength, Adama gets it to Ronaldo. And it's Nayla with the read, leaving the middle of the goal completely open, guessing correctly that Dylan would go to the far side. Lovely through ball down the line. Rashford for Nayla. Don't tell me this thing will be decided on penalty kicks. Jones to Mbappe, lofted pass, then Bruno Fernandes, because he's been taken out off the ball. He's back out now, is Mbappe. And you just know Kyle Walker is there once again. Adama is set off on a run for Dire Wolves Dylan. Ronaldo, Mbappe. Penalties looming unless we get the 1 goal to separate these 2 titans of Oceania. Vieira held up well. Rashford sliding challenge, rarely mistimed from Nayla. Player sent so wide, but with time to create the effort. Ronaldo, the ball inside Neymar, and no better way to end the 120 minutes than with a Nayla tackle. He steps up and puts the first penalty straight down the middle. This is it, friends. Traore gets it past the keeper, who was sent moving the wrong way initially from Nayla. Nayla has his penalty saved from Edison. Dylan hits the post. He cannot make it 2-1. We stay at 1-1. Nayla, with that bit of breathing room, does make it 2-1. As we pause as Neymar considers his penalty for Direwolves. Dylan, accurately placed. 2 penalties apiece. CR7 down the middle. Edison with 2 bare paws to it. Dylan places it perfectly. Nayla needs to score. A save for Dylan, and he will be your champion. It is not but the second attempt. Oceania Qualifier number 2 was not his, but number 3 is all about the young man from Sydney, Australia, at the second attempt through a grand final reset. He cannot believe it, but Direwolves Dylan is your king. The crown is his. In qualifier number 3, he has got the job done. Treaders, give us some insights as to what that young man is feeling right now.
Just absolute relief and elation. He's got to that point time and time again, even too in the recent games against Marcus Gomes. Just pure joy, pure relief just washing over him. It doesn't feel right to go without mentioning Nayla. I feel heartbroken for him. That was some performance. That was absurd, and he's the deserved number 1 playoff seed. But the man of the moment, Dylan, wow, just getting the luck in the penalties and just getting the job done.
Finally, as far as I'm sure he's concerned, that is it for the Oceania qualifiers. Believe it or not, we're done here. A Nazeer with number 1, Marcus Gomes with number 2. He beat that man, that young man, Direwolves Dylan, but the third belongs to him. Nayla, thank you so much for your efforts during this competition. Indeed, all competitors, not just on broadcast, but to get to this stage. That's it for Treaders and I for Oceania commentary for FIFA 21. The good news is we have so many memories to last us until FIFA 22. Direwolves Dylan with the crown. We look forward to hearing from him in just a moment's time. Kyle and Mike, go and speak with our new young king.
Nate, Treaders, thank you so much for that. Wow, absolutely incredible. It went the full hog. Yes, the long way. But we finally found our champion for this third and final qualifier here in Oceania. DW Dylan, Direwolves Dylan, and Mike LaBelle. What a performance from both of these competitors. It took penalties, but it was Dylan who came out on top.
Man, did that final not disappoint whatsoever. In fact, and I'm not just saying this, we didn't have a bad matchup, a bad game throughout this entire event. We were looking at the qualifier from day 1 to, of course, here at Championship Sunday. We had every matchup being very close and almost all of them being very high scoring as well. And there was always a bounce back. There was a back and forth. We had multiple crazy comebacks. 4 goals, not a problem. 3 goals, no worries. Reactions, you want them? Sign me up. What is Dylan doing? I don't know. I'm not in the room. But he's unhappy and kind of happy. As you see a cancellation there, opens up the body, finesse shot, game on, 2-2. Oh, a little bit of that relief. Dylan reminds me, I don't know if he wants to own this, but he reminds me of like a dog to a certain degree. You know how a dog never hides what he's feeling? Dylan will let you know exactly what's happening, what's going down on the virtual pitch. Some of the best reactions, we need a montage.
We've got Dylan. Indeed.
Go ahead. We do, right? We need a reaction. Like I covered his face during the penalty kicks because I knew that I would know what was happening early. Because he'll let you know halfway through if it was going to happen, not happen. I gotta cover this up. I don't want any spoilers.
I do the exact same. I don't want to look at their cameras to see any spoilers at all. It got to 4-4. Then it went all the way to extra time. and we thought, are we going to see another goal? And look at his face right there. He does tell us exactly what he's feeling. And then we see the penalties right here. Nayla gets that one. He scores it, and it was down to Direwolves Dylan, who managed to put it away. And he runs off as champion. Commiserations to Nayla right there. Heartbreak, as you can see. But congratulations. You can see just how much it means to him. Direwolves Dylan with the oh my God right there. It was 4 apiece. Moving into the final penalties, and it was 4-3 on penalties to DW Dylan. What a performance right there. I mean, Mike, you said you can see exactly what he's feeling. We can talk to him. Let's bring him into the conversation. Let's hear exactly how he's feeling. Congratulations to our 3rd and final Oceania Qualifier champion, DW Dylan. Welcome to the broadcast. So close on so many other occasions. You've finally done it. How much does it mean to you to be crowned champion of this region?
I mean, honestly, it's been such a long time coming now. I've been like getting to the final hurdle over and over again, and I just keep falling just short. And like, it's gone to penalties again. I said before today, like to everyone I spoke to, just please, anything but penalties. It's fine if I lose, but I can't go to penalties again and do that. My heart can't take it.
First off, you'd be a terrible poker player. I just want you to know that. I think you've got the best reactions we've seen on stream, especially from doing everything remotely. Congratulations. What's going through your mind throughout walk us through this? Because both games are really close. You have that reset, and I've been in this position before. I'm sure that you start to contemplate a little bit internally where you're saying, oh no, not again.
Yeah, for sure. That was pretty much my whole thought process the second half of the reset match. I felt like I got really hard done by in the first leg, and you would have seen in my reactions. Like, I felt every single bounce was going against me, and I was just begging for someone, just give me that one bounce that I need. And like, honestly, if I didn't have my coach, Lenny, shout out to you. If he wasn't there, I would have lost my head entirely. So all the credit goes to him, honestly.
Now, we've talked about so much how great it is that we're shining a light on each region, but when it comes to the Oceania region, we've known over the years the OGs from this region that have made it to events, but this year, I feel like you've really had the chance to showcase your skills at all of these qualifiers that you've been involved in, and now you cap it off with a win, with a crowning of the champion right here. This season's not done for you yet, though. Playoffs next?
Yeah, playoffs next. Like, I won the E-Club World Cup with my teammate Josh just the other week. So, like, going into this, I kind of thought I was the favorite, in all honesty, and I was kind of expecting to win. But at the same time, like, it's FIFA 21. You never know what's going to happen. And Nayla, he's an insane player. Like, some of the goals he scored, fair play, man. Like, I take my hat off to him because he's an unreal player. But, yeah, looking forward to playoffs next. And, I mean, the goal from now on is just win everything that I can.
I love that. Maximum confidence right there. Well, the last thing that is left to say to you, DW Dylan, congratulations. You are our FIFA Global Series. Yes, FIFA 21 Global Series Oceania Qualifier number 3 champion. Well done.
Thank you, guys.
Right, congratulations. There we have it. We've got a champion. And Mike, I love that confidence. All he's got to do from now on, all he wants to do from now on is win everything possible.
Well, it's passion, it's desire, it's trying to achieve goals, and it's not over the top at all. His confidence is what you need in order to give yourself a chance to become a champion, where you have that self-belief.
It is indeed, and that self-belief will carry him through into playoffs as champion of this region right here. Right, it's time to have a look back at some of the action from. It's time for our game highlight presented by PlayStation.
And this one might surprise you. We had so many goals, and we often take a deeper dive on some of the fancy flicks and the tricks and all the razzle and the dazzle, and I love that. But I still want to make sure that we talk about simplicity, attacking space. At the end of the day, FIFA, football, don't overthink it. It's all about spacing in general and the timing of your runs, especially offensively. So you see him sprinting that space. Now you've opened up a beautiful, lovely lane here, and it's going to be an extra pass made. You tap it in, a little Barcelona-esque if you want to rerun the years. And it's not that the goal is complicated, but it's something that's necessary. It's also a 100% conversion rate. You pass it into the back of the net. I could score it, my mother could score it, my fathers could score it, my dad could score it. Well, maybe not in FIFA, but in real life, if they were presented for the last tap-in, the point I'm making, that's something that pro players are looking for. And if somebody's going to give you space to work with, they're going to give you time. Well, great. I've got to watch. You've got to watch. I'm going to be able to utilize all that time that you're giving me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Right, it's time to have a look at the playoff bracket. Yes, this is how things have unfolded in front of us. This was our road to the champion. We started in that winners bracket side of things. DW Dylan came out on top. He made his way through to that final where he took on Mark 11, winning in that final, securing that spot in the grand final. Then we dropped down into that losers bracket. We had drama, we had tension, we had last minute goals with MCFC Mike J beating Greek Freak, making that comeback from 4 goals down. A Nazeer also made his way through, and that set up round 2, which started today. And then we went into that one. Yes, Moswed came out on top, and also Nayla. That set up round 3, which saw Nayla taking on Moswed. It was the end of Mo's journey. Nayla progressed through. He then took on Mark 11 in our losers bracket final. He won that one 3-1. And after an incredible grand final, he had it all to do. He managed to reset the bracket, but it went all the way, went to penalties in that 4th matchup, essentially, of FIFA 21 over 90 minutes. And it went to penalties. Mike LaBelle, you can't ask for any more.
No, I'll take a lovely or a light 13-13 for the final with some penalty kicks on the back end. Of course. I'm telling you, you look at that, you review it. I talked about it briefly before, and I said, look, we haven't had a bad game. There were no bad matchups. You're not seeing 1-0 wins or 1-0 defeats. That's not what's happening here. This is not the region of the time play. No. We had back and forth end-to-end football. We had chips. We had finesse shots. We had the 1-2s, the in behind, the through balls, the build-up play. You name it, it was there. It was a lovely collective.
A collective indeed. There's been plenty of goals throughout today, and there's only one way to look back at them. Yes, it's time for the top 5 goals of the day.
There is plenty of space in behind, particularly on the wings. But Mike J, it doesn't matter what's happening up the other end. The reverse Elastico creates enough space for his Neymar, securing a comfortable cushion at 4-2.
Ronaldo. Back down the line, Dembele. Mbappe's got so much space here. Keep going, Mbappe. Touch, Bruno. It's 3 of the best for Nayla.
Mike's strength in his possession play, but when he speeds up those passes, he's as good as anyone else. And cross whipped in already, and Mo striking the first blood. An unpredictable cross whipped in. The threat that is on is Vieira can still hit a long shot, even though it might not be the highest percentage shot to take. But that player lock, brilliant. The open out fake shot, even better. And the final running fake shot is deluxe. And Nayla scoring a deserved goal. Credit to Mo though. He's keeping the pressure on, but that is not the giveaway that Mike would have wanted. And the through balls are still on. That player just onside the chip. The goalkeeper goes the wrong way, and Mo finds his way.
Here on Championship Sunday, yes, day 2 of the 3rd and final qualifier here in the Oceania region. Mike, it's been so exciting over the last couple of days. We've got our champion. We finally can crown him, DW Dylan. Final thoughts on the past 2 days, Mike. What have you made of it?
Man, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but we had a bunch of goals on display. I'm really looking forward to playoffs because I don't know that we have a clear favorite from this region. We've got a lot of guys that could definitely make a run. So that's kind of the next step. That's where my mind's at. But thank you to all the competitors really for going for it. We didn't see any negative football, and these guys really put on for the culture. So we appreciate you.
Yes, we appreciate every single competitor that took part in the pre-qualifier, in the qualifier over the last 2 days as well. And we also want to say a massive, massive thank you to every single person that tuned in over the last 2 days. Without you guys, it would just be me and Mike making the same old jokes to absolutely nobody. So thank you so much from myself, from Mike LaBelle, from Nate and Treaders as well. It has been our absolute pleasure. And once again, the final thing we'll say, congratulations to our champion here at the FIFA 21 Global Series 3rd qualifier in Oceania, DW Dillon. We'll see you soon.